Good morning. Happy Monday. How are you? Let's see. Russ in here. Shout out. Warren, Michigan. Norm. Dad in here. Chino. Shout out to the early crew. Spencer in here. Zabo. Yeah.
I'm still trying to work out this
Neck thing?
Yeah, man. Just spent all weekend ice and heat and stretching and
Morning, Christian. Gregory. I don't know, what the fix is.
I don't either.
I think, honestly, I think
I'm just old.
I was going to say, at this point in your life, I think that's just something you have to deal with forever. Yeah.
Yep.
Like, oh, I got neck problems. Like there's people like, oh, yeah, I got back problems, blah, blah, blah. And just,
it's better today than it's been.
Oh, well,
so it's like trending the right way. I just don't.
What's up, Brodo? Good morning. Tyler Jennings.
What up, Brodo?
TCG. Tyler Jennings. I always want to call you TJ now.
Same.
Yeah, like first instinct is always TJ. It's like, no, that's Tyler Jennings.
Yeah. What up, TCG? What up, Norm? All right, we have 30 seconds.
Yeah, have you tried turning it off and turning it back on again as far as your neck?
It's called going to sleep.
Stephen C.
Try dipping myself in rice.
Yeah, see, try that.
Do you go by TJ?
Madrid. Shout out.
What up, Madrid? All right, we have 5 seconds. Can't wait to tell you guys about the mistake I made this weekend. Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. Where are my buttons? Why don't I have these? There we go. Hey, lock in. Come on.
Happy Monday, everybody.
Every time the live studio audience, thank you, everybody. Our intro song, which is a real song,
Yes,
that you
it
didn't
is.
realize it was a real song.
I found that out 2 weeks ago.
Good morning, everybody on the radio. Sorry, we weren't live on the radio. Well, the song was on the radio. I was not. Okay.
Late start.
So
Here we
people
go.
heard the sounds. They heard the intro music. They did not hear me, but that's fine.
Well-oiled machine.
Jesse's over there. I'm Kyle. They won't give us a producer, so this is going to happen from time to time. Thank you, everybody listening on 98.5 FM HD2, and those of you listening on 1320 AM. Everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch, hello, good morning. And if you're listening on the free Odyssey app or the iHeart app or the Jesse Tapia, the Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia podcast,
Of course.
thank you.
Wherever
Shout
you
out.
get podcasts from.
What?
So wherever you get podcasts from, basically.
Yeah, wherever you get them. I made a huge mistake this weekend.
Yeah, what was that? Was this a work mistake or a life mistake, first off?
Life mistake.
Sick. All right, let's go.
I made a joke on the internet,
Oh.
specifically a soccer joke.
Oh.
And
Let me
buddy,
see. I didn't even see this.
so I don't know if it did the U.S. played their final international friendly before the World Cup starts this week on Wednesday.
Lost to Germany 2-1, I believe.
Yes. Did you see the goal the U.S. scored though?
Yes, that's far.
It was sick. It was just a corner clearance falls on the right foot of the U.S. men's national team player, and I forget his name, and he just hit this laser into the top corner for a goal, and it was sick. It was just a really, really great goal. And so I jokingly quote tweeted the video.
Yeah, let's see real quick. As someone who's not a soccer guy, but will absolutely be becoming a soccer guy next week, I believe
Facts.
the United States men's national team should just run this play on all corners in the World Cup. And
Right.
Tweet from Kyle Madson.
Right. Very obviously silly.
Yeah, no, yeah. There's nothing
Like that's not a play you're
Yeah,
running. That's
no, it's
not
great.
a set piece. That's just a that
classic
happened.
American, not soccer guy, gonna get into soccer. Just I'm making fun of my knowledge. Blah
yes,
blah blah.
Yes. The amount of people that were like, "You idiot! This wasn't on purpose. This is lucky."
It was a lucky strike. 9 times out of 10, it goes over the crossbar.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Very low percentage off of clearance from the opposing team. Anyways, LOL.
I got mansplained.
No, yeah, this is hilarious. Yeah, man. I wish the goal play more.
The thing that set this off is Hector Gomez from ESPN retweeted my tweet.
Oh, nice.
I don't know how he found it or why he found it, but he retweeted it. I'm hoping he was like, haha, funny.
I'd assume, yeah.
Like this guy, good joke by this guy.
Well, that's the thing. On Twitter, it's either you understand humor or you don't. And it's very clear some people here didn't.
So many.
Please don't call it quote play.
Like, you got it, man. I won't. I promise.
Yep. It's easy to do. Gosh, they hate you, bro.
Soccer fans are the worst.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to like your sport. I do like your sport. I do like soccer.
Don't ever tweet again, actually.
No, I'm not going to say anything about the World Cup.
It gets worse. Like at the beginning, it's kind of mixed. Like, oh, yeah, like they get the joke and others don't. And then the rest is all just, no, they hate you.
Yeah, man. Never mind. I don't want to get into the machinations of being on the internet. That was just something I dealt with all weekend. Is every once in a while I'd open Twitter to somebody calling me an idiot. Which, like, you're not wrong, but not in this instance.
No, you're not the one.
There's plenty of reason.
You're not wrong here, okay? The people who are taking this tweet serious are wrong.
Thank you.
You guys are the issue.
See, you get me.
Yeah. You guys are the issue, not Kyle here.
Thank you.
Like, obviously, yes, you're not gonna run. You can't do that. Obviously, we know that. We know. But Kyle's gonna make a joke, and we'll move on. But soccer fans are like that too. They're very
uppity.
Yeah, they're
persnickety.
Very protective over their game and very so I don't have to say snobby.
Snooty?
Yeah, like something like that.
Oh, snobby. Yeah. Snobby works.
Yeah, it's like
That's
it's
what
very
is.
like this is our game. This is beautiful. Blah blah blah. Like, oh, if you know nothing, then stay away. But it's fine. Kyle, tweet away this summer.
I'm going to.
Yeah,
I'm gonna have a great time.
Mm-hmm.
If you think I'm not gonna have a great time on the internet with the World Cup, you're out of your mind. Anyways, if you want to go watch this big international soccer tournament we're talking about,
go ahead. Yeah,
you can go hang out with Jesse next Friday.
Yeah, viewing party, Garden at the Line, USA Paraguay, June 12th, this Friday. We'll be there at 5:30. Game starts at 6. So make sure you're coming to hang out.
Massive international soccer tournament.
Before we get into everything else that happened this weekend, you know how you can like really piss them off even more?
Oh, please.
If a game, like for the U.S., if a game ends in a draw, tie, of course, for those that don't get it, soccer, welcome to the show. Hey, be like, how come it's not going to penalties?
Oh, dude, 1,000%.
Yeah, no.
Or should I complain about ties?
Yes. Complain about ties, or ask why it's not going to penalties or extra time, and they'll kill you again.
Calling it penalties would be wrong, though, because that means I know what I'm talking about. I have to call them.
Yeah, but you'd still be the ignorant soccer fan.
Shootout.
We need to get to Twitter Blue for you, too. We're going to make some money off of this.
Oh, nice.
We're going to really engagement farm this whole thing this summer. That's the whole goal.
Just becoming the worst soccer fan on the internet.
Once the World Cup's over, all right, we're done with Twitter Blue. We can stop. But yeah, we're going to engagement farm this summer for you.
Perfect. Let's do it. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse's. A tournament that perhaps more people listening to Sports Talk Radio in June, on June 8th specifically, might care about is the NBA playoffs.
Pretty big deal.
Continue tonight. Spurs Knicks Game 3.
Yesterday, real quick before we get into all, I feel like we were just missing a basketball game yesterday.
I couldn't agree more, dude.
Yeah, like I was just not that like we knew it wasn't on yesterday, but just more so like you search the guide, it's like nope, no game, and just there's always that thing in the back of your mind like there should be a game on right now.
Yeah, like the extra day, just I didn't like it.
But,
I get why you get 2 days off. I get why you get the day for travel for sure. But
yeah, it's fine. It's here. It's Monday.
That's fine.
A lot of takes, pal.
I'm not sure I've ever, because I think I'm of the belief this series is over. I believe the Knicks have essentially won the series. It's just whether they're going to do it in 4 or 7 games.
Yeah.
That's where I land right now.
I think I'm with you, but I don't know. Don't let the Spurs win today, I guess. Don't let the Spurs win today.
Don't let them get Game 3. I'm still so excited to watch this game tonight because of the crowd.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait to see what Madison Square Garden is like for Game 3 of the NBA Finals with their team up 2-0.
We've all been kind of anticipating this.
Yes.
Like, there's probably more this playoffs, but there's others out there. Like, we've been waiting to see what the Garden could look like for years now at this point. I think last time there was, like, what, 98 or something like that, I think? 99, excuse me, yeah. So, and just knowing how hyped they get after first round wins the last few seasons, conference second round wins or whatever, it's just like, yeah, now this is it.
I don't know that I've ever been excited to turn a game on for the crowd. It's the thing I care about the most. Like what? I care about the result the most, but in terms of turning the game on, like that's
we could
it
picture
is.
it. That's the
like,
thing. We could picture like everyone's gonna be standing in the crowd. Like just if it's gonna feel like they're all on the court with the teams.
Yes, it's gonna be incredible, and I'm really really excited for that. Despite the fact that the vibes are gonna be down because there's no watch party outside.
Yeah, that's a Neon James Dolan. That's Aaron James Dolan. That's something you created. We can say like if the president says like I'm coming to the finals, then so be it. You have to host the president, all that stuff.
Sure, yeah.
But
that is a citizen who gets to attend.
So you got to follow those rules, whatever that comes with that. But when it's like, no, I'm gonna invite my friend over, and you're just gonna kind of shut your fans out after that, or because of that, no watch parties. Like just basically, you got to do the presidential rules or whatever because he's coming in.
Of course.
So now you're keeping everyone out. Like, yeah, that's tough because you created that. Yeah, you created that vibe.
That sucks big time, man.
Just because this is like this is the New York Knicks fans moment right here. Like this is it.
Yeah. The watch party outside of MSG, all the cut shots to that were incredible.
And for as popular as the Knicks are, it's not like these fans have seen a bunch of winning or anything like that. It's just more you get a bunch of segments on ESPN, but rather we're talking about how bad you've been. For the fans, like that doesn't really do anything for you. Now you get to a point where like, no, this is our moment, and they're kind of just shutting you out right here.
I'm so interested to see
first game too back.
I am so interested to see what happens with this. Because I'm imagining what it would be like if the Kings went on the road for the first two games of the NBA Finals and won them, and won them in the fashion that they did. And then they're coming back to Golden One Center for Game 3. And the president, whoever the president is, pick your favorite president. That one wants to come.
Yeah.
And they say, hey, we're not showing the game outside of Doko. In fact, nobody's going to be allowed in Doko.
Then, of course, it's the context. First finals game in however many years, all that nonsense, all that stuff.
First finals game ever.
Yes.
In Sacramento.
Well, yeah, my fault for thinking of the Rochester Royals, I guess.
Come on. Yeah. The first finals game ever. And they say, hey, you know what? Nobody's allowed in Doko. That watch party that you had where we broadcasted, nope, it's not happening. You got to stay outside. In fact, you got to stay way past down K Street. That would, can you imagine?
And there's people that can afford to get into the game.
Yeah.
For games 3 and games 4. I mean, those prices are a couple thousand to sit in the nosebleeds and all that. So it's like, yeah, you want to be as close as you can to the atmosphere. And yeah, James Dolan's keeping you away from it.
I will say, though, that I have a couple of friends who live in New York who have posted photos of where they've watched some of these games. And the people running like projectors from their balconies onto the side of buildings and people just sitting on the curb watching.
Yeah.
Ultimate sports, dude.
It's amazing. It's been one of the best stories of the playoffs.
Cool. Yeah,
but yeah, I don't know if there's ever been a time where I've been, like you said, excited to see what the fan atmosphere is going to look like. Or at least that's like one of the top things. But we did have a game 2.
Yeah, man. Game 3. Spurs Knicks tonight. I think the Knicks are sweeping.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
I could see the Spurs winning today. We can tie back into game 2. We're doing a lot. Not me and you, but just society in general. We're doing a lot with Victor Wembanyama at this point now.
What do you mean?
The Nick Anderson takes for game 2, I feel like we're a bit much.
Yeah, as well.
Shaq and Charles Barkley were talking about it during the Inside the NBA halftime show. Charles Barkley brought it up, just talking about how Wemby looked timid and all that. And I feel like we're just kind of jumping out the window with that comparison. That was on social media a bunch too. Nick Anderson missed 4 free throws and his career was changed after that. He was like never the same. Victor Wembanyama is in his first finals. Like the moment can be a little big for Wemby and a little too much pressure for him, and like he can struggle. But I don't know if that was 4 missed free throws. How's his career going to turn out going forward? Like yeah, Victor Wembanyama had a bad game, but it's not like I don't know how he's going to recover from that.
The big moment was the pass that hit Stephon Castle in the back.
Mm-hmm.
That was not a Victor Wembanyama choked and missed 4 free throws type of thing. That, to me, was an indication of, A, that's bad coaching because nobody was quite sure what they were doing and they didn't call timeout. It's also indicative of something that I've been talking about with the Spurs since the beginning of the playoffs, and I expected it to manifest itself sooner, but it manifested itself there in that moment of like, hey, this team's just A, never been there, and B, who's their go-to guy?
Yeah.
Who's the Spurs guy down the stretch? It should be Victor Wembanyama, but we talked about it last week. Like, it's not quite yet. They don't know in that situation. When the Knicks, if the roles are reversed there, and Wembanyama misses a second free throw the way Jalen Brunson did, they get the rebound. The Knicks are finding Jalen Brunson and giving him the basketball. And then they're going to execute whatever it is they're looking to execute, even if it's a Jalen Brunson ISO. Victor Wembanyama got the rebound, and Stephon Castle looked and was like, oh, Vic's got it. That's the guy. I'm going to run up the court. And Wembanyama's going, well, hey, I got to get it to a guard to initiate the offense, so I'm going to get it to Castle. Like, it was just, nobody was quite sure what they were doing. And that, to me, is on the coach. That to me, is on just the Spurs' inexperience, including Mitch Johnson's. Like, he's a 39-year-old coach in the first, like, this is not Mitch Johnson's career is not over, and Steph Castle or Victor Wembanyama. Like, that's just a team that collectively, in a big moment, didn't know what to do.
Yeah, I can't buy into that. Oh yeah, Ken Anderson. That just wasn't the case for me here. Like, sure,
Nick Anderson.
Nick Anderson was it Nick? Yeah, Nick Anderson. Excuse me. Shout out Kenny Anderson, former Net and Celtic. But Nick Anderson.
Wasn't Ken Anderson like a quarterback for the Browns?
Yes, I said Kenny Anderson. You're talking about Ken Anderson. Nick Anderson is the one who missed the free throws. Shout out
Bengals.
Shout out.
Oh, yeah, Bengals. Ken Anderson.
My fault, Bengals. Shout out to the Andersons, but yeah,
sure.
like, I don't think that was a Nick Anderson moment or anything like that for Wemby.
Not every.
This is a young team in the finals. It finally happened.
That's it, man. That's it. I don't. De'Aaron Fox isn't bad at basketball now, right?
Yeah, no, his ankle's probably cooked at this point, but I mean, he's playing, so we got to talk about how he's playing.
Right, he's not playing well, but it's not like, wow, De'Aaron Fox stinks. Dylan Harper's been incredible. Stephon Castle has been up and down. He and Victor Wembanyama had a miscommunication in a moment. I think the bigger sin there, if you want to call it that, is Wembanyama fouling Brunson when he had him trapped on the baseline.
Yeah, that
was
on
the sideline.
That was a chaotic moment where Wemby just had no control at that point.
Yeah, and that's just all right. That's just kind of what happens in this spot. It's wild to me that anybody, and again, this isn't like the prevailing take, but it's out there. Everybody has to go. Everybody who's ever won a championship has gone through that struggle of, and I'm sure there's an exception or two, but almost universally, there is that, got to take that little step back. The Spurs are just happening to do it in the finals instead of the second round.
Yeah.
Like I sort of expected to happen. That's it. That's what I see happening in this series. The Knicks are this team that's been together for a few years, and they're finally getting over the hump, and the Spurs are a year or two ahead of schedule.
Yeah, we're the ones who are wrong in this situation. The Spurs are looking probably exactly how they should in these finals so far, as are the Knicks. The issue was Thunder Spurs, that's the finals right here. Whoever wins this series is winning the title, and as good as the Knicks have been, like, it's these two carriers. And Wemby, now he's the greatest player of all time, and all the hyperbole, like I was part of that, called him a perfect basketball player, which he's clearly not. We're seeing it as the series goes on through these first two games.
I think theoretically he is.
Yes, but of course he's not without flaw. Like, he's got to work on some things, development, all that jazz. So I think the ones who are wrong in this situation was us. Like, it's not like, oh yeah, like, wow, this is incredible, Wemby's just kind of losing it, the Spurs team is just kind of falling apart. Like, no, they're looking as any other team in this situation would at that age. We just pushed them ahead way too fast. And the series isn't necessarily over, though. I mean, they went today. I guarantee you, we're talking about, hey, vibes are a little bad for the Knicks. Can the Spurs get game 4? They got game 3. Game 2 was close. If Wemby's not all erratic, like, hey, I'm telling you, watch. Don't let the Spurs win today. Then we got Pedro going in game 4, chilling in game 5, and then anything can happen in game 6 and game 7. Shout out Kevin Villar.
I
don't expect them to win this series or anything like that. I think I'm with you. I think the Knicks are going to win it. Today. Well, no, it's like I said, we're going to have conversations, but 5 games, 6 games, I think this is the Knicks series.
It's over. It's toast. And it's not, again, it's not the Spurs stink. Mm-hmm. The Knicks are just the best team in the sport.
Yep.
And they're playing like it. I Googled Ken Anderson just to confirm that he played for I was confirming what team he played for. It's the Bengals, not the Browns. I'm going to pull up a picture, and to those of you on the radio, I'm going to try and describe this. But this is Ken Anderson.
See, that's not who I pictured Ken Anderson was.
In 1981.
Okay.
And for those of you listening on the radio, it's just a Bengals helmet with the 2-bar face mask.
You could have told me this was 1963.
1,000%, dude. This is somewhere in that. Anyways, he got the 2-bar face mask in his white Bengals jersey with the mustache. How old do you think Ken Anderson is in this photo?
My heart tells me 47, but obviously the game we're playing, my brain, he's got to be like what? Barely able to buy beer at this point. He's probably like what, 22?
He's 32 years old.
All right, yeah, fair enough.
I'm 35. All right. I know I'm not the best looking guy.
This man looks like a grandfather.
Dude, this guy could be my dad today.
Yes.
Like right now.
Yes.
He looks so old.
No, like life has kicked his ass.
The NFL's kicked his ass. Man, go Google if you're driving right now, listening on the radio, and you get to work or school or wherever you're going.
That's just kind of the thing, though.
Google Ken Anderson.
Any young athlete pre-1990, I guess, like 30 years and younger, just looks like a 40-year-old man for some reason.
And I always wonder if that's me. Like, is that because I still view like my friends the way I did in high school.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's just how it is. And do I always view people who are older? Like when I was in high school, I was a 2008 grad. So the class of 2005 was my first graduating class that I was in high school with.
Mm-hmm.
I felt like they were all so old. I felt like they were all, and they're like not even 40 yet. They're 3 years older than me or so.
Yeah.
And I always felt like that. And I still see those people who are like an 06 grad even. And I'm like, that person is so much older than I am.
I never felt that way, I guess.
Oh, man, I super did.
Yeah, no, like, I don't know. Like, our high school was whatever, but I feel like, I don't know if they were just pumping these guys up with steroids growing up or what it was, but these guys all look like they're 50 years old at 20.
It's because they did a lot of work in the mines.
Yeah, there's that.
Child labor laws are very different.
Yeah.
Skincare is different. I got a skincare routine, dude.
Oh, I doubt there's less than 1% of athletes back then that did.
No, dude, no chance. No chance. Yeah. Can you imagine?
It's a face mask. What do you want?
Yeah, Ken Anderson going in and trying to do his skincare routine. Yeah. Talking to the Cincinnati Bengals. Good luck with that. You had a question about Victor Wembanyama here.
Oh, yes. And I'm just asking a question, and we can talk it through, and maybe this is the case. Mm-hmm. But is he a little too emotional during the game? And I say during the game. After the game, if you want to celebrate a win, that's fine. Do whatever you want. At this point, I don't care. But during the game when, and this is good and bad, like they hit a 3, Vic's like going crazy, but something bad happens, and Wemby's just kind of throwing his hands on his head. Like you can visibly see, I guess, the frustration and the emotion that he's showing. And maybe it's fine. But like, I just wonder if maybe he needs to be a little bit more composed during the game where like he's kind of just more stoic, I guess. Where like it's just you're seeing the bad plays not really affecting him as much. But like, because like I said, he's throwing his arms up in the air, just kind of like, like that bothered Wemby or whatever. I wonder if he's a little too emotional during the game.
I don't think outward expressions of emotion change how he plays.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's just externalizing what he's feeling internally.
Gotcha, but still composed and all that. Enough to where like he's not playing outside of himself or anything like that.
No, I think he is a little bit, but I don't think him showing that emotion would change that.
And I wonder if on the opposing team, if you're seeing kind of like Wemby's kind of rattled right now, if that kind of benefits you, if that's any type of positive. And maybe it's not. Maybe the emotion Wemby shows is fine.
I would buy a little bit.
Yeah,
But I don't subscribe to the idea. Like, if he wasn't putting his hands on his head or like making a face or showing that emotion, I don't think that changes the oh man, he got a little bit sped up in that moment, or oh, he tried to do too much on that possession. Like, I think that's just him internally, and that's something that I think comes with playing in these games and understanding that it's a marathon, not a sprint.
Yeah, because maybe it is nothing, but I wonder if I'm on the Knicks and Wembanyama has a turnover in the last couple of minutes, and like he does his face too, where like you can visibly see like he's kind of oh no, and it's just like oh he's about to break, like just keep pressuring him, keep going after him. Like I wonder if that kind of plays any factor in this.
I think they would do it anyway because he's 22.
Yeah.
So I think the answer is yes, but I don't think it's the outward displays that matter to me. I think it's just that he's young and everything feels bigger than it should be.
Yeah.
To him. Like that's my read on it. I haven't taken anything away that's like, oh wow, you can't be doing that.
For me personally, be like, yeah, if you want to take it down a little notch, where it's like, all right, maybe hide the faces a little bit and all that, but like I'm probably more with you. It's not really affecting anything too much. It's just something I've just kind of not picked up on, but just wondered if it's a little too much at this point.
Listen to the jump. We're talking Game 3 of the NBA Finals here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Leader. That's Jesse. I'm Kyle. We've got some King stuff coming up a little bit later in the show. Darius Acuff spoke about his relationship with Scott Perry. We got some.
Who's that man?
That was tough. We got some quote unquote reporting about Domantas Sabonis trade rumors and such, and we'll get to all of that. I have a very quick question, though. Something I wanted to get to last week because it was something you had written down. We never got to it. Why are you? And this isn't like I'm interested in where people's thought process is on this. I don't care. This is not accusatory in any way. Why do you, Jesse, care about ratings, like television ratings?
Are you asking why I throw this stuff in the rundown, or just why in general I care?
No, like why? Because
I don't know personally if I care. Like if Game 1 did 9 million, I'm like, oh my gosh, the league is in trouble.
Yeah.
Or like it did 17 million for Game 1. Like that stuff is more like I'll throw that in the rundown because that's just a topic of conversation. But for me personally, I don't necessarily care about the ratings, and it is kind of odd how the ratings like why fans care about ratings, I guess, at this point.
That's what if you 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. You can text the Mojo's Local Tapping Kitchen studio text line. You can also give us a call on that same phone number, 916-909-1320. Why do you care about ratings?
I'm not sure if it's like because now we pick and choose with everything. We pick sides with everything. I'm not sure if it's like oh yeah, my league did 20 million. I'm an NFL fan. This did 20 million, or NBA, they're never gonna compete that way, so it doesn't really make sense to me to fight, I guess. Like, plus it doesn't make sense to pick sides between sports leagues. But
it is such a weird thing to me that one of the top stories on ESPN is that Game 1 of the finals drew 17 million viewers. Like, I know for ESPN they're putting it out there because it was ESPN, like that's people were watching their channel. But who is that serving?
Does it help tell the story? And maybe it doesn't, but I'm just asking questions to help tell the story of Victor Wembanyama, I guess, and his draw. But ESPN didn't present it that way, so
there's also a lot of Knicks fans.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just over the last
one of the biggest fan bases in the sport and one of the most popular players in the sport are getting a lot of eyeballs. Wow,
it's just something that people. I don't know why. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know why they care about it.
It's never. It's not.
It doesn't affect you or me.
No. And it doesn't when they go into their TV rights negotiations in however many years.
And that's already signed, by the way. That's way down the line. Yes.
That's done.
It's signed for billions. I'm talking about billions of dollars.
And unless these ratings consistently get like, hey, nobody's watching the final. The finals drew 300,000 viewers. Unless it's that, which it won't be, they're going to get billions upon billions of dollars with their next TV deal. And they're going to bring in more streaming companies, and there's going to be more money going around. That's just what's going to happen.
The NBA and their media rights partner signed an 11-year contract worth $76 billion in total. Going to take you through the 2035-36 season.
Ratings do not affect our lives, and I don't know why we care about them.
Yeah, it's kind of weird.
It is. It is really weird to me. But anyways, I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. And do you know something that does affect my life that I care about very much?
What's that?
That's DraftKings.
Yes.
And I hope he can tell me about them.
Okay, let me tell you about them right now. DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states. Yes, that means you, California. The whole world is watching one tournament right now. Group stage chaos, knockout drama, stoppage time heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in California. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app. Right here in California, the world's biggest stage is in the palm of your hand. New DraftKings customers sign up with code 1320AM. Spend $5 to get $200 in total rewards. That's code 1320AM in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim issued and non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
Look at you, one take, Jake.
I know, wow, live.
I'm so proud of you, man. That's amazing.
It took me a half hour when we were recording it.
You were in here a long time.
Yes.
Darius Acuff did an interview with Draymond Green and got asked about his relationship with Scott Perry. And my takeaway from that was, we'll hear that next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. And clear.
That's no joke, by the way. That read took me like 20 minutes to record last time when I was with Kyle. Good morning, everyone. What's up?
The thing with when you're recording a read, because it's got to be a certain amount of time, right?
Yeah.
It's got to be 60 seconds. And it's pretty, like, in radio, you can't be like, 60? How about 54? Like, no, it's got to be within a couple of seconds. And the thing that sucks is, like, you've been reading your whole life, basically. But then you'll read it at a normal pace, and it's like, oh, that was only 45 seconds. Okay, I need to slow it down.
Yeah.
And then you slow it down, and it's 1 minute and 9 seconds, and you're like, God damn, it's brutal.
Legit, I was stuck on 53 the whole time. Like, okay, now read it slow like this. It's gonna be hot everywhere. I was sweating on Saturday. Or was it Sunday? Yesterday was hot.
I baked coffee cake this weekend.
Nice.
Bomb.
It's my go-to if I go to
I kinda crushed
Starbucks.
it.
Big week, charismatic. My jersey's supposed to come in on Wednesday. I'm hoping they come through. Hope everyone on the chat house had a good weekend. TCG. We can make that happen. I mean, Kyle just has to hit another button for the intro music.
Oh, interesting. Shout out to Herbosaurus checking in on Twitter.
Yeah, shout out.
Said by he cares about ratings.
Morning, Mom. Shout out.
Hey, what's up? It was so hot this weekend that I didn't leave my house to go buy candy.
What did you need to go buy candy for?
My wife's cousin was over, and we learned that my wife has never eaten a Bordeaux from C's Candy.
What is a Bordeaux?
It's the
I've never really gotten into the C's candy type stuff either.
You've also never had a Bordeaux?
But like just give me some Skittles or some M&Ms.
It's like chocolate covered. It's this like, it's not a nougat, but it's like this like brown sugar, like I don't even know what.
Is it sour or is it chocolate? Come on, like that's what we're dealing with here.
It's chocolate.
I get it.
But it's, dude, I'm gonna get some and I'm gonna bring them. But anyways, my wife, I guess my cousin now, my wife's cousin, my cousin now, she was like, you need to go get some Bordeaux's right now. And my wife's like, I got C's Candy gift cards from work. I'm like, bet. Went outside real quick and I was like, I'm not doing that. It's a long drive over there. I'm not driving 15 minutes to go buy some candy to come back. Nah.
That's tough.
I'm not doing all that.
Babe, son kicked my ass. I lost.
I did. I got murked up by the sun. That's fine. If it was 64 degrees out, I'd have been gone.
Yeah.
I'd have been out there.
Carries back. You got to support, man. You got to wear the U.S. shirt.
Yeah, it's fancy. It's fancy chocolate. It's too expensive.
What's going on, TC Morning?
I'm so jealous.
Sounds like a great 2 weeks.
Marcus, you're winning.
I want to get out to Philly one time.
Okay.
Chicago's first on my list, but
Chicago's a great city.
As far as traveling within the U.S.
Chicago was good. I didn't get to experience enough of Boston. Boston was cool, but I'd like to go back. Seattle's great. Seattle's elite.
Seattle is a bigger San Francisco.
Seattle is what's cool about Seattle is there's parts of it that remind me of San Francisco. There's parts of it that remind me of Philly. There's parts of it that remind me of Oakland. It's just like parts of it that remind me of DC.
It's really good to walk around.
Yes. Yeah. I liked Seattle as a city so much that it made me hate the Seahawks a little less.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
No, I couldn't imagine like going to Buffalo and saying, maybe
no, because I used to,
or New York. It's like, maybe the Jets aren't so bad.
Because when I used to like see Seahawks fans or see shots in the city, I'm like, city sucks. People suck. And then I went there. I was like, that's kind of nice.
Yeah, they're all so nice. Wow. What is it? Well, why are they so nice up here?
I could still fuck the Seahawks for sure, but like without question. But I was just like, all right.
So I had my sweater on, my hoodie on. They said, good luck this season. I was like, yeah. Wait, you don't want to flip me off?
Oh, I can do this. Hang on. Voice guy.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
I'm Kyle. That's Jesse.
Yes. Talking about during the break how you hate the Seahawks a little less because their people are great and the city's so great.
I still hate them a lot.
No, you hate them a lot, but just a little less.
Yeah, because I used to just hate everything. Like I just kind of hated Seattle.
Yes.
Because the Mariners were always a thorn in the A's side in the AL West, and Seattle the Seahawks and then Seattle was trying to take the Kings. It's just kind of like I'm out on that city. To hell with that city. Well, then Stray Kids, my favorite K-pop group, my wife and I's favorite K-pop group, opened their the North American leg of their world tour in Seattle last year. They went Seattle to San Francisco, and then Kendrick with SZA was the night after Stray Kids at Oracle Park.
Oh, nice.
So my wife and I went up to Seattle, visited the city for a couple days and saw Stray Kids, then flew home. And our friend Samantha, who also likes Stray Kids and Kendrick, came up from SoCal, and my buddy Randy, who's a big Kendrick guy, came up from Arizona, and we stayed in the city, and we went and saw Stray Kids the one night, and then Kendrick the next night, and it was a blast. It was great. But when we went to Seattle, we just had a phenomenal time. We stayed in Belltown, super walkable city.
Mm-hmm.
There was this big like arts festival going on. T-Mobile Park was a really cool venue. Food scene was great. Pike Place Market was as advertised. We had a really wonderful time. A lot of good beer in that city.
Seattle's a fire city.
Turns out there's coffee shops everywhere.
I don't know what town we stayed in when we visited my in-law, but yeah, we took the little ferry over to Seattle, little boat or whatever, had a good time.
Yeah.
Toured the city.
Yeah, we went to West Seattle, is it?
Mm-hmm.
There's the little island there. There's a little Hawaiian joint. Yeah, man. Turns out the city's not a bad city.
Shout out to good cities.
And the weather was fire. Like, because we were there in late May, and it was like 68 to 71 degree highs and 50 mid to low 50s lows. The only time it rained was for like an hour overnight, so we weren't even outside for it. The sun was out. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe I just got fooled by the weather.
Maybe.
Because I had another friend who lives
You
up
need to
there.
go when it's raining and the Niners are playing that weekend.
Yeah, that's it. I need to be in the stadium when the Niners
you need to up your hate,
when the
man.
Niners get smacked up by 30.
Yeah.
Then I'll be back. Then I'll be way back. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. You're listening to The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Darius Acuff. Did you see? You did because I sent it to you, but I'm gonna play it for everybody here.
Nice.
Darius Acuff was on the Draymond Green podcast.
Oh, our coworker Draymond Green. Actually, excuse me.
Our coworker,
Excuse me.
our least favorite coworker.
Yeah, he's not my favorite. I'd say that much.
He was on the Draymond Green podcast, an Odyssey podcast, and here he talked about his relationship with Scott Perry. And is this something or nothing? Here's Draymond Green and Darius Acuff.
That's hilarious. And you mentioned the name Scott Perry being his coach. I've known Scott for a long time from his days in Detroit. Obviously was, coach at University of Michigan as well. And just coming up, he's now the general manager of Sacramento Kings. Throughout your life, have y'all kept that relationship constant? Do you know Scott well? What's the relationship there?
So that's the question. We'll get to Acuff's answer in a second. But when I first saw this clip and I heard that question, I'm like, oh man.
No, yeah, same.
Hey,
yes.
Acuff's gonna be like, I've known him since I was in diapers.
Yeah.
He used to babysit me. I know this and that.
A lot of advice, all the things you
my
wanted
God.
to hear.
Yeah, was hype. They got the 7 pick.
We've heard so much about this connection.
Yeah, right. I can't wait to spend more time with them.
Mm-hmm.
Here's his answer.
Yeah, I ain't really growing up, I wasn't really communicating with Scott like that. I ain't really know who my pops coach was, growing up. Like I always heard the name, but I was young. I didn't understand, who he was. He worked in the NBA, all that type of stuff. So I got knowledge of it around 2023 when I was at the USA camp, and he was one of the speakers there. And I'm like, oh, this who y'all been talking about. So I went up to him. I'm like, yeah, I introduced myself. He talked funny. He talked like he from the city. He like, well, yeah, I know you. He like, yeah, I coached your dad. I was like, yeah, for sure. And then from that point on, it's been love for sure. But first time I met him, I was 16, 2023.
All right, well, yeah, since 2023, it's been love.
Damn.
Look, go ahead.
I was just so ready based on all this stuff that we've been hearing about this Scott Perry, Darius Acuff connection.
I'll tell you why it's our fault again.
I was so prepared for Darius Acuff to let us know how much he knows Scott Perry and how much he's worked with Scott Perry. And actually, he worked with Scott Perry over the summers when he was in AAU. I was ready for all of that. And then like, no, I don't really know him. I just introduced myself and it was like, what's up? I know your dad. And it was like, oh, shoot.
Yeah, no.
All right, man.
916-909-1320, Mojo's local tapping kitchen. Text line, shout out Mojo's. Looking at the chat house, Gregory says no problems with that at all.
Not a problem.
Yeah, Gregory's right.
Zero problems.
Yeah, no problems.
Not a problem.
But it is funny how we just automatically see, oh yeah, his dad coached, or Scott coached his dad. There's a connection, of course. And we make up all these scenarios in our mind where like, as soon as Draymond asked the question, of course, oh yeah, Scott Perry was in Darius Acuff's life, his entire junior's life, the entire time, was working with him during the summer. Like, oh yeah, been a big influence. When in reality, Darius's answer was perfectly normal and probably what we should have expected. Yeah, that's great. Scott coached his dad. Was Darius even alive at that time?
Yeah, he said he was.
Okay, fine. Yeah, he was or whatever. But again, it's just like, what does 3-year-old, 4-year-old Darius Acuff have to do with Scott Perry at the time? He's probably playing with toys and all that such. Like, they're probably not going to cross paths too many times. Like, it's perfectly normal, I guess, for Darius Acuff not to run into Scott Perry until later on in life. But again, we want to draw, oh yeah, there's this connection. They've been close, blah, blah, blah. He's going to be a king, of course. It's been written since he was born. How could he not? I didn't know Scott till 2023. Like, yeah, it was my dad's coach, but like, so was John from high school.
All right, so you're right. And that's us. We went to Fantasyland.
Which we will do again.
Which that'll happen again.
Yes. I'm going to do it tomorrow.
But I do think it matters. The Scott Perry Acuff family connection. Like, let's remove the Darius from it for a moment.
Yeah.
One of the key factors that we've talked about over and over again. We talked about this on Friday with the whole Acuff defense thing. It's like, you need to get to the core of who this person is. You need to, because everybody is skilled. Everybody is good at basketball to varying degrees. Like, these are high level. We're talking the 7th pick in the NBA draft in a deep draft. The delineation between Darius Acuff and what's his name? LeBaron Philon is skill wise is not like leaps and bounds, right? Like Acuff's a better player for sure, but it's not
Yeah.
that wide. What you're trying to do to discern, and specifically with Acuff and Flemings and Wagler and Michael Brown, what you need to like get to the nitty-gritty of who these people are, and can this person be the type of person that can come in and be our starting point guard and can be our team leader and can be our 1A. Like, you're trying to cut to the core of that person. And I think Scott Perry's relationship with Darius Acuff's dad and knowing the type of person his dad was, A, gives him a little bit of insight there, but B, it at least opens that door and makes that connection. Theoretically, we're assuming that Darius Acuff's dad and Scott Perry had a good coach-player relationship.
Hope so at this point.
Yeah, you hope so. But it at least opens that door in a way that door may not be open for the Nets or for the Clippers.
When Darius's dad can say, like, yeah, this is how Scott is. Like, this is kind of how I've worked with him, and can kind of give him insight into the person Scott is as well.
So I do think the family connection matters because any edge you can get in this, any tiny morsel of info you can have or find that gives you some insight into that person or player matters. So this isn't to completely erase the connection between Scott Perry and Darius Acuff that we've been talking about, but it does put into perspective a little bit exactly just how much that connection will or won't play.
Yeah. It's just like there is a connection there, and the things that you said right now, like, yes, those matter, but again, it's going into after Draymond's question, we're expecting this grand answer, and it's just like, oh no, there's a connection. There's just, this is what it is rather than what we expected.
Yeah, that's all. It was
just funny.
That's it.
But that's the thing we do. That's the thing that
bit.
happens all in sports too. Is like an NFL thing. Oh, so and so, this quarterback is looking for a new team. The defensive backs coach that was there while he was there is now the defensive coordinator. Like, were they ever in the same room working together? Did they ever talk?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, that's great. They were part of the same organization, but like, again, different rooms, different meetings, all that stuff. It's like we draw up these connections as if, yeah, no, they're the best of friends. When in reality, it's probably more like Darius Acuff said, yeah, I didn't really know him too much growing up, but 2023, yeah, after that, we've been cool. And I think that's another thing too, where it's like, yeah, it's fine. Like they've had a relationship since 2023. Like there doesn't need to be a certain number of the amount of years that they've had a relationship or anything like that, I guess, for me to truly care about it. Like he said, he talked to him. They've known each other since. Cool. There's a connection there as well.
Yeah. I think sometimes we reverse engineer the connections too, just to like make it make sense.
Of course we do. We do that with everything in sports.
Yeah. We do that so much that we have a running bit on Candlestick Chronicles, my 49ers podcast with the Sacramento Bees, Chris Biederman. And last year, after they hired Brant Boyer as their special teams coordinator, they signed a handful of guys that had played under Brant Boyer at various points of their careers. And every single time it happened, somebody's like, oh, this guy played under Brant Boyer. Yeah. To the point that we decided that Brant Boyer was now the shadow GM. They're just letting the special
another connection, of course,
pick all the signings. But yeah, so the Acuff thing matters still for sure.
Yeah, the answer doesn't scare.
The funny here is how you and I both thought that soundbite was going to go. And then how it actually went.
Of course, we like to make up fairy tales in our minds.
And clearly how Draymond Green and Draymond Green's producers thought it was going to go when they asked the question, because they probably also saw like, oh, hey, Scott coach Darius Acuff's dad. There's got to be a connection there. Let's ask about it.
Yeah. I mean, as far as the seventh pick, though, like, it doesn't scare me off of anything. Like,
no chance. No chance. I feel zero different about Darius Acuff based on this.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. You can hit us on the Mojo's local tap and kitchen studio text line, and you can shoot us a text if you got any thoughts, questions, opinions, concerns. We'd love to hear from you there. You can also give us a call at 916-909-1320. Herbosaurus, Big Herb, checking in on Twitter.
Nice, shut up.
We were talking last segment about TV ratings and why do fans care about TV ratings? Like, what is interesting? And it's not like, why do you care? I'm genuinely interested what people glean from ratings. And he said, I do care about ratings just because I like to see where our viewership eyeballs are going. Like right now, hockey is on a huge uptick. I think like a 90% increase or something to that effect. It's honestly something I've paid attention to since I was a teen.
Okay. Like
that doesn't quite answer my question. Though.
yeah.
Like you're just interested to see what people are watching or not watching?
Yeah, I think he's just curious to see what the people are like watching.
It's just
and
pure
stuff. Yeah.
curiosity.
Yeah, pure
not-
curiosity,
not-
I guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's fair.
Yeah.
I just
know.
don't.
Well, just for us, we don't care.
the-
That's all.
the
That's all it comes down to, I think.
The thing I always get to, and maybe this is just one of those things like,
But like
we
that,
grew up hearing it and saying it,
yeah.
and so you just kind of parrot it.
See, but that makes sense though. Like wanting to see what people are watching, because like I'll scroll through Twitter and like to see comments and like, all right, how are people feeling about this? Like, I wonder if that's kind of like similar. But again, like other than that, why are you?
I think where I'm coming from on this is when the conference finals are going on. And people go, oh God, Cleveland, Oklahoma City, that's a nightmare for the NBA. So why do you care?
Mm-hmm.
What do you care? Why are you pointing out that fewer people will watch a Thunder Cavaliers final than would watch a Knicks Spurs / Wembanyama final? Like, yeah, obviously.
I don't know. Maybe just people care about weird things.
I don't know.
That's what it
All
comes
right.
down to.
Okay. Oh, the NBA is gonna hate that. All right. So, and check still clearing from NBC. I want to talk about the Kings offseason a little bit. Oh, actually, before we do that, just speaking of things that were making the rounds on the internet this weekend, including that Darius Acuff clip. Nate Jones. And this is the thing, like going back to what fans care about. Nate Jones, NBA agent, marketer guy. He had an old tweet that was making the rounds this weekend where he says, this is from June 27th of 2023. Don't kill me, Kings fans. I know Sabonis is beloved in Sac after his play this year, and Minnesota probably wouldn't want Sabonis back for Cat, but I would love to see what Mike Brown could do with Cat. That's the kind of swing that raises the ceiling. Gamble for sure, but I'm curious.
Saying it right now.
Yeah, we are. But it's funny because my initial reaction to that was like, oh man, what a great man. And so I started going through the replies and the quote tweets, and it's all these Kings fans like, you're an idiot, you're stupid, why would anybody do that? Blah, 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 blah. And I initially wanted to come on the radio and be like, hey, maybe we shouldn't like immediately blast anybody who has an idea about the Kings. Good or bad. But on the other hand, then I started thinking about where we were in June of 2023. This was stupid as hell in 2023. This was a dumb thing to say in 2023.
Well, it just depends on how you look at it, because I mean, who knows what happens if you do trade Cat for DeMonis? But again, I don't know. These things are always like, you can always look back and what if this, what if
this is
that.
A great call by him.
Yeah,
turned out to be a great
always,
call.
What if this, what if that with any team? So,
but if we rewind to this date in 2023, and we're doing this show, and this tweet comes across, we're doing a whole segment about how dumb this tweet is.
Oh yeah, well we did that with Kevin O'Connor for 2 years. His name's Kevin O'Connor, right? Yeah.
To the point that we don't even know.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we did it with Kevin O'Connor for like 2 years. It's in the moment. Yeah, you figure things are going good. You never think your GM is gonna make the wrong move, because of course, like, yeah, you got to the third seed, you got to the playoffs, you were a game away from the next round. So like, yeah, of course, the next step is to improve this team. Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox could have worked if you traded for Pascal Siakam or OG Anunoby.
Sure,
but again, you didn't, and now it looks all silly.
I think Karl-Anthony Towns might be the player I've been most wrong about.
We all were. Unless you were just still had stock in Karl-Anthony Towns, we were all wrong about him. I don't know if there was anyone that was like just down the middle.
Timberwolves fans were all about Cat.
Yeah.
But for me, I didn't even they were going into this finals. I was like,
he's gonna win Finals MVP.
Yeah, he's been awesome.
Yeah, he's been the best player. Like, Jalen Brunson is this team's 1A, but Cat has had the best series so far.
He's doing the exact same thing. He's doing the exact thing that I was not even wary, that I said he couldn't do. He has been incredible. He's gone at Wemby. He's hitting threes when Wemby closes out. He's putting the ball on the deck. He's driving with force. Dealt with a little foul trouble last game, but not the end of the world. He's played really well defensively. He's just checked every box. If you had said, hey, is Karl-Anthony Towns going to be a problem in the finals? I would have been like, yeah, because of A, B, C, D, and E. And he's just done A, B, C, D, and E the opposite. He's been amazing.
It's just part of what we do as fans, and I guess talking about these teams, because like Karl-Anthony Towns is doing it now, right? Were we wrong before, or is it just he's finally showed up? Like, has Cat always been this player, and it's just more we let the narratives get in the way? We let Jimmy Butler's interview with Rachel Nichols cloud our judgment and all that?
Yeah, probably. I think that has something to do with it. I also think that this is a bigger conversation, but I think it's his face. Like, I'm so serious. Like the kind of like the face that he makes after he commits a foul or misses a shot or whatever, and he gets that kind of like whiny look on his face. I think we ascribe a certain type of player to that.
Yeah.
It's the same thing that happened with Chris Bosh. Chris Bosh is amazing. Chris Bosh was a 20-10 dude for years in Toronto before going to Miami, where he became kind of like a joke.
It was an afterthought kind of with those two guys.
Yeah, he was an afterthought with LeBron and Wade, but then also there were all the memes about him, and he became the butt of the joke and got dramatically underrated because of it. I think that's what's happened with Cat. Because even when the Knicks played the Kings in Sacramento this year, I went to that game, and I was texting with Kenny during the game about how I didn't think Cat was very good, and he looks like he's playing in slow motion, and he's not playing with any force, and this guy stinks, and blah, blah, blah. And Kenny's like, don't go at Cat like that. That's too much. That's too far. But that's just kind of what I believed about him as a player. And I think going back to what we were saying with this Nate Jones tweet from 2023, I think that's exactly what would have come into my head. I'd have been like, I don't want that guy on my team. I don't think that guy's a winning player. And it turns out, damn.
A lot of it just comes...
He's really, really damn good at basketball.
We can't have this conversation because we'll have it once and we'll never be able to do radio again. But a lot of it just comes down to situations for these guys. Zach LaVine is this losing player that we've talked about, or that's just been the narrative. But you get him to a Bulls team where Lonzo Ball's running point, DeMar DeRozan's there, and just it looked like it was working. Of course, Lonzo gets hurt. That team's just over to begin with, over before it starts, really. But we did see, like, oh, no, you can win basketball games with these guys. So, like, yeah, a lot of it just does come down to situation. Maybe Cat wasn't in the right spot in Minnesota for him to completely thrive.
Yeah, man.
But, again, we can't have that conversation because if we do, we're going to have it once, and we'll never talk about anything else in the NBA.
Nate Jones continued. I like a situation. He's describing the Knicks here in June of 2023. I like a situation for Cat where he doesn't have to be the lead voice. He said that's Fox's job, but insert Brunson there. There's no back off in daring Cat to shoot in the playoffs. He's knocking all of that down. Cat is also a fantastic passer, so they could run a lot of the same stuff and not miss a beat. Like, dude, that's just what's happening.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mike Brown, man. Mike Brown, another guy. Caught a lot of flack, and it turns out, you know what, pretty good coach.
Yeah, hopefully they get it right this time. Shout out Mike Brown, 2 wins away. I was wrong about Mike Brown as well.
Yeah, he's been really good.
Yeah, I thought he was just Tibbs level, but he's gotten him over the hump. Playing the best basketball of this group's time so far together.
Like, not even close either.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. The Knicks being champions is going to be a thing that I'm going to have a hard time wrapping my head around.
We've never seen it before. It's never happened in our lifetime. They've never even been close to it.
Not even been close.
Yeah, they've never had a team as good as ever in my lifetime.
They're in the finals in 99. I was 8 years old. You were not born?
3 years old. 2 years old, probably. Yeah, probably 2 years old. 2 years old.
June of 99?
Oh, yeah, 2. Because I'll be 3 at the end of 99.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, math. Attaboy. I said you weren't born yet, like you were 10 years younger than me.
No, I was
That's my bad.
2.5, Kyle.
That's my bad, dog.
Some respect. Remember Latrell Sprewell?
I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. This is The Jump on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader. I've got a couple of Kings offseason things to get to. One of them involving the Kings draft pick and their offseason needs. But then there was also some reporting, question mark?
More of what we knew, but I guess more talking points for us.
More smoke around Domantas Sabonis being traded this offseason. We'll talk about it next on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
Did not, Spencer. I missed out on those.
Hi, friends. No, we're still out here.
Yes, I have seen this. Yeah. Shout out to all the people from outside the country coming in here and enjoying life.
Yeah, I agree.
I think it was this group of people from England that went to Portillo's in Chicago, I think it was, and had the time of their life, it seemed.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. They're like, they put cake in this shake. This is amazing.
You ever had a cake shake from
No,
Portillo's?
I've never had Portillo's.
Bro, we need to go to Disneyland and Portillo's. Because there's a Portillo's down in Buena Park,
All right.
which is not far from Anaheim. Didn't even start. Jesse didn't send it to me.
Oh, I'll send it to you today. I got you.
Mm.
All right, I just sent it to you right now.
Did you see the story from Adam Schefter, or excuse me, from Courtney Cronin? Caleb Williams' Madden NFL 27 cover was inspired by Michael Jordan.
I did see
Thank
that.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you for. Yeah, we got it, man.
Caleb told us that as well.
So a cake shake is legit. They take a piece of chocolate cake
Mhm.
and then they put it into a chocolate shake and then they.
No, yeah, I know. I'm familiar. I've seen.
Bruh.
I don't know if it was a Man vs. Food episode or something like that, but I know what Portillo's is about.
Do I need to sign up or anything?
No. Just create a bracket, start prediction, start your bracket, and then start picking your teams.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I saw that video as well. That man turned over drinking that drink.
I'm gonna have to lock in for this. I gotta do some research.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
Hour number 2. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse.
Hanging out.
Shout out to our friends over at Mojo's Local Tap and Kitchen. If you are looking to watch the big time international soccer tournament, that's the place to be. You're going to have all the games on all day, every day. While you're there, get that ESPN 1320 special.
Of course.
Get yourself a 16-ounce California craft beer. Get some onion rings. They're the best onion rings in the city, in my opinion. If you're not an onion ring fan, they'll also do fries for you. It's a lot. It's a lot. They're not like, here's a small amount. It's a lot.
It's worth it.
It's a full, dude, it was lunch the other day when I went. I had a meeting down there. They hit me with that 1320 special. Beer, O-rings. That's lunch. I got something else because I thought I thought the onion rings were going to be a side. No, it turned into a meal. Then I had dinner to go.
Locked in.
That's how you have Mojo's twice in a day. I'm Kyle. He's Jesse. I have, speaking of the big international soccer tournament, you sent me a bracket for the World Cup.
Yes.
Do I win anything if I win this?
No, man.
It's just for vibes?
Yeah, it's just vibes. We don't have like a group thing or whatever to like a group bracket challenge or anything like that.
Why not?
We could maybe set that up potentially. We'll look
Right.
into it. Maybe send
No,
it to the chat
I
house.
think it's too. I think it's too.
That's what I'm saying.
It's too late now, but
Well, no, the World Cup's on Thursday.
doesn't it start Wednesday?
No, it starts Thursday. Thursday,
Oh.
June 11th.
I thought it started the 10th.
No. June 11th. No, South Africa versus Mexico.
Mexico's the first game?
Mm-hmm. And Mexico. They're going to end. I think the tournament ends in New Jersey at MetLife.
Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I'm going to have to do actual like research on
No, lock in.
There's countries I haven't heard of here. Cape Verde?
Yeah, you're not locked in on Cape Verde?
No. Can you explain something about this soccer team to me?
I believe they're from one of the little islands.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Love that. Yeah, man. Can't wait. Soccer's going to be a good time. You're listening to The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. We had Domantas Sabonis trade rumors, reports. Jake Fisher.
This is like more of like these are reports, I guess, for people who aren't tapped in with the Kings. For us, this is more like, oh yeah, we knew this a few months ago. Because you can read what he said, and that's gonna be like more like, oh yeah, we knew that. But
Yeah, that's what I don't. It's just
my
they're
takeaway.
trying to trade Domas.
Yeah, Jake Fisher basically tweeted out there. It was, I don't know if it was from a Substack or he tweeted. I couldn't remember exactly, but basically it was the Kings are looking to trade Domas, as are the Grizzlies with John Morant and the Bucks with Giannis Antetokounmpo. Domas is one of the names to watch. We knew that. That's not news. I think for me though, I kind of wonder if Domas gets moved quicker than we expect, or maybe he's not here game one. Like I asked James Ham, because I asked James last week when he was on with us on Friday, like, hey, if he doesn't get moved by the draft, do you think it's more likely that he's here game one and he's more of a trade deadline move? And his answer kind of surprised me. It's more just his thoughts, but he was just like, yeah, no, I think they still try to trade him because you don't want to lose value or anything like that.
Yeah.
So we've reached a point where there is no future with Domas and the Kings.
I agree.
I think most of us have kind of knew that. There's maybe some that hold out on the All-NBA player returning back to form, and like that's a great player you can work with still. But just all the noise that's been out there, it's better off if these two just go their separate ways as soon as they can, I feel.
It's not even about him, for me anyway, getting back to form, because he's good. Like the question is not whether Domantas Sabonis is good at basketball or not.
Well, it's not that he's good, but again, like there's a difference between an All-NBA player and a good basketball player. I think Domas is trying to get back to what he was as an All-NBA guy.
He's not going to, because the team's not good enough.
Yeah.
Like the guys around him aren't good enough for him to do that. And I think he hates it here because of that. I think he knows that he is a highly skilled player who could really help a team win. And he can't do that with, hey, go run around with a bunch of young guys who aren't 100% sure what they're doing.
You're not even necessarily the focal point at this point either.
Yeah, right.
Like we're trying to look other ways now.
Yeah, we're trying to go. And that's what I think, and this is why I asked about that the Beam Team question last week, and from a fan standpoint, like, yeah, that's over. But from a King standpoint, from a Doug Christie standpoint, if you have Domantas Sabonis on your roster, you basically have to do what Mike Brown was doing to maximize what he is as a player.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think Doug wants to do that. It feels like they're trying to get away from everything Mike Brown was doing.
Yeah.
And if you're going to do that, he cannot be in your building.
And it's why I can't really buy into the whole, like, oh, yeah, if Domas is here and you got, like, maybe Zach LaVine and Keegan. Like, if the guys are healthy this year, like, maybe they can win 35 to 40 games. Like, I'm not bought in on that at all. They went, 22-60 this season? You're going to tell me they're going to have 18 wins with this group? Knowing, Domas, you're not part of our future. Zach, we don't want you here. You don't want to be here. Like, that's just not a recipe for success. It's just not going to happen that way.
It's also not a recipe for long-term success because
it's talent. It's talent on paper and like, oh yeah, Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis, Keegan Murray. Wow, there's talent here. The number 7 pick of the draft. You could probably do something with that. When in reality, when you look beneath, there's no future with half of these guys.
Yeah, the goal within a regular season is to win every game.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have Domantas Sabonis on your roster, if you have Zach LaVine on your roster and Malik Monk and all these guys with the 7th pick and DeAndre Hunter and Keegan Murray, yeah, you could conceivably win 15 more games than you did last year. 18 maybe. Maybe you're 500. But to what end is what I ask. And it's to for the benefit of this year where maybe you make the back end of the play-in tournament and then you lose Zach LaVine because you're not re-signing him. And you still have Domantas Sabonis for another year who doesn't want to be here. You're just not building anything. It's just not you're kicking the can down the road to now 2028 when Domantas Sabonis is no longer here. 2029?
I think it's 28.
26, 27 is this year. 27, 28. Yeah, that's right. So you're kicking the can to 2028. And now it's like, okay, now we can start rebuilding. That's silly to me. If you can go get something for Domantas Sabonis, and again, this isn't just cut him. It's stretch provision Domantas Sabonis.
I'm not a first-round pick here.
You can get a first-round pick. Or you can get maybe a distressed asset from someone who maybe needs to change his scenery. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
John Morant.
Sure, man. But if you can go get an asset that helps you in the future, if you're trading now, success now, or a good player now for something that helps you in the future, you have to do that.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
That's what all of this is about.
We've reached the end. And like I said, Jake Fisher can tweet this stuff out, and it's great for people that aren't familiar with the Kings. It's like, oh, yeah, Domantas Sabonis is available for us. It's like, oh, yeah, it's Tuesday or Monday. It's Monday, whatever. Keep it moving. But again, that's just reiterates more to me, reinforces more for me. Like, yeah, it's over with between these two. It's time for them to move on. And as soon as you can get a first for Domas, I think you kind of move on from that. Of course, you don't want to take back Jakob Poeltl's contract, which seemed to be the issue during the trade deadline this past season. But yeah, no, it's over with. I don't see a scenario where Domas is part of this team's future, and I'm not really bought into him being here this season either. Because again, like going into last year, like yeah, they had talent, but the vibes were just down. Like this wasn't a team built for anything. It was just a group of guys. It was the island of misfit toys.
That's it.
So I think it was kind of easy to see that this team could fall apart. I think it's kind of the same thing here. I don't know if they're going to fall apart the way it seemed the first 2 weeks of last season. But again, it's a group of guys who, what exactly is our end goal here?
Good group of guys.
Yeah. Like you got talent, but what is everyone fighting for? There's no common goal here.
I have a new mock draft that just dropped from The Athletic. Sam Viceni. Number 1 overall to the Washington Wizards, AJ Debonsa. Number 2 overall to the Utah Jazz, Darren Peterson. Number 3 overall to the Memphis Grizzlies, Cam Boozer. Number 4 to the Chicago Bulls, Caleb Wilson. Number 5, Keaton Wagler.
Oh, wow.
To the Los Angeles Clippers. Number 6 to the Brooklyn Nets.
Feels like this is going to be the one. This is the hang up for the Kings right here, it feels.
Darius Hickok.
Oh, no.
And falling to the Kings at number 7 is Kingston Fleming's 19-year-old guard from Houston. I think that all signs are pointing to Kingston Fleming's being the guy the Kings wind up drafting.
Why is that? Besides the mock draft that we just went through.
It logically makes sense to me. Because I want to ask you if you disagree with this statement. The Kings' top two needs this offseason are starting point guard and a defensive identity. They need to figure those things out.
Yeah. They don't have a defensive identity, so yeah, I'd figure, you want to form that.
I feel like Kingston Flemings checks both of those boxes, or helps them check both of those boxes.
Where we go our separate ways, because you don't need to find that all in one player.
Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
And if Acuff is gone, then yeah, take Flemings, whatever. But if it's down to Acuff or Flemings, and you want to go with Flemings because he fits that defensive identity, the offensive game is a little bit more of there's a little bit of a dip there compared to Acuff, but you want to go with Flemings because he fits more of your needs. Sure, but again, you can fill out your defensive identity with other players. Jalen Brunson, and I'm not trying to compare apples to apples here with Jalen Brunson and Darius Acuff, but Brunson here is not a great defender or anything like that. But I wouldn't say the Knicks don't have a defensive identity. You can still form that with other players. So if you're looking to build that, cool, take Flemings, but again, you don't need to get that all in one pick either.
Have we not talked time and time again about how the Knicks are not a viable team building example?
As far as trading for, sure, but I think just the group, the prototypes, the guys you have around Jalen Brunson, the wings, the cat and all that. Sure, it's difficult to trade 4 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges and all that, but I think I'm talking about the guys you have there already.
But this goes back to,
and again, if you take Flemings, it goes back to us still trying to look for your 1A.
This goes back to a question we had last week with the Darius Acuff defense stuff. And just there was a video that really highlighted some of the lack of effort plays. There's a difference between being a good defender and being a competent defender. And I think Kenny did a really great job on D-Lo and KC last week, breaking down how Jalen Brunson deals with screens in a way that allows teams to not get Jalen Brunson switched onto their best player. And that's where I don't know. And again, there's no way of knowing that, but that's the question I think the Kings have to look at and answer is, can we establish some kind of defensive identity if there's a player out there who's going to give 60% effort 50% of the time?
I get that, but also as much as the team needs a defensive identity, they need to form an offensive one as well. This team has no identity to begin with.
So I think you can accomplish that though with a lead guard who knows what he's doing.
Yeah, but
an actual starting point guard.
That's fine, but again, I think if you want to form a defensive identity, that's great. It's just I think there's other avenues to do that. Kingston Flemings can kind of fit all the boxes as far as being a lead guard and being that defensive player they're looking for. But again, whether it be offense or defense, this team needs everything at this point. I'm not picking Flemings because he's more of a defensive player. I'm just filling out the roster elsewhere. If it's between Flemings and Acuff, I'm taking Acuff because I think he's going to be the better player offensively.
Sure.
And I'm hoping I can talk Acuff into showing a little bit more effort on defense and filling out my roster elsewhere.
916-909-1329, 916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
Hey, top of the morning to my two bros.
Morning, TC.
Hey, good morning, bro. Hey, so listen, hey, y'all kind of on point, right? We're just coming off the weekend. Look, check it out. The thing with Doug Christie and Domas, in my opinion, Doug knows what he's doing, right? That's why I say give Doug a time. I really believe he does. He even worked with Domas before. We all know that, right? And that's when Doug thought Domas was in his corner. But when Domas showed his true colors on turning his back on Mike and also turning his back on him, on Doug Christie, Doug was like, you know what, bro? I'm out on this guy. I'm not running anything through him. And if we can find another place for him, find another place for him. And it's kind of sad because all that training Doug was doing with Domas, I thought they was locked in. And that's crazy when you think you locked in with somebody, right? And then all of a sudden they just show their true color and be like, and they just turn their back on you like, damn, I thought we was better than that, bro. And that's what type of situation. So that has nothing to do with him trading because he was traded anyway. If it was me, I would have did that Toronto deal and I would have took the first round pick this year and I would have took Porter. But that's a TC thing, right? And I'm just trying to use my head. But Kyle and Jesse, Domas will be traded, bro. But I think a lot of it has to do with Doug and Perry. They ain't really feeling him. And Doug said, you know what? get this guy out of here, bro, because he turns his back on people, and we do not want that guy in this organization. We're trying to build an identity and establish something right here, and he can't be a part of that, bro. We need people that's going to be solid and build a brotherhood and love, and he really ain't part of that. That's all I got, bro. Happy Monday.
Thanks,
Happy
TC.
Monday, TC.
Think that played a role?
You know what? Maybe TC's been right all this time, and all the things and reasons he said, from Russell Westbrook looking off Nick Clifford and telling him this is how you be a killer and all that stuff. Maybe TC's been right, and maybe all the inside thoughts he's had are.
No, but I think that's part. Like,
No, I don't.
do-
By the way, I don't think that's how it's went down.
I think there's part of. I think it's part of it, where not in that acute way of Scott assessed his personality as this, and because of that said he needs to go. But I think there is, like what you were talking about earlier. This team is miserable.
Uh-huh.
Like this is not an effective group of players. And when you have somebody like Domantas Sabonis that takes up so much gravity offensively, and that you then have to make up for defensively, while you're trying to establish a new identity as a team, and he is not going to say, okay, I'll change my game in this way, or I'm able to change my game in this way, or whatever it is, then yeah, that person can't be part of what you're doing. Like it's very similar it's very similar to the Darius Acuff thing. Different like avenues.
It's a reason, but also if Domas was like, no, I really want to be here, blah blah blah. It's like, yeah, but we saw kind of what it looks like when you're number two, and I feel like the basketball stuff is more like, I feel like why you're moving on. Like the things that TC's talking about, and you're talking about, like, yeah, wanting to be here, that all stuff that matters. But again, if he was bought in and wanted to be here, are we still trying to build around Domantas Sabonis or trying to work that? Like, no, I figure you're still trying to trade him at this point. So it's like, yeah, it can matter, but again, I don't think like that's why he's on his way out.
I think you would be more willing to see it through if he had shown or had a willingness to adapt what he's doing, or to take a little bit of a backseat offensively, or to shoot the basketball, just for example.
Yeah.
Like I think at that point you might be a little bit more like, all right, we'll trade him if the right offer comes through, but we're not like eager to get him out. Whereas right now, I'm like, man, the second somebody puts a first round pick on the table, you just take it. Barring, taking on a worse contract to do it. Which is, I think, going to be one of the biggest hurdles with Domas. Is I think there's a lot of teams that'll look at him the same way that kind of we do and say, yeah, that's a good player, but you're going to have to take on this bad contract for us, because we're going to be paying him a lot to be our third or fourth best dude.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're going to have to take on this bad contract or these bad contracts to make the money work, because teams aren't just flush with salary cap space. And any that are going to want picks back to take on that contract, which is the Kings are trying to do.
Well, yeah, they turned down Jakob Poeltl, so
yeah. So that's where I don't think TC is like 100% off base, but I largely think it does come down to, hey, your timeline and our timeline aren't the same. We're not trying to run the Mike Brown run everything through Domantas Sabonis offense, because we all saw the lid on that offense.
And there's also the other side of this. I don't think Domas necessarily wants to be part of what's going on here either.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, he doesn't, which is fine. He's like, I'm not going to change who I am as a player. I'm not going to, which is cool. You were an all NBA guy. I understand that. But in that case, you can go somewhere else and go be that. But we all saw the lid on what the offense looks like with Domantas Sabonis as the number 2 guy. And Mike Brown tried to change that. And that is what sort of led us down to here. One of the things that led us to this point. Because there was no, A, they didn't make the right moves to get the right guys in, but B, those changes, I think, were what kind of started the internal friction.
Yeah, he's making $45 million this season, and then the next will be at 48. And he's a free agent in the 28-29 season.
Extension eligible after the finals.
Hey, do you think
can still make it work?
I'm not even doing that. Yeah.
No, man, no. It's done. It's fine, and that's what happens. Is like teams run their course and players run their course, and that's why I love Malik Monk. But it's why it's like, all right, man, Malik's probably got it. Because you need the same way players need to start fresh, I think teams need it too. And I don't think having the last vestiges of the Beam team hanging around, Keegan Murray notwithstanding, I don't think that's helpful. I don't think there's a lot of benefit to it.
I'm not going to say it creates friction or anything like that, but it is a little awkward when, like, oh, you got this group of guys, you guys are the future. And then you got this group of guys who's like, oh, you guys are just kind of lingering around for right now. Like, stay put. Like, hey, help us out if you can. But the moment we're able to get you out of here, we're going to do that.
It's not even 2 timelines. It's 1 timeline, and you're not a part of it.
Yes.
Like, that's what
you're just hanging out so we can get you out of here.
Yeah. So I think the Kings are right to try and maximize those assets and get something back for them. I would understand if the market isn't there, because I've been a little bit skeptical of that the entire time. And the fact that at the trade deadline, there was one team really interested.
Yeah, Wizards were another name thrown out there, but it seemed like the deal wasn't really what the Kings wanted at all.
Yeah, and they went and got Anthony Davis, so we can take them off the board. We're hearing something about Charlotte, and maybe Charlotte is interested. But Toronto was the only one really kicking tires. And that was heavily stipulated on, but you have to take back this Jakob Poeltl contract or find a place to reroute it. And if that's still the offer this offseason, it's hard, because we're talking about all the reasons you can't keep or you shouldn't keep Domantas Sabonis around. But at the same time,
2027, baby.
2028, technically.
Well, 2028, but maybe 2027. He's got 1 year left. It's easier to offload his contract. The same thing we tell ourselves with Zach LaVine. But no, like, even if you're not, we've kind of been conditioned to know that this is going to take a couple years. Domas being here game 1 isn't my favorite thing, but we've been warned.
It would be so awkward.
It would. But again, it kind of goes back to the evaluation years and just 2027, letting these 2 years play out, seeing what Doug looks like coming out of it, seeing what the young guys look like, and hopefully you're able to move off of these deals. After this year, Zach LaVine won't be here. It's a work in progress, man, and it's not going to look very pretty the first couple of years, maybe in the first 3. It's probably, honestly, unless Toronto helps you out, Domas is probably here game 1, unless there's some team we haven't talked about just coming out of the shadows.
I think I agree with you.
And if I had to put my money on it, I'd say that they're closer to a bottom 3 team in the league than, I guess, whatever 30 wins gets you this season.
I'm sorry.
They're having bagels on First Take.
First Take is on the TV. They're orange and blue bagels. I'm out on that.
I'm not on First
that.
Take.
I'm not eating that at all.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm out on First Take to
I'm not
begin with.
eating that at all.
Neither am I.
Yeah, man. I'm not putting. I'm not intending to be dramatic. Like, they have to trade him. They have to do that. It's more that reality sinking in of, hey, you know what? Maybe we've just dramatically overvalued Domantas Sabonis.
Potentially.
And his market around the league.
And you're not wrong. It's going to be a little ugly. It's going to be awkward, and it's not good for team building or just necessarily all that stuff. But that's just kind of part of what we have to sit through for these couple of years. Because again, we can't be like, oh yeah, these contracts are bloated. These are bad contracts, and also, who wants them?
Yeah,
it doesn't work that way.
Yeah,
if someone takes it, great. But if not, we kind of know what it is. You're going to be bad for a couple of years.
And part of the issue is, if Domantas Sabonis is on your team, okay, he's starting, right?
Yep,
you're starting him at center. Okay, which is fine. I don't hate that. But are you running the offense through him? Is it just a lot of pick and roll with your new point guard and Domas, and that's your offense?
It didn't seem to be the case last season.
Where
you're running the offense through him, and I'm sure this year,
in which case he's not useless, but less effective, and now you're not winning, which is what you're trying to do, allegedly. This is a really, I think what we're kind of drilling down on is this is a really tough task for Doug. It's going to be a really tough task for the coaching staff if Domantas Sabonis is around, A, navigating that interpersonally, but B, navigating that on the basketball.
A lot of this team is set up for failure still. That's just the situation at this point.
Seems like it.
Doug is not going into a year where it's like, oh yeah, it's finally set up for him. He's got his guys, and everyone that's in this locker room is ready to move forward with his team. No, Zach LaVine's still here. You still have DeMar DeRozan. You still have Malik Monk. You still have Domantas Sabonis. Like,
Lose DeMar can just be released.
yeah, like that. Yeah, you can just release him or whatever. But again, it's not like this is all right, Doug. Here you go. And same
Yeah.
with everyone else. Like, it's just the Kings are still set up for failure right now.
Tough scene. Speaking of tough scenes, I want to shift gears to the NFL briefly because Brandon Ayuk's social media spree has continued. And I'm kind of worried that Brandon Ayuk is going to go fully off the deep end here. And we'll talk about it next on The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
Death of Takeo says, I think Acuff will make a player like Sabonis look very effective. What would that result in for you? Like, would you be like, oh yeah, maybe Sabonis can stick around? For you, does that mean that it ups his trade value a bit? Like, what does that mean? Because, like, sure, first season, like, yeah, maybe they look good together, but like, what are we doing with that? I'd ask. I gotcha.
And good question from in the 850 on the text line.
Never had a cold brew at Disneyland, but the jalapeno cheese pretzel's fire. Just my 2 cents.
Sounds really good. The best cold brew. I've honestly not tried that many because I always get the black calf from the docking bay. It's really good. I got here a little earlier than normal today, so not many cars in the parking lot.
How long do you leave your car charging over there?
All day.
All day?
It doesn't need all day, but I don't go get it and
I
then
gotcha.
bring it over here.
I was wondering.
Yeah.
I was wondering what the proper etiquette is as far as the.
Well, there's some. So like at the Galleria,
Yeah.
the chargers there have a timer that after 10 minutes, once it's done charging, you get 10 minutes and then it starts charging you to park there.
Okay, I like that idea.
Yeah. So you can't just park in a.
That's fair. I was wondering. Yeah, I was wondering. We don't need to do that necessarily in this parking lot, but
No.
Wondering what the etiquette was.
There's me and 2 other people charging.
Yeah. Shout out Fat Joe, having a hell of a final series too.
One time I was
That
flying
beard
back.
looks sprayed on, by the way.
That's a
But go ahead.
sprayed-on
Yeah,
beard for sure.
that's disrespectful.
I was flying back from Las Vegas one time, and Fat Joe was on the flight,
Yeah.
and he sang all the way up into the little PA microphone thing.
It just bothered me just how that beard looks.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's too lined up.
It doesn't look real.
Why does it? Like I think it is.
I don't know. Nice jacket though.
Yeah, he's dressed like E40. He is kind of New York E40, huh? He's kind of around. Remember when Fat Joe was in Scary Movie 3?
Don't remember that.
Oh, he's in Scary Movie 3. He does a rap battle. Yeah. When he was getting off the plane, he was walking down, and my buddy came to pick me up, and so we're sitting there, and I was like, "Hey, that's Fat Joe," and he was very thin at the time. He goes, "More like Fit Joe," and so every time I see him now, I say that in my head. He's not fat anymore.
Oh yeah, looks good.
Not Fat Joe, just Joe. Fun fact about Fat Joe. He and our producer Joe have been on this show the exact same amount of times the last 2 weeks.
Well, shout out Joe.
Joe, we love you. All right, here we go.
Welcome back to The Jump with Kyle Madson and Jesse Tapia.
I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. I want to talk about Brandon Ayuk, but before we do that, I want to hit the Mojo's local tap-in kitchen studio text line at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. The 850 checking in said Sabonis is the best player on the team. We were talking about Domantas Sabonis last segment, and the new rumors out that the new old rumors that the Kings are looking to move him. The 850, thank you for checking in, said Sabonis is the best player on the team, but Keegan gets you more assets in a trade based on age and contract. Are the Kings willing to take less in a trade for Sabonis? Yes. Because I think they still view Keegan Murray as part of their future.
Was it Scott paid him, right?
Yes. Now, if Oklahoma City calls and says, I don't think they would do this. I'm purposely giving a outsized trade. They say, what do they have? 12 and 17.
Mm-hmm.
They say, hey, here's 12 and 17 and Case and Wallace and somebody else to make the money work for Keegan. And like, yeah, goodbye.
It's great, Keegan.
He's out of here. Salute.
I mean, I'm thinking about it if they offer you 17. Personally.
Yeah, I don't think the Kings would.
Yeah.
But I would.
Just point being,
Yeah,
I don't
for
know
sure.
if there's a player on this roster other than. Yeah, honestly, I don't.
Nobody's
Yeah,
untouchable.
honestly, at this point, yeah, we haven't even drafted the 7th pick yet. There's no one on this roster that I'm attached to right now.
No. But I think the 850 is right. If the Kings just went out and shopped their entire roster, I think Keegan is probably getting you more than Domantas Sabonis would, for sure.
I don't disagree with that.
Yeah.
His deal's fine, too. He makes about 27, 28 a year. The players around him, I think it's justifiable. You just want him to shoot a little bit better, and if he does, then, yeah, I think it works.
Yeah. I'm with you. There was something else that you talked about during the break. What was it? You answered. Death of Takeo said, I think Acuff will make a player like Sabonis look very effective. That's fine. But it's not going to make the Kings pay Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, my answer to that, or I guess I questioned that question with another one, is just what does that result in? Is it like, oh yeah, Sabonis and Acuff, it works now? Like, are we willing to pay Sabonis again? Or are we upping his value because Sabonis looks good? So, like, again, like, yeah, they can look fine for a season, but what does that mean for the Kings? I'm interested. Time out real quick. Do you think Domantas Sabonis was bad last year? I don't think he was very good.
I don't think we saw enough of him to know. Like, he didn't stink when he was on the court.
Well, what do you think he would look like in a full season of them not playing through him, though?
I think he'd probably be about 18 and 13 a night.
So about the same then?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, maybe his stats are up there, but I think as a whole and just how
he was 16 and 11 last year. But again, he only played 19 games, and some of those 19, he was dealing with a knee thing that wound up needing surgery.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it looks better, but again, just on the few times that we saw them together playing, it didn't really look good to me. So
in the 24-25 season, he averaged 19 and 14, which is right about what he averaged a year before. So I don't think he stinks. Like I think he was hurt. was more the issue last year. So I don't think it's necessarily about. I don't think you.
He was fine.
I think the Domantas Sabonis value issue has nothing to do with last season.
It's his contract.
Yes, that's all. So I don't think there's some like, oh, the Kings can rebuild his value. I don't know. I think teams believe what they believe about him, and that's that you have to play a very, very specific brand of basketball to get the most out of Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, nobody's saying he's a bad player, but also for the money he's making, for the way the basketball you have to play with him on the court, like, yeah, it just doesn't work at this point.
Yeah.
So it's
That's
simple.
where I'm at. That's where I'm
it's
at.
simple.
Yeah. So I
If
don't
he was
think
making $30 million a year, then yeah, hell yeah, Sabonis, you can sign an extension, no doubt. But he's not.
Yeah, I don't believe that there's some rebuilding of his value to happen.
Mhm.
I think it just is where it is. That's Jesse. I'm Kyle. You're listening to The Jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Brandon Ayuk, 49ers wide receiver, allegedly, has taken to social media to try and force his way out of San Francisco. Doing everything he can to get the 49ers to finally say, this is enough. We're done trying to get a trade done. We're just going to cut him and let him go to Washington. He unfollowed everybody except for Jaden Daniels, the Commanders, and somebody else on Instagram. Then this weekend, on Saturday, he posted a photo of himself shirtless in a hotel room wearing a Commander's hat. And then followed that up with a post where he's holding a Commander's football. And it said, stop the cap. It's up or something like that.
Yeah.
The jig is up, I think is what he said. And then he posted a video that was profane enough that we can't play it on the radio. But he posted a video like to his grid. Like it's actually like it wasn't a story that's going to expire in 24 hours. It's there. Called the 49ers little boys, called them female dogs, called them cats, went in. But the basis of what he was saying, and I don't think he's going full Antonio Brown here, which is something I saw in the chatty house. I've seen it on the internet. I've had friends text it to me.
Antonio Brown's damn near lost his mind.
Antonio Brown was, I believe, is a very different situation, and it was. I don't think we're remembering quite exactly the depth to which Antonio Brown went off the deep end.
Yeah,
it was way worse than this. Way worse.
Dude burned his feet off with the Raiders. Was doing that whole thing in training camp, and then did the thing with the Bucks with how he left the field.
Yes, and had a bunch of legal trouble that was not speeding.
Yes, and never just stopped.
Yes, like what happened with Antonio Brown was a significantly worse than what Brandon Ayuk's doing.
Yeah.
But one of the main thrust of his video is that the 49ers are scared to release him. They're scared little boys to release him. Do you think that's what it is? Do you think there's any truth to that the 49ers are genuinely like, he's not going to play for us, and we're so afraid of him being good at football again that we can't just release him because he's going to go be awesome, and then we release this awesome player?
I don't think that's the case in the slightest. I don't think Kyle Shanahan is worried about Brandon Ayuk going to Washington and tearing them up or anything like that. I think the 49ers are fed up with Brandon Ayuk. I think they're upset with Brandon Ayuk. I think the contract negotiations last year kind of turned them off to Brandon Ayuk, and now they're kind of holding him here out of spite.
I think that's what it is.
Or like, yeah, we're gonna keep you here. If we get a 6th or 7th round pick for you, sure, we'll let you go. But there's no reason for us to release you. It doesn't benefit us in any way.
Yeah.
And it's not like you were playing ball with us to begin with. So why are we gonna do you a favor? Why are we gonna let you out and let you find a new team? How does that benefit us at all?
That's spot on.
Yeah, that's exactly what I think it is.
People have been saying at this point, just release him. Like, just do the guy. They don't want to do him.
I don't think Kyle Shanahan likes Brandon Ayuk.
No.
I don't think this is like, oh, yeah, it's a player, it's business. I don't think he likes him. I don't think they like each other.
Yeah,
I think this is bad blood.
Visceral, disdain.
This is bad blood. This is beyond, oh, yeah, let the player go. Like, he's reached the end of his deal, blah, blah, blah. Like, no, they don't like each other here. So the 49ers are going to keep him here until they absolutely don't have to.
I think that's it.
Or until they're just ready to be done with this whole charade.
And so that's what I think. That's why I think Brandon Ayuk is doing all this on social media, is because he's trying to move the conversation enough But I can't imagine that anything he says on Instagram is going to push the 49ers to be like, actually, you know what? We're not dug in on this.
Nope. We're watching this. We're talking about this. Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch are just scrolling past. They do not care.
You think Kyle Shanahan's on Instagram?
Maybe. He seems like one of those, like, I'm a young, cool guy. I don't know. I'm on Instagram, like, oh, I'm Kyle Shanahan. I'm on Instagram. Follow me. Like, maybe. I don't know. But again, like, they see it at least. Someone's showing it to him. Someone's bringing it up to him.
He says his kids show him stuff on Instagram.
So, yeah, his kid is showing him, hey, Dad, look at Brandon Ayuk. He called you these names and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, oh, whatever. Like, what can you pass the potato, son?
Can you imagine? Kyle's like, John, did you see Brandon's video?
Yeah. He's right. How does he know
we're female dogs?
Yes.
You got to let him go.
But yeah, no, they're not scared of Brandon Ayuk in the slightest. I don't think this phases Kyle Shanahan one bit. I think there's maybe the scenario, like the aspect of, like, you're the 49ers. He's still under your organization. So you don't want him to get a little too out there because that still falls on you.
Sure.
But other than that, yeah, no. Like, he's here till Shanahan's ready to move on, I guess.
I saw the sentiment this weekend that, like, how is there nobody in his camp telling him not to do this?
I'm sure there are.
I don't think there is, because I don't think there's anyone in his camp anymore.
Maybe. The way I say I'm sure there are, is that he's not listening to anyone right now. He doesn't seem like anyone over the last couple years, year and a half, however long this has been, that's kind of in the right frame of mind right now.
It's to the point that I, like, who is his agent? Where are they? Because this is where, like, hey, you got to step in and do something here. It makes it's as if, and I don't want to, I want to be careful here because this isn't, I'm 100% speculating, not even speculating, just giving my thoughts. This is my opinion. It is as if there's not an agent involved. It is as if, because again, I go back to, and I've said this every time we've talked about this, where's the counter story?
Well, I'm looking at his agency. He's represented by Athletes First. Ryan Williams, I believe, is his agent. They've got 9 of the highest paid players in NFL history, 140 Pro Bowlers they've represented.
That's a real agent with a real agency.
Yeah, so
this isn't an Ace Bailey situation where it's just some guy. Ryan Williams is a real agent. Athletes First is a very real, powerful agency. The fact that we've not gotten a story from anybody else about, like, actually, here's Brandon Ayuk's side, and actually, here's somebody arguing for Brandon Ayuk, where there's the reporting coming out that's very clearly, like, coming from sources, but we know where the sources are. There's been nothing.
He's probably burned every bridge he can.
That's it. And that's where who's telling him to stop this? No one. Because there's everybody.
His agent probably gave up on him the moment he turned down that guaranteed money from the 49ers. He said, no, I don't want it. Because if I'm your agent, what am I representing you for?
Yeah.
And spare me. We can talk about, oh, yeah, I'm going to be your agent because I care about you and I want the best for your career, blah, blah, blah. But if I'm not getting paid, like, yeah, no, that's not happening. I'm sure, like, his agency probably left him, or his team probably left him once he left that money on the table.
Yeah. If that eventually comes out down the line, that wouldn't shock me one bit. Just based on how all of this.
If I'm his agent, I'm telling you, like, you can't do that. Do not do that, or else, yes, I'm walking away. Because what are you taking my advice for at this point?
You're not.
Yeah, exactly.
You're not.
So I wouldn't be shocked if, he burned a bridge that way. He's done it with the 49ers, and he's in a lonely spot right now. And hopefully, Brandon Ayuk, I don't know what he's dealing with or whatever. It kind of seems like he's kind of off right now. So hopefully he gets it all fixed up and gets right. But this whole situation has been bad. And I'm not going to tell the 49ers to release him either or anything like that. It's all just kind of been a result of the last year and a half, like I said.
This is a Brandon Ayuk story to me more than it is a 49er story.
Yeah.
And that's why I think they're fine with him. Like, yeah, man, good. It's just hurting his own value.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's just him acting out or what, but
very strange. I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. This is a jump. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Spurs Knicks game 3. Did the Spurs win tonight? Do they make it a series?
Do you think they can? The series is done for you, but do you think they can win tonight, or are they getting swept? Close game. Game 2. I mean, if not for the Wemby turnover, we could be talking about an even series right now.
I think they're getting swept. Because I think if they were going to overcome the matchup disadvantages that they have, because I sort of think that's what, you know how like the Spurs are just a really tough matchup for Oklahoma City. I think that might just be the Knicks for the Spurs. The Knicks are just able to combat what the Spurs do best in a way that other teams can't.
Yeah, it's almost kind of ironic. It feels because the physicality the Spurs were given to the Thunder, it feels like the Spurs are getting that right back from the Knicks right here, and it's throwing them off.
Yeah, and they don't have a counter. They don't know how to respond. Like this is teams this young and this inexperienced don't typically go this far in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And so the answer is Wemby goes for 40 and 20. But I don't think with the combination of Karl-Anthony Towns, OG Anunoby, and Mitchell Robinson, I don't think he can do that.
It's too tough right now.
Yeah. So is it off the table that they win again? No, obviously, like any given day. But the way I'm looking at it right now is that the Knicks are going to win the next 2 games, and I'm watching for the party at MSG.
That'd be kind of funny if it did play out that way, because of course, like things don't really change. LeBron gets to the finals, and what was it? 07 gets swept. Wemby gets to the finals here, gets swept. I mean, it'd just be kind of history rewriting itself, I guess.
I heard we have these Odyssey Sports Minutes that play on the radio. And one of them was how Victor Wembanyama, if the Spurs lose this finals, has no claim to ever be the best player in basketball or the best player ever, because Michael Jordan won 6-0.
Okay. See, we're starting.
Dude.
We're starting. It's starting. Yes, I told you last week. It's about 2% of haters are seeping out right now.
So by that logic, if Victor Wembanyama, and he has made no bones about I want to be the best ever.
Yes.
By that logic, it would have been better to lose Game 7 to Oklahoma City.
Yes, of course.
Until you think you're ready to win the finals, you got to lose.
Guys, I don't know if we have what it takes to beat the Knicks, and they're not going to rate me above MJ. So,
guys, can you imagine if I go 15-1 in the finals in my career? That one is going to kill me. So we got to go lose to Oklahoma City.
I think we've hit the moment, though, where like the hyperbole has begun with Wemby, whether good or bad.
What do you mean?
He can't be on MJ's level if he loses his finals. It's Nick Anderson 4 free throws. It's all of that stuff. He's never gonna figure it out. I saw another where it's like, oh, he's closer to Rudy Gobert offensively than he is Dirk Nowitzki. And it's just where like the right take. I think who am I to say what the right take is? But
you are.
Yeah, my take is more like the real take is more like, all right, Wemby clearly has things he needs to develop. Offensive game, he needs to get to his spots a little bit more, and just needs to
learn what those spots are.
Exactly, he needs to develop his offensive game more. But again, no, he's closer to Rudy Gobert. He's not going to be like Dirk or whatever. He's not this all-time great potential player or anything like that. He's Nick Anderson now. It's all just there's never going to be a normal conversation with Victor Wembanyama going forward. I feel
no. The hyperbole was wild after Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. And it's going to continue to be insane.
Polo L's got it here. He's being sarcastic, I'm sure, but Wemby already losing Olympics and finals. Dude's already 0-2 in championships. High-level loser.
What, he lose the U17s to Chet?
Yeah, he lost to Chet as well.
This guy stinks.
Yes. Guy can't win a final to save his life.
Basketball's the only sport we do that to.
Yeah.
The only sport. That guy lost. Well, he'll never be the greatest. Let the career play out. If he wins the next 10 finals and is a 10-time finals MVP,
he could very well win it next year.
He could win it next year as a 23. He's 22, man. Like that's how good he is. Is we've reached a point, and this is where I got with the LeBron thing in like 2009, 2010, where it was like he would have 38, 12, and 9. And it wasn't good enough. It's like, do you know why that's not good enough? Because he's amazing. Because he's one of the best players ever. And the fact that Wemby at 22, the standard is you better win the finals, bud.
Or you're cooked.
That's insane.
Then forget the Spurs have Dylan Harper and Stephon Castle, these 2 young phenoms. And if De'Aaron Fox doesn't end up working out, and I mean, De'Aaron Fox has been fine for the Spurs, by the way. They're in the finals, so it works. Yeah. But if you feel like you need to move on, like, yes, you have a great player who you can move on from and bring in another one. Like, they have options. It's not just over with after this.
Yeah. Honestly, shout out to Dylan Harper.
Yes.
He's been so freaking good. That's been the bigger takeaway for me from this playoff run than any Victor Wembanyama thing. Victor Wembanyama has done nothing in these playoffs that make me think differently about his trajectory as a player. Dylan Harper being as good as Dylan Harper has been has changed my thoughts about the trajectory of the Spurs. Because Wemby has shown you can't do it by yourself. In fact, we just know that through NBA history. Like, as amazing as he is, like you said, he's a perfectly built basketball player. He's 7'5", he can handle and shoot. He's got a nasty streak to him.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to win. But you can't do it by yourself. But the Spurs trajectory is obviously very high with Victor Wembanyama. But watching the way Stephon Castle's been great. De'Aaron Fox is really good, obviously. But watching the way Dylan Harper has attacked this, it's like, oh man,
he's a guy. Like he's one of the guys.
Dude.
Yes.
He would be if whoever the Kings draft at 7 is as good as Dylan Harper, we're
celebrating.
We are planning parades.
Mm-hmm. Dylan Harper's great. It's just he happens to play next to Victor Wembanyama, who you're never going to overshadow. So yeah, so we got a Dylan Harper type here. Like, no, we are set.
It feels like Harper and Wemby is going to be that 1-2 or that 1A 1B, and Stephon Castle will slot in as the third guy. In the same way, Shea and J Dub are 1A 1B, with Chet as the third guy.
Yeah, I'm with you, but nope. Wemby's career is over if he loses these next two games.
Career's over. You heard it here first. I think the Knicks win. I think the Knicks are sweeping.
I'm not ready to say sweep yet. I don't know. I got a feeling the Spurs take today's game.
Man.
Yeah, I got a feeling.
Vibes are going to be weird.
They are.
I'm watching for a multitude of reasons.
They'll be high, but they'll be weird too.
I hope they're up. That's Jesse. I'm Kyle. This has been The Jump. Our good buddy Rich Eisen.
Rich, call me back.
Is our favorite coworker. The Rich Eisen Show is next. If you missed anything on The Jump Rewind's got you from noon to 2. And then D-Lo and Casey will take you from 2 to 6 right here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento's sports leader. Until tomorrow at 7. Drink water. Be nice to people.
Good shift, everybody.
Good work, yo.
Right, Miss McTown. Later, Jess. Appreciate you, Chris. Hit the thumbs up before you guys get out of here.
Thumbs up.
Appreciate you, Charismatic. Dr. David, Spencer, Zebra PT.
Hey. Thanks, Joe.
Adios, guys.
Adios.
Boom. Go here. Boom, boom. And there it is. What's up, everybody? Let's get this out of here. Boom. Everybody have a good weekend. Russ, what's good? Scooter, what's happening, baby? Filthy McNasty, what's happening?
Ooh, No, that's the person's name. I'm gonna say it. Chop No Pork. 9562. Okay. All right. I mean, that's gonna be crazy that 2027 they'll be the Western Conference champs because they wouldn't even have started the rebuild yet.
Not yet. No.
Play on, by the way.
Fire. Thank you.
What's up, Will? Harry, 916. What's good?
You guys see that Texas Tech player is going to be eligible to play after the
Bro.
NCAA ruled him ineligible?
That's crazy.
I need to know who that judge was.
Yeah, I think we've let that story sit on the back burner long enough.
College football is just an entirely different world.
The crazy thing, though, we'll talk about, it's not like the NCAA wants him banned.
No, I know that, but just college football in general, just from how I see they treat the coaches, they're like gods and stuff like that. And just the crazy stories that I've seen, like, yeah, college football's insane.
These aren't even the glory years. Back in the day, boy. Remember Larry Stacy? Remember his story?
Mm-hmm.
Who?
He was a college basketball coach at Iowa State, and he got I don't know if caught is the right word, but they had a bunch of pictures of him at like a frat house on the road, like with the co-eds, drinking beer, sauced, all this other stuff. I think he got fired immediately, didn't he?
Yeah.
Or did it take away?
Nah, I think it was immediately.
He was and he was a good coach. He was like at Iowa State, like in the top.
So what? A guy can't enjoy college anymore? What's what we do as students?
He was out there with Alpha, Beta, Alpha.
Yeah, I remember hitting the road and we were in Chico State. That's hilarious, though.
You're in LA? Everything's just fine out here in Sacramento. It's starting to warm up. Although the forecast has gone down a little bit. There was going to be like 3 days of 100 plus.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
No. Try that again. I need more energy. The Garden is hosting the NBA Finals tonight. I need more energy. New York, stand up. Brooklyn, stand up. Staten Island, Shaolin, Long Island, stand up. Let's go.
Also, please stand 100 feet away from the arena.
That's the truth. The sad reality.
Stand up and stand back.
Please move over to the other side of the street.
Also,
get away from this gate, please.
Also, some of y'all just might want to enter the arena with your hands up. Just preemptively.
Matter of fact,
just put your hands in the air.
Some of y'all don't go. Don't go.
Oh.
Stay home.
New York, stand up as close as you're able to, unless you're going to the game.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
If I was Joe Tsai, I'd open up the Barclays Center. Everybody come watch here. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He is a very excited Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live alongside EP. Yes, indeed. It's the Monday, June 8th edition of D-Lo and KC. And I think sometimes in sports, and maybe just in life, we see something and we try to rationalize what we're seeing, or we try to convince ourselves that we're not actually seeing it. And for a month, we said that the New York Knicks are the best team in basketball. Not that they were playing the best, not that, oh, they're on this hot run. No, we said it pretty definitively. The New York Knicks are the best team in basketball. But for some reason, and I've stated, I don't know how the Vegas stuff works, but they determined that the San Antonio Spurs should be favorites in this. When this series started, I decided I was gonna, despite repeatedly saying the New York Knicks were the best team in basketball, I decided that I thought the San Antonio Spurs were going to win this series. And it didn't take long before I regretted that, because we went into game 2 and you were saying, I think the Spurs are going to get this one, even it out, head back to New York. And I kept thinking on Friday, I don't know if that's going to happen. And we were at concerts in the park. They were up 17, 15 late in the game. And I just like, man, they really did kind of run away with this thing. Obviously, that lead disappeared really quick. The game ended the way that it did. And it just continues to exemplify what we have talked about for a month and some change. The New York Knicks are the best team in basketball. We talked about this extensively on Friday. They may have the best roster in basketball. No exceptions. Not an Oklahoma City exception, not a San Antonio Spurs exception, not a health exception somewhere else. No exceptions whatsoever. The New York Knicks may have the best roster in basketball. And the one thing that I think we wondered about through the course, certainly at the beginning of the season, through that rough stretch that they had, and then even as the postseason began in those first 3 games in the Atlanta Hawks series, we wondered, would Mike Brown be able to figure out the minutes? Would he be able to figure out how to utilize his bench? Would he be able to figure out all of the things that Tom Thibodeau couldn't figure out last year? And the answer is emphatically yes. The New York Knicks remain the best team in basketball, and they are, and this is something that has not been talked about enough, a blast to watch.
Yeah, I really enjoy watching them. There was the clip that I tweeted out over the weekend of I think it was in the second quarter. I mean, just legendary ball movement from this Knicks team on the offensive end. Finishes with a Mikal Bridges 3 in the corner. And I proclaimed, and I'll stand by this, like when a team is clicking on the offensive end and you get clips like that where everybody's touching the ball, and in some cases 2-3 times on an offensive possession, and just have the defense in such rotation, it is the most beautiful thing in sports. It is beautiful to watch. And they've got that on lock right now.
Mm-hmm.
They are working together as a unit on both the offensive end and the defensive end. And you asked the question as to why this wasn't taken seriously, it feels like, going into the NBA Finals. Well, nobody wants to be wrong. Nobody wants to reverse course on what they've been saying since probably the first of the year. And that's, the Thunder
Mm-hmm.
and the Spurs, they're on a different level than everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
And if they match up in the final, that's the real NBA Finals. This is not 2002.
Mm-hmm.
This is not Kings versus Lakers with the Nets waiting in the NBA Finals. That's not what this is. To your point, the New York Knicks, for the better part of, I think, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, but I thought I heard this correctly. They haven't lost in 45 days?
They haven't lost since the first day of the NFL draft, April 23rd. I don't know how many days that is, but they have not lost
more
since
than
April
30
23rd.
or June 8th. Yeah, it sounds about right. Come on, man. I mean, this team has been the
46 days. April
46
23rd was 46 days ago.
Man,
I have video of the last time the Knicks lost, of you watching that game.
I was frustrated.
I can't play it on the air.
I was
'cause
frustrated. I got a little emotional.
There was some, I believe there was some, I don't want to say nothing, but I know Mike Brown's name was invoked in vain. I know that for sure. But And that was game 3 of the first round against the Atlanta Hawks. And they get that win in game 4, and it's like, okay, that's kind of the response you expected. Then they get the one in game 5, and it's like, okay, wait a minute. Okay, this is probably over. And then they start, they win in game 6, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, they might have figured something out. Well, let's see what this looks like moving forward. And it's just 4, and now we're 2 into the NBA Finals against the team you talked about, people wanting to not revert back. Sports media is this really unique world where people don't like to be wrong. And when they are wrong, they rationalize this to, well, I wasn't wrong, but here's what actually happened. When the reality is, like, we discussed this going into the finals after that game 7. And you either ironic considering who's in attendance tonight. You either believe in history or you don't.
Oh, brother.
We mentioned the 07 Cavs and LeBron. We mentioned the Oklahoma City Thunder. I don't remember what 13 the year they played the Heat.
12.
Yeah, okay.
12
yeah, we referenced that. Like, that's KD, that's Russell Westbrook, that's James Harden. They did not win the championship that year. We referenced, I'm leaving one out. Oh, Shaq, Orlando, 95.
Mm-hmm.
None of those players who are that's the conversation that Victor Wembanyama is in as an individual. None of those players won their first year. But for some reason, people like me told ourselves, no, this is different. This team is the youngest team to appear in the NBA Finals in my lifetime, in your lifetime, since the mid to early 70s. But still, we're like, no, it's going to be different. And the fact is, they look young, they look inexperienced, and even though it's not like they make a ton of mistakes over and over and over again.
Yeah.
You can make one mistake in a crucial time, and a group like the New York Knicks, they can capitalize on that. A group that has been here before can capitalize it. A group that has suffered the heartache that they suffered last year, who made those mistakes themselves last year, can capitalize on it. And they're doing it right now. And I haven't done a 180 on the Knicks because I don't share it as boisterously as my partner does, but I really like this Knicks team a lot. I've done a 180 on the Knicks fans, though. I can't open Instagram without laughing. These dudes, they're obnoxious, yes, but their obnoxiousness makes me laugh. And part of me is like, good for y'all. Good for y'all. Man, this is I'm sorry about tonight, but good for y'all nonetheless.
This is literally something most of them never thought they would see.
No, I'm sure.
Never thought they would see.
I can relate.
Yeah. And it's happening for them. By the way, quick update. Shout out Herb, shout out Kev, shout out Kelvin, shout out Ricky.
Oh.
I'm in a group chat.
Yeah,
I'm in a group chat.
It happened.
I'm in a group chat.
It happened.
They linking up in Harlem tonight to go watch the game. They got to be there. They're probably there right now. They said about 5:30.
That's fine.
Yeah,
That's fine.
Yeah.
So if you were not with us last week, what was game 1? Wednesday? Thursday. So it would have been Thursday show. Kenny finally admitted.
Well,
no. You finally admitted.
Yes.
It was a big moment for you. It was a big moment for all of us. You finally admitted you're a New York Knicks fan. I'm so happy for you that your lifelong dream of being let into the New York Knicks group chat with your family and your brothers and your friends and all that. I'm so happy that this moment happened for you.
Look,
we celebrate with you in this moment.
I'm 100% a Sacramento Kings fan.
That's
That's
never been in question.
Oh, yeah.
And
that has never been in question.
It's not the same.
No,
That's
no
what
one-
I keep telling y'all. It's not the same.
You keep telling us
Kings
things we
Knicks
already
is not
know,
the
though.
same.
You're
Yeah, we know that.
at this point, you're not talking to us anymore. At this point, you're talking to yourself. You're trying to rationalize this within yourself, and you don't have to. We accept you.
And also,
it's okay.
The truth of the matter is, quick history, I've had an affinity or I've supported the Knicks. I was trying to think over the weekend when this really happened. I think it might have been a little before that, but it was definitely when Marbury went to the
That's
Knicks.
fine. You don't have to defend your fandom.
Get him to stop.
No
It's
one's
okay.
calling you a bandwagon.
You're fine.
You like the Kings first.
There's a picture of a skinny, like thin beard, fake glasses. Like it's all we saw it on the internet. It's okay.
You can't tell me Kenny on Thursday admits he's a Knicks fan, and then this weekend all of a sudden, oh Kenny, you want to join our group chat? Like,
come on, man.
Finally told him, like, yeah, the whole charade's over. Like, can I be in the group chat again?
Oh, I guarantee they got sent the clip.
Yeah.
Or like, fellas, I'm here. Like, come on, man. Like, come on, man. I want to rejoice with you.
Not doing the bit anymore, guys. Can I be in the group chat now?
Like I said, man,
Hey,
they had some
check the JetBlue. We'll get you out of here overnight. Get you into New York.
JetBlue is tripping. I think JetBlue. Maybe it's just Vegas, but everything's a connecting flight. Maybe not.
No,
with
I
New
think
York.
you got. I think you got to take the overnight. You could
With
take the overnight
Vegas.
to JetBlue.
With Vegas, they everything a connector.
No, just get on.
You got to go.
Yeah,
you got to stop. in
like
San
Delta's the same way
Francisco.
with
Yeah,
Vegas. I mean,
wait, what?
Not all of it. Just
what we doing?
Have you chanted Knicks in 4 since game 2?
oh, that's good.
Wow.
Once.
That's good.
Just once.
Just-
Have you
What
chanted
did I
it
say
once?
on stage? Did I say Nixon 4 or 6?
No, you said. I think you said Nixon 6.
Oh, the game wasn't over yet.
I think you said Nixon 6 on stage. Yeah, so
no, I didn't say Nixon 4.
So I said we got
times.
upstage. I said because we had this very uncomfortable moment where we're watching the game on our phone. It's me, Casey, I think Automatic and Dana Cortez are with us. And we're watching, and Kenny has a personal videographer that follows him around. So we were all watching it together. That's my man. We were all watching it. And then the guy in charge of concerts in the park comes over and hands us the mic and says, "Go ahead, guys." And it's like right as they're breaking time
I'm
out.
like, dog, what are you talking about?
And I'm like, now he's like, "Yeah, no, go. Souls of Mischief is ready." I'm like, all right, man. And so like I kind of like look at my phone and like I'm hoping someone takes the say the first thing. And so I do the concerts in the park was good. And I never see Wemby shot.
I'm about to say, how did you find out?
I didn't see Wemby shot.
You told me. I
had the phone in my hand, but I'm navigating. There's this structure where my biggest fear at every concerts in the park is that I'm going to trip over it.
Yeah.
So because it extends
it's super
way
dangerous.
out to where we walk. And so I'm navigating that, and I immediately look down at my phone. I don't see Wemby shot. I wasn't even certain that he got one off. All I saw was the Knicks bench run out. And I'm looking and I'm trying to process what I'm seeing. Nixon, okay, Knicks won. Yeah. And I looked over at Kenny. I was like, what? Because he said something about the Knicks. And I said, well, it's 2-0. And Kenny looked at me. No, you should have seen this. Kenny ain't never looked at me like this.
Guy.
Kenny looks at me. He goes, it's official? 2-0? I said, it's 2-0. It's official. Boy, I think he caught himself. I think he caught himself. I think he caught himself. Oh man.
Oh, but yeah, man. Shout out to the group chat and shout out to the Knicks, man. Up 2-0. And I was thinking about this earlier today. We'll break down that game too, because I went back, watched it.
Oh my God.
Man, there was some crazy things going on in that game.
There's some wild takes coming out of that game.
Are there wild takes?
Well,
I think they're doing a little too much.
Okay, well, no, I can wait. What are we talking about?
Oh, we're talking now like the whole Nick Anderson stuff was a bit much.
Well, yeah, only history will determine that. I don't know about that. And I don't think that'll be the case.
I was Chuck and Shaq talking halftime. Twitter was going on that.
Yeah, he had like 29 to end the game, though. Like he was a big reason that run at the end of the game happened.
I think even my partner included, maybe. And I understood, even though I wasn't here that day. I understood. I think we all jumping the gun a little bit on Wemby.
I don't think so. But go
especially
ahead.
the sporting
Listen,
news. He's not the best player in the league.
Well, no, that was no.
Wemby.
There were some things done on that write-up to get you to talk about it. And look, I fell for it. Like what you want. But go ahead.
Wemby is fantastic. He might still win an NBA Finals. He is a fantastic player. But much like all other 22-year-olds, like he needs some work.
Yeah.
Like he needs to work on his game. He is what they say, at least offensively. He's a man of many trades, a master of none.
Yes.
He-
Which is sorry.
No, I was just gonna say he got some things he got to work on, not only skill wise but understanding wise. And I think he's still unbelievably great today, and he's young and he will get better. But I think part of what the issue was, even on that last play, we saw it kind of manifest itself, is everybody along the way has kind of allowed him to just go, as opposed to instilling, at least offensively and offensive bag wise, some core fundamental things that he can rely on the offensive end. I know he's an alien. I know he's 7'5", he's great, all this other stuff. You are 7'5". You do have 2 point guards on the floor. Just like every other big man over the course of life.
Some points, I think they had 4, but never mind.
Just like every other big man over the course of the history of basketball. You get the rebound, you find your guard. But for so long, it's like, I get the ball, I'm 7'5", I'm Wemby, I can go do what I need to do. And in moments like that, it caused indecision for everybody. I think after listening to some things and listening to what I think Wemby panicked in that situation, because I was listening to Sam Mitchell on one of his radio shows, and he was just talking about that scenario at the end of the game is something that you practice on all season long. And the way Castle moved, it led him to believe it's always been, Wemby, you get the ball, you can go, as opposed to Wemby get the ball, find a guard. And Wemby just kind of panicked. Like it was like, we always tell you to just go. We always let you just go. You passing the ball is not at that moment is not what you normally do. And I think he just panicked. Once again, he's young, he'll learn. But I think going back to the 30 for 30 that we talked about the other day with the Lakers and the Celtics, there's a line in there from Magic Johnson that I think Wemby should really take heed to this offseason. And it was after the 84 finals when he was Tragic Johnson. He let the clock run out. He turned the ball over all the time. And he, just had a horrible series, talking about Magic Johnson. And this is after he had won a championship. He was the face of the league, along with Bird and all this other stuff. And he had that series. And he said, man, I went into that offseason and I looked in the mirror and I said, I'm not as good as I think I am. And that motivated him to work as hard as he's ever had in the offseason and learn from that and be better. And I don't have any thought that Wemby's going to work and continue to be better and do all this stuff. But that's the type of reality check that needs to happen for a young player like Wemby. I'm good. I'm not as good as I think I am.
Is it as good as he thinks he is, or as good as everyone else thinks he is?
As he thinks he is. I think that's most important, because I think Wemby probably went into the finals, and rightfully so. I think I saw he averaged like 28 points a game in the conference finals and all this other stuff. He's like, I'm Wemby. Like I can do whatever I want. I'm him. I'm the face of the face of the league. And nah, big dog, you got some work to do. Like you on the offensive and defensively, still fantastic. And some of the limitations that he has as far as like having trouble guarding Cat, like I don't know if that's ever going to change, just because he's got big feet. He's 7'5", and if somebody has quick and can get by him, like that might be one of his problems. It's not anything that's going to be a detriment to his game, but I don't know if you can work on that, so to speak. But offensively, yeah, just because I can shoot threes doesn't mean I don't need a fundamental place to go to every time. I got to work on my game. I got to work on my game. And he might mess around and still win the NBA Finals, and that would still be true.
I think everything you said about Wemby's approach to this offseason is 100% accurate. I think everything you said leading into it is wrong. I think obviously this is a very opinion based because maybe you have. I haven't talked to Victor Wembanyama.
I
about
talked
this.
to him on Tuesday.
Okay. Does he know you're a Knicks fan?
Yeah, he's cool with it.
Okay, good. You brought up Magic, and you go back to '84. Like Magic stepped on the floor and won an NBA championship, and he did it in a really unusual and spectacular fashion against what, if it wasn't for, well, quite honestly, Larry and Magic, they would have been the team of the '80s. Philadelphia 76ers would have. And so you already have a pretty confident individual in Earvin Magic Johnson, and then you step on the floor, a floor that is occupied by Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, who I think at the time had won 6 MVPs, and you do what you did. And so I can understand your head being like, I'm him. Everything you just said about I'm the one.
Right.
In Wemby's case, I feel like Wemby has lost more than he's won. Because remember, in Magic scenario, you're also coming off a national championship. And Wemby, like you, I mean, we've got the iconic, Olympics. Everyone sees I'm sure he's won plenty of international play. I'm sure he's won plenty of big moments, but now you flash or had plenty of big moments in championship, scenarios. But then you get to the NBA, and now you have rookie year losing, sophomore year losing. You have the blood clot situation, which I do think played a bit of a maybe bigger part in his emotional reaction to this postseason than we've given that scenario credit for. And, now you're here. And again, I think everything you said about the idea that he needs to find that sky hook, right? He needs to find that turnaround jumper. He needs to find that move that you can't stop that. Like there's nothing you could do about that. He needs to find that. But I don't think he approaches the game in the I can do anything standpoint. I think there are moments where, and if that was a panic on his part at the end of that game, I think those are just moments of being young. Maybe those are just moments of uncertainty. When it first happened, and again, we're watching it on a phone at a park, very split attention.
Next to Bugby.
Yeah. Yep, next to Bugby. And I thought he was just trying to push the ball forward, and Steph Castle wasn't ready for it. And then I saw it again, and now I was like, I don't think that's what happened because Castle wasn't far enough for it to. And shout out to Jalen because Jalen was quick.
Yeah.
Like there were you talk about an instantaneous reaction. There's a slow-mo on House of Highlights somewhere. And the second Wemby hasn't let go of the ball yet, the second he makes the motion, it's an amazing shot. Jalen's eyes get big. And he doesn't react right away, but as his arms kind of make that pass motion back, Jalen immediately bolts forward. And again, that entire time, his eyes are getting huge. Like, I can't believe he's about to do this. And he goes, and that play goes the way that it does. I just, to get back to what you were saying, I think Wemby has to find that move. I just think he's experiencing. The Spurs kind of jumped a step, it feels like, by being here. Like, I did not expect the San Antonio Spurs to be in the NBA Finals. Even when the playoffs started, I didn't think the San Antonio Spurs were going to be in the NBA Finals. It feels like they leapfrogged something. And that's similar to what Oklahoma City did. Like, Oklahoma City's acceleration was quick, and they were crowned the champions. And I think we just looked at it like, well, with these two teams, this is just what happens. And in the Spurs case, they're still, like, SGA is 27 years old. Like, he's been in the league a while. They don't have that. Like, no, this isn't. Hey, like, De'Aaron's not doing that for you.
All right.
I don't even think De'Aaron was on the floor on that last play.
He passed it to Wemby.
On the
shot or the
on the free throw. On the shot that led to the turnover. Wasn't that a free throw?
Yeah.
Wasn't he off the floor?
No, I think Jalen took a regular shot.
Was De'Aaron on the floor for that?
He should have been. Because
no. He
Yeah.
was. You know who they took off? They took off Champagny. Brunson, because I remember we spotted it because Brunson had him the play before.
Right.
And we're like, why do they keep doing this the next play? He was out, not De'Aaron. It was Champagny that was out. But he's not doing that for you. Harrison Barnes isn't doing that for you. It's like Wemby's like, what do you your high school high reference that you've made for 6 years? Everyone's turned into Wemby. And if Wemby panics, everybody else panics. Whether that's what happened or not, I don't know. But it tracks.
Bookmark that, by the way.
Okay. Bookmark that. We'll come back.
Oh, bookmark what you just said.
Okay.
And also, a little later on, after James Ham and everything, I'll tell you why. I'll push back a little bit on what you just said about Wemby.
So we'll reset this whole conversation. We'll come back. We do want to shift our attention because we are about 14, 15 days away from the NBA draft. James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast. He joins us next as workouts continue at the Golden One Center. We got 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk on the way. We're thrilled that you're here with us on this Monday. It's Dealing with KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Scout Recycler, I see you up in there. Obviously, I don't expect Wemby to listen to me or even know what the hell I'm saying. That don't make what I'm saying wrong. So it's whatever. Like, it doesn't mean that what I'm saying he should do is advice for me or anybody else or is wrong. Like, yeah, you got to work on his game. You telling me he doesn't have to work on his game? You tell me that. You tell me he doesn't have to work on his game, and then we'll know where you stand.
There you go. Lazy, he was working hard this weekend.
Leads us the notorious just.
I probably should have asked that question this morning.
That Scout Recycler, that's your statement don't really make any sense or even matter.
Oh, I know.
I'm not talking about for where he's being at 22, or he's probably exceeded where he should be at 22. I'm talking about moving forward. What does he need to do? So that statement, I don't even know what that statement means, what you just said.
We need a couple more days on that announcement. Just a couple more days. I just realized why we're not announcing. We need.
Oh yeah.
We need maybe like 2 more days. 2 more days. 2 more days. What's up, Hammer?
Not a whole. I don't even know what you're announcing in 2 days. So.
Oh, we're having a draft party. That's all.
Oh, nice. All right. Very cool.
Having a draft party.
What's going on, fellas?
Hammer,
Scotty
what's
House?
up, man?
Not a whole lot. Just I've been spending all morning on Michael Brown tape.
Oh, I'm going to ask you about that. Very, very curious what you saw.
Them are some fighting words right now. That's what it seems like with Kenny.
With me?
Just messing.
Oh, I just noticed. Is the sling off?
Yeah, sling's off.
Hey,
yeah, I've been
you go.
a week. I had to use it when I went walking yesterday, but yeah. It's not a lot better though. At least the pain is starting to go away a little bit at night, so I'm good.
That's good. That's
yeah.
Tough. Shoulders are tough. Shoulders are tough. Oh, yeah, we set that a little bit of time. My Christian Dior. Knicks in 4. Ringer did their mock draft 2.0. Wow. Wow. Interesting. Interesting. Mikal all the way up to 6. Ade Mara all the way up to 8. Kingston down to 9. Fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
You have a good weekend, James?
Yeah, pretty quiet. Got to get ready. The little dude's graduating this weekend.
There you go.
Man.
No more high school kids.
Boy.
Oh, that's all of
Salute
them,
to
huh?
you, James.
Wow.
That's it. There's only 2 of them.
Oh, I don't know why I thought you had 3.
Mm-mm.
All right, we're coming back, Hammer. All right, it's the marathon here. 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk. Our man James Ham here with us as he is every Monday and Wednesday, our 1320 Kings insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Hammer, let's start with something you had just mentioned to us. I'm really anxious to hear. You said you have been watching Mikal Brown tape all day. I just took a look at the Ringer's latest mock draft. They had Mikal all the way up to number 6, where Brooklyn is drafting. And we took a look at Mikal last week, and I'm curious what your thoughts are on this young man.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I think he's an electric scorer, but the player comps that I know that are out there, like the Trae Young stuff and all that, I don't see a lot of that. Of the point guards that I've done so far, as like the full on, prospect profiles, just Acuff and Flemings. I mean, he's clearly not the most true point guard out of the group. 4.7 assists, 3.1 turnovers per game. The other guys are both close to 3-to-1 assist to turnover ratios. He's like 1.5 to 1. So that's a little bit alarming. I like his sort of fluidity as a player. He's got a really nice sort of just easy to watch. But I also like my player comp when I'm just watching him. He looks more like Jordan Poole to me than he does a player like Trae Young. And I don't think he's going to be like the elite passer that Trae Young is. And that's, again, I think it's something that's totally understated with his game. I think people just don't go and look at the numbers, but Trae Young is a guy who, nearly leads the league every year in assists per game. And that's just not something I think Mikal Brown will do. But still, like a top tier prospect, like super athletic, fun. I think that's a lot of it. But like a lot of refinement has to be done, especially shot selection, decision making, all that stuff.
Yeah, I really like his game, man. His game is smooth. I love his offensive game specifically. Defensively, it's kind of whatever. Like he's not like he's not Acuff, but he's not Flemings, right? You know what I mean? I don't even know if he's necessarily in the middle of those two.
Mm-hmm.
Probably a little bit more towards Acuff, but there's being in position and having a little effort on the defensive end. I see that when I watch him play, but offensively, he's got the total package, man. I mean, he can shoot the rock effortlessly from way beyond NBA range, off the bounce, off the catch. He can get to the basket. He's a pretty smooth passer. I don't know if he's I think Acuff is a better passer, so to speak, but he's pretty effortless. Like he makes the right pass, zips the ball to the next guy, knows where to get the ball to. So I really like his offensive game. And what are some of the things that you see, James, that rivals Jordan Poole? Because I saw the same kind of comp when watching him a little bit. I think Jordan Poole might be a little faster, a little
Pre-punch
quicker, or
Jordan
whatever.
Poole.
Pre-punch Jordan Poole was really good. But what are some of the things that you see from his game that can compare to a Jordan Poole?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, a lot of the body mechanics say Jordan Poole. A lot of the fluidity, and I'll say that like Jordan Poole, like can really move out on the court, but a lot of it too, I think, is at his own pace. So, like when you look at Michael Brown's like the pace that he plays at, or even like his 3/4 court, he wasn't very fast. Like he was a full 0.2 of a second slower than Acuff and Fleming's on the 3/4 court. He's not like one of those push it up the court types of guys. He's more of a get in the half court and start doing things in the half court. He does like to pull up from three. Again, his long range pull ups again remind me a lot of Jordan Poole. Just like skipping a step and boom, he's into his shooting motion. So that's great. And I think that some of that might translate. He even has like a really, really like deep range as a 3-point shooter. The game that he scored, he scored like 45. Yet he went 10 of 16 from three against North Carolina State. And that's super impressive. But I think what separates, like I keep going into these categories with these players, and what separates Acuff from both Flemings and from a guy like Michael Brown is the consistency that you see as an offensive player. And, again, you can look, Acuff didn't score less than 10 in a game the entire season. And Brown only played in 21 games because of the back issue, which we can talk about as well. But of those 21 games that he played, 5 of them he scored less than 10. And the same thing with Flemings. Flemings had like 5 or 6 games where he just wasn't impactful as a scorer. And that's where Acuff, I'm not going to make this comp as if he's the same exact player, but it kind of reminds me of Mitch Richmond, where Mitch Richmond was so incredibly consistent. You could say he was the best shooting guard behind Michael Jordan in that era, but also just the consistency of him. Every single game was 20 points. Every season was 21 points. And just that's something that I think we'll see from Acuff at the next level. I believe there's always a possibility he's not that, but that's where I kind of, again, with Flemings and with Michael Brown, I start to wonder what will be the consistency at the next level, especially since he hasn't been able to really show it that much at the college level.
Well, Hammer, let's talk about James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider with us. Let's talk about the back injury a little bit that you brought up. He first hurt himself on December 14th. He re-injured the back, and I really feel like that's an important distinction. He fell, like it's not like he was just moving and he called out of the game or he was just running. Like it was an impact that caused him to re-injure his back in February, which ultimately knocked him out of the tournament. What have you learned about the back injury, and do we know of if it's any concern moving forward?
Yeah, I think the distinction I would make is it's not like Michael Porter Jr. coming into the draft, right? Michael Porter Jr. had a string of injuries as a young player, as a young man. And, by the time I think he was 21, he'd already had 3 back surgeries. He needed back surgery that like right after he got drafted as like a 19-year-old. And you could see that that was going to be a problem. Again, at that time, I had someone with the Kings after the draft tell me that they wouldn't have even taken Michael Porter Jr. in the second round because of how bad his medicals were, his back problems were. And I would make the distinction too, at that time, like during the 2017 draft, even up in the 2021 draft, you could get away with not showing your medicals to certain teams. And it was like leverage plays by agents saying, hey, we're not going to show this team or that team your medical reports and try to dictate where they might go as players. We saw it with Tyrese Halliburton during the 2021 draft, where again, like they wouldn't show medicals to anybody. And it was because he had broken his wrist like in February and had basically not played a lot of basketball in like almost like 8 months when the Kings drafted him. But the same thing with Fox. Fox wouldn't go visit people. Fox wouldn't show his medicals to some of the teams in front of the Kings because there became a point where they wanted to push him there. When it comes to Brown, I think that it could be like a red flag, a back injury for a guy. And the multiple back injuries in one season is what kind of concerns me. But then again, he could get in with an NBA weight, training staff and flexibility staff, and they can strengthen a lot of that. But if I'm spending a top 5 pick or a top 7 pick on a player, I want his medicals as clean as possible. And again, if it was a break, if it was a finger or, again, a wrist that that they're going to bounce right back from, that's one thing. But the fact that this is a reoccurring lower back problem, even if it was off of impact, him falling, does that mean he's not going to fall anymore? And the answer is no, it doesn't mean that. And so that's where I start to get a little bit concerned. And it's just part of the calculus for a player. It can't be the end all be all unless it's something extreme. Like a couple of years ago, was it, man, who's the kid? Was it Buchek? Is that his name? They in pre-draft, they went in and they found out he had no cartilage in one of his knees. They're like, hey, their cartilage is just gone. Or DeJuan Blair, they're like, hey, man, they just removed your ACLs when you had surgery. You don't have ACLs. Like, what? Like, how is that possible? That's why they looked at him and said, okay, you're probably a top 12 player, but you're going to fall to the second round because your longevity as a player is nowhere near what some of the other players will be. I don't think that's the case with Michael Brown, but I still make it part of my breakdown because it does matter.
So after watching Michael Brown and seeing Trae Young and Jordan Poole type comparisons, do you think this is a person that Scott Perry, a young prospect that Scott Perry would go with over some of these other guys that might be options at 7 or that they might have to trade up for or anything else like that? Does he feel like a Scott Perry type guy to you after being around Scott for a year and a little change?
That it's a funny question. Yeah, and Book Night. There we go. Thanks, Kyle Madson. James Book Night.
I like that at UConn.
I couldn't remember him at all. He's the one that fell asleep, right, with like drugs in the car. I think a weapon in the car, sitting on his lap, and like a Dr. Pepper next to him. I don't think that's why.
Davion Mitchell take his soul at a California Classic. Yeah.
Yeah. But again, the pre-draft was like, oh, that's not good. To get back to your question, let me would Scott Perry look at him as a prospect? I mean, you have to, because the reality the Kings are facing is that when you get to number 7, like Acuff and Kingston Flemings could be off the board. And then it becomes, do you like Michael Brown? Do you like Keaton Wagler? Do you like Braden Burries? Like, that's where you start to look and say, okay, like, which of these players fits what you're doing more? I do think that if Scott Perry likes Acuff, I always find it weird because Scott Perry likes certain people and he doesn't like other people. And most of them as players look very similar. So, you know what I mean? It's like he loves LaMelo Ball, but he doesn't like Trae Young. And you're like, okay, again, they're all offense, no defense guards. They're playmakers. Sure. I think that, LaMelo is like a flashier passer, but Trae Young's a better passer. So like, there are all of these things that you try to go into the calculus of what Scott Perry likes and what he doesn't. But I would say if I were going a different way and saying, are they Doug Christie type of players? I would say Kingston Flemings is the guy that stands out as someone that I think Doug Christie would prefer. Now, I haven't talked to Doug about this, but I would tell you like how much he loved De'Aaron Fox and how much the player comp of Kingston Flemings kind of makes sense there as like a very similar size guard, like speed and quickness, all that stuff, just a better shooting version. And to be honest, I think a better motor in Flemings than what we saw from Fox. So yeah, it should be interesting.
So real quick, it's still on Michael Brown. James, you said we were gonna disagree a little bit. Like, what you don't like Michael Brown Jr.?
I don't like him as much as I do like the other prospects around him. Again, I like if I'm going to compare him to Wagler or again, Braden Burries, like I think that there might be, in my mind, more of a distinction with those three than with the other two. I think I like Flemings and I like Acuff better, just as prospects. And part of that is health. Again, is there a difference in the fact that he's an inch taller than Fleming's, an inch and a half taller than Acuff? Yeah, I mean, he's a little bit bigger. Standing reach is 2 inches taller than those guys. But overall, I just don't see that much of a differentiation between all three of them, except for, I think Acuff is the pure scorer, right? And then you get to Kingston Flemings, and he's the dual threat, the two-way player. And then you get to Michael Brown, and he might be like an energizer and a big time scorer, but he also could be, like a Malik Monk type, or again, like Jordan Poole, where he's more of a six man than he is a starter.
I got him third, kind of like you, out of those four, or if you want to put Burries in there, five, behind Acuff and Flemings. I think he's probably a more talented player than Flemings, but I like Flemings a lot. So, I like what he brings to the table. So, but Michael's third on there for me.
Yeah. I think a little bit of that, what you just said right there, I feel like it's the ceiling floor conversation. Like the ceiling might be higher with Michael Brown, but the floor is much higher with Kingston Flemings. And maybe that's an issue, maybe it's not, but like I hear things like, oh, like he shot 65% at the rim, like Michael Brown, like that's elite. And it's like, yeah, but he like had 65 attempts at the rim, where Flemings and Acuff are both like 170 to 200 attempts at the rim, just way more. And part of that's because they played more games, but also part of it's because that's who they are as players. They're players who get to the basket and are able to score, maybe not at the same percentage, but at much, much higher volume. And then the 3-point shooting, I think, is going to be something. I've talked to you about this before, Kenny. He's very inefficient as a scorer. Like the 41% from the field, the 34.4% from three, those are somewhat concerns, because I mean, we kind of see, again, a guy like Trae Young step into the league, and Trae was just a much more accomplished player coming into the league than Michael Brown is. Now, is he a better athlete than Trae Young? Probably. Maybe a little bit bigger, like a bigger guard for sure. But still, I think the comp is sort of there because of the ability to shoot from anywhere, the deep threes that you see from those guys. But yeah, I like him as a prospect. I'm just like, if he was on the board and I'm sitting at 7 and there were other options, I would probably go with one of the other options, whether Acuff or Flemings.
James Ham with us here on D-Lo and KC. Seeing the Ringer take him at 6, I thought was interesting. I think ESPN was the one that had the player comp at LaMelo. Like I think it was the high end of the player comp. It was LaMelo, which I wasn't very, like, you guys have him at 3. I think I have him at 4 of that group. I don't know. Like I just didn't.
I like him better than Wagler.
I
think
know
Wagler, I need to do more film watching. I'm close with Wagler, like as far as film study, but I need a little bit more. But there are things that concern me there too. I mean, just but a much better
boring.
shooter.
Kenny doesn't do boring.
Yeah, this sounds like a shot. I don't mean it, but he's kind of basic.
No, that's absolutely a shot, but that's okay.
Basic.
Like
it's kind of a good player and be basic.
No, like, you're not saying he's bad. I don't think anyone's saying he's bad. I'm not saying he's bad. I just think you think he's boring. He's Keegan.
He's a little basic, man. Can we get a one-hand dunk at some point?
No.
Yeah, the thing that you kind of like in the back of your mind, you're like, okay, he seems like he's really solid. He's really good. Again, all this comp with Tyrese Halliburton is so difficult because Ty at the college level, yeah, he wasn't even close to Tyrese Halliburton. I mean, at the college level, Halliburton wasn't the player that he is when he got to the pros. It's a very strange thing. You see a guy who's averaging like 5 rebounds and 5 assists and 18 points at the college level, and then he gets to the league and he's like one of the best passers in the league and can orchestrate an offense better than anyone. You're like, where was this at the college level? It just wasn't part of his game fully. So I think with Wagler, we're starting to hear that. But I also look at him and go, okay, is there a possibility that he's not Tyrese Halliburton, that he's Luke Kennard? Maybe. And that's where I start to get a little like, Luke Kennard's a perfectly fine player, but if you're drafting at 14,
no one wants to hear the Sacramento Kings select Luke Kennard at 7.
That's the thing with Wagler, man. Like, man, we had 7. I don't know what next year's draft gonna look like. I need a
Luke Kennard.
That's a sacrifice bunt. Keaton Wagler. It helps you win, but damn.
Who they advancing with that sacrifice?
We ain't got nobody on base.
Right. That's it. Bases are kind of clear here. Which leads me to my next question, James. Is this just gonna boil down to what Scott prioritizes? Like it sounds like, we're really picking apart this group of guards, and I think part of it is they are kind of close together. Like if you use that 1 through 10 ranking system, we're talking about differentials of there's probably it's probably not greater than 2 points. Like I don't think anyone is rated at, you probably have anything from like 7.5 to 8.5, and all of these guards fit in there. And so with Scott in this front office, is it just going to come down to what they prefer? If they have all those guys ranked the same, it's just like, wow, he's a better scorer, higher ceiling, better defense, slower Tyrese Halliburton, whatever.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to what they like what they prefer, but also we're missing the other side, which is the sit down conversations that they've had with these players and with their families, and the research they've done behind the scenes. Again, it doesn't matter how many times we as media go out to a prospect workout, and when you do a prospect workout, we're looking at these players, and strangely enough, so many of them are the backcourt mate of the top tier point guards that we're talking about, right? We're not going to get an honest answer out of those players. We're just not. Because if you're going to go out in a pre-draft workout and roast the top tier athlete from your team that could go in the top 5, then you're going to get just torched. But the team itself is able to collect more data. They're able to have honest conversations behind the scenes where it's not going to be recorded. It's not going to be part of anything other than the Kings dossier on a player. And that's something, again, between the parents, between the coaching, you're calling their coaches, you're calling their trainers at the college level. You're doing heavy background checks into each one of these guys, so you're not going to miss something and have that come back to bite you later. And that's kind of where, I think we have a part of the puzzle that we're looking at, but they just have a lot more pieces than we do. So we're dealing with like the 500 piece version of a puzzle, and they're doing the 1,000 piece version that just the pieces are smaller and there's more of them, but you're still trying to get a picture that looks somewhat similar.
James, I don't know if you saw some of the rumors or reports about Braden Burries being represented by Clutch and getting the word out there that he didn't want to go to the Kings. I'm not asking you to talk about the validity of that. That could just be hearsay. That could not be true at all. I don't know. But I'm just saying, just hypothetically, say it is true. How do you deal with that situation, or how do front offices deal with that situation? Is it a situation where they say, hey, we think you're the best player, we're going to take you anyway? Or do they kind of take heed to those type of reports, or if the agent has told them directly that, and they kind of fall back and go in a different direction?
I mean, it can be that far, that extreme, where you're actually having those really, really like close, intimate conversations with sort of their whoever is representing them. But I don't think the Kings are going to concern themselves that much. If you saw the Braden Burries interview at the Combine, where he talked about how much the Kings said they loved him as a prospect, and he was kind of glowing when asked about the Kings, that's where I start to wonder about the validity of some of those things. And let's be honest, Braden Burries, I like him a lot as a prospect, but he's more like 8 through 14, not 1 through 8. And so it could be, well, I don't want to play there anyways. It's like, well, you weren't being considered. So that's always a possibility. I will say this, though. Like if you were to go out and trade for John Morant, like we've discussed this before, I think Burris would be like the spectacular shooting guard to put next to him because he is more of a combo than he is a true one. And I think he's a winner. That's what we saw at the college level, just like him willing his team. And I think he's got a lot of upside.
Braden Burry's how tall? 6'4", 6'3", 6.
6. Off the top of my head, I'd say 6'3".
I think I have it right here. The anthropometrics from the NBA. Burry's measured in at 6'3 3/4 with a 6'6" wingspan. And he also measured in at 215. Same exact standing reach as the two smaller guards, 6'2.5".
Put on one of, if not the greatest high school state championship performance at the Golden One Center 2 years ago, where I think he went for like 45. I was there. Me and Reese were there. Son, 13, forever.
Good.
And it was insane. He was something like, I don't know the exact numbers, but like 16 to 21 from the field. Like it was one of the great performances I've ever seen in high school basketball.
Yeah. He's yeah, I like him. I do. And like when I initially started doing some of my pre-draft prep work, he was slated to go to the Kings in the second round. Like he was like a 33rd, 34th, 35th pick. And then late season, he just blew up. And then conference tournament and then tournament, like he just kept getting better and better and better. And he kept winning. That's what I think sets him apart. It's the same thing I saw like Benedict Mathurin at the college level did the same thing. You just watched him and you're like, oh my gosh, he just backpacked his team. So yeah, I like him, but I'm also I'm looking at some of the other guys first.
The marathon continues at 60 minutes of commercial-free sports talk with our man James Hammer, 1320 Kings Insider and host of the Locked On Kings podcast. Here with Elon and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, live on the Odyssey app, the iHeart app, live on your smart speaker. We are live in visual form. If you ever want to watch the show, you can do that over at youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. And if you're scrolling along on Twitter, it's at ESPN1320. We're there on the live feature as well. The other part of the next few weeks, Hammer, isn't just the upcoming NBA draft. It is free agency and all that follows. Jake Fisher continues to report on the Sacramento Kings and Domantas Sabonis, and I don't mean that as any shade. There's obviously not much of a report there. He noted that Domantas Sabonis will effectively be back out there on the market. I think that's something that we've all really known, and I'm struggling, Hammer, to figure out if the next month-ish is a really important step for the Sacramento Kings, or it's just kind of the next step for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, I think it's probably closer to just the next step. Because like, look, as of today, they can't really like go into free agency. Like they don't have any money. So like, just to be honest, like it's a really bad situation to be in because you're looking at being a taxpayer team like right off the bat. So even like your mid-level is totally damaged in that scenario. So we're looking at free agency, like what do they got? Like a partial mid-level. They might have, again, a tax-paying biannual exception. So they're in pretty dire straits. And that's why I think we're going to see a lot of attempts, at least, at cleaning house here in the next like 2 to 3 weeks. As we're building up to the draft, I think we're seeing a lot of things. It could actually be done, and they're just holding out until after we get past the NBA finals, because that's something that, again, the league kind of frowns upon. You can make trades right now, but the league kind of frowns upon it they don't want to take away the focus from the finals. So I think building up, as soon as the finals are over, I think we're going to start seeing some of the dominoes, start to fall. And I think it should be pretty interesting to watch, like where guys start to, whether the Kings can find takers for any of these guys, whether it's Domas, whether it's, DeMar, Zach, Malik, like there's a whole bunch of heavy salaried veteran players on this team. And like I said it on a podcast last week, and for some reason it gained traction out there in the real world or the fake world that is social media. But I said one of the goals is for them to move off of one, maybe two, and potentially even 3 or 4 of these guys. Like that's the goal. It's just whether or not it happens or not. And the Kings aren't going to take back debilitating long-term contracts to move off of 1 year of Zach LaVine. They've got to pay Zach LaVine for 1 year. They've got to pay him. If they've got to pay Domantas Sabonis this year and then maybe trade him at the deadline or trade him next summer, maybe that's what they have to do. But as of right now, you're not positioning yourself from just like such a weak spot that you can't do anything. And I think once we know exactly what's going to happen with Zach LaVine, that kind of changes everything. Because if you are able to get him in a sign and trade to somewhere else, that instantly clears up a ton of money. And then you don't feel as panicked or rushed to do some of the other deals that you might have to do just to get underneath the luxury tax.
So if I'm reading that right, you think Zach LaVine and figuring out exactly what's going on with him would probably happen before any type of Domas trade or a Malik Monk trade or anything, because and tell me if I'm reading this right. If you figure out what's going on with Zach and say he opts out, then you don't feel the pressure to move those other contracts off your books at that point, right?
Well, you don't feel pressure to do the same types of deals, right? So like a player has value, but if you somehow, we always talk about what's your motivation for making a trade, right? So everybody has a different motivation right now. Like Brooklyn has they're willing to collect assets and take back some salary to help out another team, but they're going to want picks. Every team has some sort of different motivation. I think the Kings' motivation would change if you're looking at Zach LaVine opting in versus Zach LaVine opting out. Because now, again, you might be willing to take back a little bit more money in a longer term deal. You might be willing to take, just a different type of trade if you know that Zach's off the books. You have to know what you're getting back in the Zach LaVine deal. So even if it's, worst case scenario, you get him at like 30 million. So he signs a 3-year, $90 million deal somewhere, and you've got to take back 25 or 30 million. What does that look like? Who are those players? What positions do they play? How do they fit in to your system? How do they fit into your long-term and short-term payroll, whether it's just this year or next year and the year after that? Like all of these things are variables that change sort of what the Kings will be looking to do moving forward.
Hammer, it feels like the Zach LaVine deal, because of the nature of his expiring contract, has to be extremely specific. Like I know there's rumblings of potential, sign and trades and different things like that. But because of this being the last year of his deal, because of that 40 some odd $1 million falling off, it seems like it would have to be a really specific deal for Sacramento that wouldn't have any impact on their books past next year. And I'd have to imagine they wouldn't even want a major impact on the books this upcoming season.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Like, you're not going to want to trade him straight up for another $49 million player, unless, maybe you do.
Unless you
maybe,
like him.
or it's a $43 million player in John Morant. Maybe that makes sense. But again, I think the biggest pathway forward to free yourself of the salary cap hell you're in is by moving Zach LaVine. Again, you can also, we've talked about this, but the DeMar DeRozan situation, you can just opt to buy DeMar DeRozan out at 10 million and then stretch provision the 10 million, spread it out over 3 years. So instead of paying 26 million this year for DeMar DeRozan, you can pay 3.3. And that's one way in which you clear 23 million off your books. But it's still not enough. If you look at the totality of their salary cap situation, it's not enough to sign your first round pick and bring back Precious Achiuwa or maybe bring back a Russell Westbrook and still stay under the luxury tax. So again, all of these things are going to impact each other. And if you're able to trade Zach LaVine, and let's say you got to take back a player who fits what you're doing, a shooter, a defensive minded guy, maybe they can rebound a little bit at at one of multiple positions, and you're downgrading in talent, but you're taking back like a 3-year, $25 million a year deal, and he fits what you're doing, then what do you do? Let's say you do that and you get to bring back a small forward, right? That's the player that we're talking about that fits that dollar amount. Well, what are you going to do with DeAndre Hunter then? What are you going to do with what does that mean for DeMar DeRozan? Can you trade DeMar DeRozan for value now, as opposed to dumping DeMar DeRozan as again, the stretch provision, 3.3 million per year. So all of these deals, they, again, if you can move Zach, it frees you up to be more active in the trade market, in the free agent market, just in a completely different way. And that would be huge for this team.
Yeah, I think back to Scott Perry at the press conference, the season-ending press conference, talking about, he doesn't believe in being a tax team for a team that doesn't have a chance to win. And, there's been reports, and yeah, they're not going to be a tax team. And I'm just like, how is this going to happen? Because it's not all part of their control. Like you got to trade these guys away. It takes two to tango. And I think they'll get it done. I hope they get it done, but it's not 100% in their control how to get under that luxury tax.
Well, I would say this too. I mean, like, look, if you walk into this offseason, and I know as of right now, like the Kings don't have any interest in doing the whole stretch provision with Zach LaVine that I've laid out. They don't. I've had conversations. They don't want to do it. That could change. That can change if, let's say, you do get into a situation where, the Clippers come calling and they're willing to take DeMar DeRozan and not give back, not, send back a whole bunch, and you're able to save some money there. Like if you're able to trade Domantas Sabonis, if you can't do any of that stuff and you're just kind of sitting there and you're like, okay, how do we clear up this space? Just, basically stretch provisioning DeMar DeRozan, that will be enough to free up where, you're not paying the tax, but it's not going to free up enough where you're able to create a roster so that's competitive. So like all of these things are going to be, tied to each other in some way or another.
James Ham, our 1320 Kings insider, with us here on D'Lo and KC as we continue to count down towards some action here with the Sacramento Kings and the rest of the NBA as the finals continue. Do you think we opened, obviously, talking about the New York Knicks, and one thing that I wish we had spent more time on, obviously there's more time to do this, but the Knicks assembling of their roster is not the championship team that we saw in Oklahoma City last year. It's certainly not the team that they're facing in the San Antonio Spurs this year. Do you think the success of the New York Knicks might alter the way some teams, maybe even a Scott Perry-led team, will think about how you truly put together a roster and win in this league?
Yeah, it's possible. Like the Knicks have put together more of like an old school roster. It's more similar to, again, like the original Beam team, the 2022-23 team that was more like 26 to 28 years old, and like not a super young core, and more of an accumulation of talent as opposed to like a homegrown team. And so I think that that's a possibility. But you also have to look at all of these things as like specific types of windows. And I think for the Knicks are in a very tight window for their success. It's this year, it's maybe next year, it's maybe the year after that. And then you really don't know how they're going to keep it all together. The players start to get older, players start to get injured, all that stuff, where I think everyone is also looking at like the Victor Wembanyama and Thunder, like the Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and even the Houston Rockets as like, man, how far behind as a franchise are you to those teams? And is there a way to catch up to a team that's just built with young prospects? And the answer for like a team like the Kings are still a year or two away from being stripped down enough where they can start building like one of those teams. And so in a lot of ways, Scott Perry has to be inventive. He can't just go, hey, we're just going to build through the draft, because that's going to take too long. You didn't set yourself up to build through the draft. Even if you would have kept your pick for next season, the San Antonio pick, at least you would have 2 picks next year. but now they probably don't. And so I think that there should be a little bit of panic set in, but also like, how do we reinvent ourselves as like a 25 to 27-year-old team again, drop back a couple of years in age, move off of a bunch of veteran players so you can possibly compete, and knowing that like you're going to have that as one plan. And then the next plan is how do we catch those other teams that are so far ahead, and without, so you can't gut all of your like draft lottery stock now. You've got to be super cautious, and then you've got to build the right way.
And, James, one of the things that we've talked about a little bit in recent weeks was the dreaded draft reform might have another implication in that it will allow teams to not say, hey, we're going to build through the draft, because you can't necessarily rely on that, because you don't know where you're going to be drafting, if you're good or bad or anything else like that. And that might jumpstart more trades and more risky trades. Not saying this one specifically, but hey, man, we might need to look at going to get a John Morant and taking a chance on him, because we can't rely on having a top 5 pick for 4 straight years or something like that.
Yeah, I fully agree. And even if you look at Ja as like a means to an end, right? Like if there's a way that you're able to get him, you're able to rehab him, you're able to get him back to being a 25 point per game, 8 assists per game guy that's leading like a fun group, then you make a choice. Do you want him to be, do you trust that that's real and you're going to be able, he's grown up and you're going to be able to like build with him? Or are you just doing that so you can turn around next summer and potentially go get 2 first round picks for him? And so, is there risk? Yeah, there's risk that you're just going to get stuck with another Zach LaVine situation, but it would be another year. And, somebody mentioned, Sidney Dean here, that he hates when I say that, the Kings don't have a direction. Like I'm not saying that because I want that to be the case. I'm saying it's because it's reality. What are you supposed to do with these contracts? This isn't a Scott Perry issue. It's the guys before him left him in a very, very bad situation. He took the job. He'll admit that. He took it, and now he's got to figure out how to deal with it. But the fact is, like, you can go out on the dating scene and want to date as many people as you want. If no one wants to date you, then you're not going to have a date. So that's where the Kings are kind of at. They're in a situation where it's like, look, man, I don't know what to tell you, but there ain't nobody swiping right on you at this point. And so
high school with that. Come on, man, stop.
I don't even know what that means, but I'm just like, it seems like it fits. But it's one of those really awkward positions to be in if you're a Kings management team, because you're going to be graded on the years that you've got the job. And if those years are completely tainted by what you're having to clean up from the previous group, then it's not simple. It's not simple at all. And I'm not trying to, make excuses for Scott Perry, but like, how about this? You Kings fan out there, you go ahead and call around Sidney Dean and you figure out if there's a team that you think would trade for Zach LaVine, and just reach out to some of their beat writers and see what they think. And just that level alone will tell you, yeah, that's not going to happen. So it's not that he's an untradeable player. It's that his contract is untradeable. And that's
it is tough. James Ham here with us on Dealing with KC. It is tough that like the vocabulary of dating apps is a part of like everyday conversation now. And there's a large group of us that have never, ever been on a dating app before.
Yeah.
And don't know if right means, I like them, or left means I don't. Like you hear it enough, you try to pick up on it. I don't.
There are so many that are talked about, and I'm like, what is that?
That it's also like there's not one dating app anymore. There's like 1,000.
Yeah. What is this? This seems chaotic.
And I don't know which one's which. And yeah, it does not sound pleasant. Like we have a friend who the Chatty House knows well, who's very involved in dating apps, and it is the worst thing I've ever seen.
They're probably on about 5.
It
they just be saying these words like the name of that.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I can't help you.
Yeah.
was a solid effort by James to reference the.
Yeah, it's not an easy world. I will be 27 years married in a couple of weeks, and yeah, I'm so glad I'm not looking at that world at all. It's horrible.
What y'all know about the party line, though? I know about that.
Oh, the party line. Yeah, I remember the party line.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Were you and I talking about the list parties this weekend?
Yeah, we were.
Oh, what y'all know about the list parties?
They went outside for the list
y'all
parties.
Know about the list parties, man.
I didn't even get to all of them. I got to a couple, but I didn't get to all.
I didn't get to anywhere near.
I wasn't on the
all of
list
them.
all the time.
No.
That Millerism, what y'all know about that?
That's benefits to being friends with our Cleveland insider, my man Io. He was on all those lists. Like, hey, let's pull up. James Ham here with us on Dealing with KC. It was a weird year last year, obviously. And as we head into next year, do you feel like, because, you know, the main talking point for a large chunk of the season, Hammer, were the likes of Maxine Reynaud, Nick Clifford, Dylan Cardwell, you know, those young players. Are those guys' spots, and Dylan's a little bit more unique. He's kind of in a, I don't know if specialty role is the right way to frame it, but he probably doesn't have the same, type of impact that the other two have. Are those two guys, are they solidified heading into next year?
I mean, it just depends if Domas is here or not. I mean, that's the honest truth. Like, I don't know what it means for Max and Dylan. I do think, again, if you were to trade Domas, so let's just live in that world where Domas is traded. I think either number one, you need to bring back a backup center, or you're going to need to go out and spend a league minimum amount of money on, like how the Kings had Alex Len here for 5 years. You're going to need to go out and get one of those guys to help support what you're doing, and hope that you can bring those guys along. And when they do have their downturns or their, hit their walls and stuff like that, that maybe they'll be able to grow through it. But I also think that we don't really know what Max and Dylan are. We think we know what they are, but whatever they are, they did on a 22-60 win team. And they did a lot of what they did. The damage they did was because the guys in front of them were hurt and they weren't able to play. And so we got a whole lot of Max and a whole lot of Dylan that no one expected. And so now we're hoping that we see those players at the next level is that same exact thing, but you just never know.
So some of the talk on D-Lo and KC, our guy Jesse saying it feels if they trade like Domas and Zach, we could be looking at the worst record in basketball. Do you think that in those trades, and I know you kind of went over it a little bit, but this is a little bit more specific question. In those trades, they'd be looking for good players in return, even if they're young, or guys they want to take a chance on, like say an RJ Barrett type guy. Would they be looking for that, or is it more so to just clear the books and get those contracts off?
I think both can be true, because I think you can go out because again, the gigantic nature of the Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis contracts, you can go out and trade for a, again, 26, 27-year-old RJ Barrett, and, knowing he's on an expiring deal coming up too, you might be able to extend him and keep him around, at a cheaper price, or, 3-year, I don't know, 90 million, or 3 years, 75 million, 85 million, whatever. So there's a possibility that you can do that, but then it's the other part of that salary that you're going to have to take back to match that can be a much shorter term thing, right? You might be willing to take back a $12 million or $15 million expiring contract, or a veteran player that, may not even play that much for you, as long as when you get that player now, can you move him again, or can you stretch provision that player and make, sort of clear up some of your books that way, where you're getting one $25 million player and one $15 million player, and that $15 million player may not, matter so much as to what you're doing. So I think like there are a lot of different ways to clear the books. But realistically, the Kings have to find at least one or two of them, unless they're able to get the one mechanism, which would be, again, Zach LaVine taking considerably less money.
I'm just ready for all this to get started.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Let's fast forward, huh?
And I'm just as anxious for it to get started, and then it's going to start, and then I'm like, I just can't wait for this to be over with. But I just want to get to the point, like, all right, the Sacramento Kings, because it's kind of like once we get to, 2 weeks from tomorrow, is it the 23rd? It's a flood of like, all right, we've got the draft, we got, day 2 of the draft, we got time to respond to all of that stuff, kind of let it sink in, and then free agency starts, and then here's the California Classic, and then we're off to Summer League, and then all of a sudden it's the end of July, and we're creeping into training camp in the NFL, and then we're a month and a half away from camp starting in the NBA and a whole new season being here that hopefully doesn't end in November, though it might end in October. So who knows?
Yeah, it's like the sprint and then just how it just stops. Like we get to the 3rd week of July and everything's over. And you're like, uh-oh, now what do we do? What do we talk about on a daily podcast? That's
Last year was miserable. Like last year was just legitimately awful.
yeah.
I'm not eager to do that again.
Oh, the season. I thought you meant like last summer.
No. No. Last summer was fine to the best of my recollection. It was fine.
Yeah.
I remember Kings fans being down last summer, and clearly rightfully so. I meant the season. The season was just, and maybe it'll be different, like if all of those guys are gone and everyone knows we're not going to be good versus maybe you thought they were going to be bad, but you didn't think they would be an embarrassment.
Right.
Like that was terrible.
Also,
that wasn't fun.
While I think, Maxine Reynaud and Dylan Carwell, those guys, the Bean Boys, remind me, I actually might have an apology for them.
Really?
Yeah, I might have an apology.
Boy.
Well, I'm writing this down. We'll get to the bottom of this. But that was cool, but it's a little different if you have your prize top 7 young prospect out there on the court. And I think that dynamic might change this year as well, even if the record isn't any different.
Sure.
Yeah, I would even go back to the Tyreek Evans year. That was a horrible year of bad basketball. The Kings were the 2nd worst team in the league, but you don't even remember that. You remember the 25-5 chase. You remember him holding off Steph Curry for Rookie of the Year. And maybe that's how this season goes. Maybe you're just like, hey, at least it was fun. At least you had something to cheer for. And I think that that's the biggest thing the fans need. They need something to look forward to. And someone mentioned in the chat, like, you can't even buy a jersey right now because you don't know who's going to be here.
Mm-hmm.
And so, I think if you have a Darius Acuff go number 7 overall, there's going to be a ton of Darius Acuff jerseys purchased. And he's going to be the next big thing.
I also realized no one's going to be screaming for them to lose games next year.
Yeah, I got to get rid of actually win games.
Yeah,
win.
Yeah, go on that hot stretch that you went on last year. Of course, they lose down the stretch. Oh, of course. Now that we're getting draft regulated, the Kings are losing games.
I bet the Kings don't even know how the draft works now.
Ugh.
Gangs.
Yeah.
Tough. Kangs.
Yeah. What an interesting year ahead of us. And actually, it all starts in 15 days.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
We're almost there.
Hammer might be able to help me out with this potential apology. I wanted to ask him. I'll ask him real quick. James, do you know how the Bean Boys got to the Western Conference Finals and were at that game? Was that like them just hanging out, or did the NBA send them?
Oh, no, that was somebody's idea. And you have to remember that Scott Perry, like everybody else in the league, Scott Perry worked with Sam Presti when they were the Seattle Supersonics before they moved. And even Mark Jones was with them. So, I think that they had they made a call and were able to get there. And look, that's a good thing. You should be looking and seeing how great teams are playing.
It's a good thing. They're spending time together. They're enjoying time. And he wants everybody in Sacramento to be miserable.
It's not a bad thing. I'll say that. I wouldn't go so far to say it's a good thing.
Well, they need to learn it somehow because they're not
Your
going to.
True love is about to win the NBA championship, and you're still over here being grouchy.
I'll expand on that more. Not the true love thing, but the
host of the Locked On Kings.
Potential apology.
Is Locked On Knicks open for Kenny? Can he do a pod over there? Hammer, great stuff as always. We'll be anxious to run back some of these conversations once again on Wednesday as the clock ticks to the NBA draft. Thanks, Hammer.
Yeah, we're getting down to the end of this thing, so hopefully we'll have something good happen.
See you,
I hope so. Thanks, James.
See you guys.
Man, James Hammer, 1320 Kings Insider, host of the Kings Beat podcast and the Locked On Kings podcast. Okay, we'll come back. I guess no apology is coming for the Bean Boys.
I'll explain.
We do need to get back to the Wemby situation because you said something, I said something. You have more to say. I also want to talk about Karl-Anthony Towns if we can, because he is rewriting every narrative about him in 2 games, and it is spectacular to watch. Whether it's fair or not is irrelevant, but it is spectacular to watch, especially someone from someone who has been down on him in the past. So we'll talk about that. Obviously, we're about 2 hours away from the game. Hopefully, Knicks fans are there now, or they might not get in. Poor Wemby was going through security while in his shoot-around uniform.
Come on, man.
Now, that picture is circulating around social media. So we'll come back and we'll dive back into the finals next year on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Bob Brown out here shirt watching. That's crazy, Bob Brown. That's crazy, bro. Bob Brown. Hey, Bob Brown, we got a potentially 3 different things that you can pull up to in the next 90 days, 60 days. Come on, man. Stop playing. Stop playing. Pull up on us, Bob Brown. One of the events, man. Come on through.
Where's Pat McAfee courtside right now?
Okay. All right, man. Is he? This guy, they're talking to him like he's breaking down the game.
That's what I'm saying.
Come on, man. Look at Carmichael Dave warming up Steph Castle.
I didn't see.
Oh man, he's right behind Christina. There was a way closer. He was behind Pat McAfee for a second. He's gonna come back this way. Let's see, Carmichael Dave out here.
I'll give you a 6 out of. I'll give you a 5 out of 10. Yeah, I don't know.
Not a 5.
I don't know. It's going lower. Maybe 4 out of 10.
That's a 6 at the lowest.
I don't know.
That's 6 at the
I see the vision, but yeah, I guess a 4 out of 10.
Look at there you go. Go.
No.
That's a 6. At least a 6. That was funny. Yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? We came into Wrigley. Easy work. Easy work. Take a quick 2 out of 3. Friday wasn't even competitive. You know, that's just what we do. I wish we could play. Wish we could play the Cubs all year long. Wish we could do that. We'd be challenging the Mariners' regular season record. Play them all year long. Actually, play the Cubs. Why do I keep saying the Cubs? Actually, keep playing the Cubs. Like in about a week or so, they'll be in.
Shout out to the White Sox, the best team in Chicago right now.
Ooh, I didn't say that, Manny. That was Mr. Tapia.
What's higher, 523 or 515?
Damn. Oh, look. Hey, what do you give me real quick before he goes off the screen? You see the guy? Oh, when they come back behind Christina.
Oh, he's in the paint now, yeah.
Carmichael Davis working out the not him, right there with the ball. He's working out the Spurs. Like at the free throw line, giving Castle the ball.
Yeah.
I said that's at least a 6. Jesse trying to give me a 4.
Nah, that's a little Carmichael Day there.
From the side?
Oh!
No, it's not. No,
that's
no
a
way.
9.
No.
No, what guy? You might be looking at the wrong guy. That's absolutely. No, that's a 9.
That's
for
no
Carmichael
lower
Day.
than a 6.
No, you crazy. That absolutely.
That man just has a gray beard and some
I
some
think you're
color
looking
in his
at the
hair.
wrong
That's it.
guy.
Am I?
No, I think so.
No, I think.
Not the
Look
skinny
at this
guy.
creep. No, in the black, right?
Well, they were both in black.
He was in the paint at one point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Oh, no,
it's like a 4. I don't know. That's a 4.
that looked
I
like
think.
Dave. That looked like Dave. That's funny.
Why doesn't Mitchell Robinson get his beard lined up?
Well, he don't comb his hair either.
That's true too.
He got
What do I expect?
man, he got Andrew Luck vibes with the neck beard.
Yeah.
Dr. David asking if he has a ladder. Oh, this drink is terrible. Well, everybody's out at the Garden. Boy, it is
Everybody at the
night
Garden.
out there. Sacramento, stand up. Sacramento, stand up. Obviously, it's a big night. The first game at the first NBA Finals game at Madison Square Garden since 1999. 27 years, man. Absolutely incredible. And Knicks fans are wilding out, though they're going to have to be the tamed a little bit tonight as company at the Garden has changed the way things will happen in New York City tonight. There's a lot that can be said about that, but let's get back to our conversation we were having about Victor Wembanyama. You told me to know my role and shut my mouth, I believe were your exact words. But I was one of the many people who, following the start of the Western Conference Finals, and that it's I don't know if it was historic. It certainly felt historic. Game 1 performance from Wemby that I walked in here the next day. You weren't here that day, and said, and see what happens. You don't show up for a day, and I said it. I stated it. I was going to jump out every window that involved Victor Wembanyama that day.
I would have to probably.
And said he was the face of the league. He's the best player in the league. He's all these, different things. And now all of a sudden we're here in game 3. They're down 2-0. The San Antonio Spurs are being down, they're down 2-0. And he's now kind of on the other side of all of that praise that came following that 7-game series against Oklahoma City. There's, just as much from many people, not everybody, you included, his emotion following that series was getting applauded by many. Now it's looked at as like, maybe he's too emotional on the floor. All of the things that it felt like he was doing right, all of the answers to the performances or to the moments that he had in that series, they're not coming as quickly here through 2 games against the New York Knicks. And you you made I think a great point where you said, Victor Wembanyama needs to get better. He needs to have that moment that Magic Johnson had in 1984, headed into the 1985 series. And while I don't disagree with that, my pushback to you was, I think he's still all of those things. He's still the face of the league. He's still certainly in the conversation for the best player in the league. He's exhibiting his youth right now. He's exhibiting what the and it's not just him, Victor Wembanyama. It's the San Antonio Spurs. It is the Oklahoma City Thunder of years past in 2000. We just said it, 13, 12.
Yes, 12.
2012. The 95 Orlando Magic, the 2007 Cleveland Cavaliers. Like, history taught us something that I won't say I chose to ignore going into this series. When you have a team that is, battle tested, they are scarred by what they went on last year. And one of the biggest misses that they had last year from Tom Thibodeau was figuring out a way to utilize all of the talent that they had and manage that group properly. It feels like at the perfect time, Mike has done a terrific job of doing that. That doesn't have anything to do with the argument what the Knicks are doing. It centers more on Victor Wembanyama. I just think they're running into a team that they're not better than.
I agree with you 100% on that. We talk about the finals teams because it's the finals. They made it to the finals and things of that nature. But just young teams in general. I know earlier we mentioned how OKC just got there. It's like, okay, that's what we're doing. They had to take a lump when they lost in that second round as the number 1 seed to Dallas. And they didn't get to skip all the steps. You know what I'm saying? They maybe got there a little quicker than we expected, but they still had to, take a hit before they got to that next step. And I think that's just part of understanding how to win in this league.
Yeah, San Antonio skipped all that.
Until now, and they'll understand. This is what you got to do to be a champion, to go through to be a champion. I think I heard this right as well. When Orlando went to the finals, they hadn't won a playoff game in franchise history.
Yeah, they were pretty young at the time.
Yeah, I was trying to think. They didn't make the playoffs Penny's rookie year. I think that was Penny's second year, Shaq's third year. And the franchise,
yeah, it was definitely Shaq's third year because this is Wemby's third year.
Yeah, and the franchise, 5-6 years old, had never won a playoff game, and went from not winning a playoff game to the NBA Finals. And all those guys as well had never won a playoff game into the NBA Finals. And Wemby going into this year had never won a playoff game.
Yeah,
Castle and Harper and all those other Fox is the only, and Harrison and Olynyk, but you know what I'm saying. It's just part of it. It's part of it, and we had never seen anybody skip all the steps before.
Yeah,
and that's why this was kind of amazing to watch.
Pretty amazing. You got a team with Harrison Barnes and Kelly Olynyk on it, and you're still the youngest team.
right. So yeah, they're going through some stuff right now. And the series isn't over, like literally. I think that
it's not.
Knicks got this, but they got plenty of time to turn things around. The Spurs do. So we'll see what happens. When you talk about like because I mentioned Magic, and you talked about what Magic had accomplished leading up to that moment to make him feel like, oh, I'm like feel invincible, and then have a reality check and say, man, I'm not as good as I think I am.
And I did a bad job of setting that up because you said Magic in the Best of Enemies 30 for 30 said, I need to get better as a basketball player. Yeah. He might have been feeling himself a certain way going into that 84 series, and that was the first time where he felt like, I need to be better than I am.
And what he said specifically, that was just it was just a bar, and it was such a real moment for a legend to have, in a young superstar at that time, to have, with himself, was he said, I'm not as good as I think I am, and I need to get better. And I think Vic needs to have that moment, win or lose, after this series. And I think some of the argument that you were saying was like, I don't think he has that type of, I don't want to use the word conceitedness, but that type of thought about himself that maybe Magic had at 84.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd say this is the guy who said I should be the MVP. Talking about Victor Wembanyama.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know for a fact, so I can't assume necessarily, but I would assume the same guy who thinks he should be the MVP and he had a great argument for it probably thinks like, yeah, I can do whatever I want on this court.
Mm.
And he can do a lot of stuff on that court, but there's some things that I think this offseason he's got to say, you got some work to do, man. And I say all that saying, I absolutely think that he will, not only this offseason, but the following offseason
Sure.
and moving forward. Like, I don't think he's going to rest on anything, win or lose. But I thought about what Magic said when thinking about Wemby after game 2 and kind of what we've seen in this finals. Like, I'm not as good as I think I am. I need to get back in the lab. And that was the reason why it stuck out for me for Magic saying that is that's Magic Johnson. And 22-year-old junior college transfer into Cal State East Bay, Kenny Caraway probably didn't look and say, I'm not as good as I think I am. I can't imagine if I was Magic Johnson or Victor Wembanyama having the wherewithal to say, I'm not as good as I think I am. That was a crazy line and such a real line for Magic Johnson to say. But I think it propelled him to the rest of his career and winning championships, winning MVPs, and being a better basketball player, having that truthful moment with himself after one of the worst moments of his professional career. Say, I'm not as good as I think I am. I wonder if Vic is going to have that type of terminology. Because if he does, it's over.
Wow, they really have Danhausen on Sports Center.
Can we get started with the warm-ups? They're just bringing everything.
I don't want him to curse us though, so be careful what you say.
I really don't understand professional wrestling anymore.
The game passes up, pal.
It did. Yeah,
Charles Barkley pump faking 3 times to go up at the rim, and it's like we don't got it anymore. It's not for us.
It is just. It's just. Yeah. We had a special run.
Like he's not even in.
Look
like
at the way he's holding the microphone.
He's not even like his wrestling costume or whatever. He's in a Knicks jersey and some face paint. Like,
well, I think the face paint is his cut. And yeah, shout out
She's
to
like,
Christina.
I got to the 3 p.m. Sports Center for this.
Yeah.
This is what I've been striving for.
Back in my day,
called the 6 out.
Undertaker would be out there with the hat and everything right now.
Oh God, that was the most awkward photo in history. Undertaker standing outside the
picture.
Cleveland Cavaliers locker room in full uniform.
They all dissed him too. I think one person took a picture with him, right?
I don't know.
Oh man, she's like, this is what I've been striving for, huh? What's L. Duncan doing right now? That's what she's saying.
I bet L. Duncan is somewhere happy. Look at that. Yeah, Madison Square Garden, 1 hour. There's a countdown clock in the corner, 1 hour and 45 minutes away from tip-off as these poor fans attempt to enter Madison Square Garden. And the San Antonio Spurs look to get on the board with what will probably be the loudest recorded crowd in history, both in the building and outside of the building.
Me and Kyle were talking about this morning on the jump. Is there anything more anticipated than this Knicks crowd today? Like as far as like, oh yeah, we're hyped to see what the atmosphere is looking like.
Yeah, not that I can.
I don't know if I've ever really been interested in something like this until today. I guess
this is like CM Punk in Chicago levels. That's what this is.
Which might be, I guess, the last time.
Right.
I'm trying to think here
because we've been talking about MSG and Knicks in the finals for a couple seasons now.
I mean,
they had these expectations.
I mean, like in all seriousness, there's in terms of crowd anticipation, there's LeBron's return to Cleveland.
That's a good one.
And there's which is probably the worst in history. Kevin Durant's return to Oklahoma City.
Those are all just negative reasons too.
I'm trying to.
That one was bad. It wasn't as bad. Nothing will ever be as LeBron returning to Cleveland. Nothing will ever be that bad again.
I'm trying to be fair here and not have I don't know if recency bias is the correct term, but just my location.
Mhm.
The Kings' first playoff game was
Oh,
pretty anticipated. I think on a not like this.
yeah.
But we didn't see it. I've went back and watched that game a couple times. They showed the intros
Okay.
on the broadcast.
Yeah.
And they don't do that. Well, now they do. At that time,
You guys
they
were
didn't
bitching and complaining about it long enough. They finally
Well,
did
they
it.
definitely didn't do it in the first round.
Oh, yeah, right.
The first and prime time that first Saturday.
Yeah.
They knew what time it was. They knew 17 years in a place that has historically been looked at as one of the great venues in the league.
That's a good one.
Was getting it back. They showed it. It's not Knicks in the Garden.
No.
And it's not LeBron going back to Cleveland. It's not even, I don't even think it's KD going back to OKC. That was a good one. But they were aware. The NBA world and ESPN, ABC and all that, they were aware of what that might look like. It was on their radar.
And how do I phrase this? The storyline of the crowd has kind of been hijacked. We were talking a little bit before the show about this. It is just best for ABC to not show that person on television.
Yeah.
He's not sitting courtside. He's sitting in a suite that's probably glassed off. It would be in the best interest of ABC to leave it alone. It would be in the best interest of the cameraman at the Garden to not focus in on that. Because if Dolan is instructing them to, that's going to wind up being the story.
I think.
I mean, you got to show them at one point, right?
Yeah,
I do not think you do.
I was just thinking about.
I do not think you do.
I was thinking about that after our conversation. You have to.
I do not think you do. I strongly disagree.
The story is
everybody
already
knows
the story.
He's there.
Once the gates got put up,
You
outside
had
the Garden.
NFL. You had broadcasters. You had network broadcasters actively discussing keeping Taylor Swift's face off of football games. Taylor Swift, but we just have to show him on television.
Well, I'll tell you, I'll flip that around a little bit. They showed Taylor Swift when she was at the game 3.
That was NBA.
I know, and this is ABC and the NBA, and they're not going to not.
But did they show her, or did they show Travis Kelce?
Well, that's a good point. She was in the picture.
She was Travis Kelce's girlfriend, I believe.
I get where you're going with the
Richard
Taylor
Jefferson
Swift
kept saying.
thing, and she's like this massive celebrity and all that. But I think there's this aspect. I mean, how you feel or how you don't. Like, it is the president of the United States, so you're always just gonna show him.
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. You two red hats can take it.
Hey, don't do that. Don't do that. Hey,
I'll
don't
just
do that.
point out. I'll just point out.
Just trying to produce a TV game today.
I'll just point out what some of y'all were screaming. Keep politics out of my sports.
I'm not talking.
To you.
I'm saying I'm with you.
I'm saying, like, we got to kind of pick a side here.
It's kind of elephant.
You do or you don't.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Like, well, we're gonna act like he's not there.
Yeah.
No, like with that would almost be like, to a certain degree, that almost be insulting our intelligence. Like, you're gonna have him there and act like he's not there.
So
like we don't know. Like,
so from
on,
a and to be clear, we're talking purely from a television aspect, right?
Yeah.
So
Ben Stiller, Fat Joe, and who the hell is that guy?
Let's have all the celebrities in here and not show.
Yeah.
So that okay.
Chalamet.
Come on.
That's a good point that I actually didn't think about.
Wait, why is this crowd booing right now?
Okay, so that was the other
You
thing.
rounded out with fake applause.
So that was the other thing. If there was no reaction from the crowd, I didn't think you had to show it on television. But I forgot one of the big stories tonight will be who is there.
Oh yeah,
and that will be in most arenas. It's a quick, hey, here's Kevin Garnett at the Celtics game. There's Paul Pierce, and we're out. In New York, this is going to be a full 30-second thing to try to get all of these celebrities in. And then I guess at that point, if you don't acknowledge it.
And
it does become weird.
And even on top of that, I think
that.
you mentioned this, and Ken Rudolph had talked about, it's the news. It's the news. Like that's part of the story, whether I like it or not, whether I want them there or not.
Mm-hmm.
That's the job of the broadcast, the producer. Like, this is the news. This is the story.
We've all been
you got to be there. You got to show them. It's part of this. Part of it.
We've all been anticipating, I guess, Knicks getting into the finals, the atmosphere of the game. We've seen what Knicks fans have looked like outside the arenas, and now finally, finals are here. Game 3 for their first opportunity in, what was it, 99 was the last time?
Yeah,
I think 99 was the last time, and now, the story is James Dolan invited his friend, the
hijacked,
president,
yeah.
And now these fans can't be there to, I guess, take part in this moment that's finally here. So
also,
right, you have to show the news, the guy who's there, the reason why.
You know that Penn Station is right below the Garden. How is that working?
I've seen tweets. You got to come out of Penn Station and go a couple streets down to go get screened or whatever, and then you get into another line and come back to MSG.
Yeah.
So you gotta leave. The
What
area.
if you're not going to the game?
Tough luck.
Then you have no business there. Yeah.
Do you have any idea how much traffic comes from below Madison Square Garden?
Plan accordingly. I don't think
You're
it's
not wrong, pal.
Yeah.
Wow, we're all on the same page here. But this is what it is. James Dolan's buddies here.
Imagine someone like I'll never forget my first trip to New York City. Took a train to Penn Station from I don't know. I was in Bristol, Connecticut. We obviously didn't take a train out of Bristol. It might have been West Hartford or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The train goes into Penn Station, and you take an escalator up. It's still one of the most incredible experiences of my life.
Yeah.
Take the escalator up, and you are right there in the middle of New York. Like everything you've ever seen on television, you are right there in the middle of it. And I've been told the story that like I took the escalator up, and this was 4, 5. So it's not like everybody. It's not like people thought to take and just film everything. I think I had a Trio 750 at the time or something. I don't even know. And and took so like it was never being recorded, but it's like my eyes just got big, and I did like the little Home Alone thing where I'm just like looking around, and there, directly to your left, is Madison Square Garden.
You want to hear something that feels impossible? Feels impossible. I've been to Times Square. I've been to the Empire State Building. I've caught the train from Penn Station to Connecticut and then back. I've never seen the Garden.
How is that possible?
I don't know.
You took a train at Penn Station and didn't see the Garden?
Yeah, I might have been on the other side of Penn Station. Like, because I was watching this video on the Garden last night. And
getting hyped.
Well,
Okay. No, it's all right. It's all right.
Wishing I was there.
Yeah, I got you.
But the whole layout, you see Penn Station, and it's like maybe a whole block, maybe 2 blocks is what Penn Station is. And maybe I got in on the other side. Once again, I've been to Times Square. I'm looking at the aerial view.
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, I've been to Times. How have I not seen the Garden? It's down the street.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's not like there's one entrance and one exit to Penn Station, but it is crazy that you wouldn't just walk down the street and be like,
I don't know
there's
what
the Garden
happened,
right there.
man.
When we went to New York over Christmas, I said, hey, to Katie, my fiance from the Wake Up Call,
Yep.
do you want to go see the Garden? And it was not near where we were. And she was just like, no. And part of me was like, really? I'd like to see it. I haven't seen it in a couple of years. I was like, all right, fine. We don't have to go.
Yeah, I've never seen it. It's
That's
impossible.
crazy.
It feels impossible. For all those places I've been, I haven't seen the Garden.
I've taken a train into Grand Central Terminal too. That is not nearly as fun.
No.
Not at like
I can imagine.
not at all. And it's like, wait, this is man. What are we like? What are you coming here for? And I think where we lived in Groton, Connecticut, you could get directly to Grand Central Terminal with no problem. Penn Station, you had to take a different route. You had to go like a little bit further out, but it's worth it. Like,
Been on the Staten Island ferry.
Jesus, bro. God. You literally have done every tourist thing, and if you wouldn't take the minute and a half it took to walk down the street.
I don't think
see
I've been to
Madison
Central
Square
Park.
Garden.
I don't think I've been
Oh,
there.
Central Park
Yeah.
is beautiful. Our visit there in December was incredible. It was covered in
It
snow.
was cold.
It was. We went to. I probably told you this already. We went to Tavern on the Green to meet her aunt and uncle for lunch. You know what? I didn't know this as I was sitting there when the Jacksons announced the Victory Tour. It was at Tavern on the Green in Central Park.
Oh, what a coinky.
I had no idea.
I had no idea.
Absolutely no idea. We'll come back. I want to talk. I really want to talk about Karl-Anthony Towns.
Oh, and I got one more Wemby thing that you talked about. Oh,
All right.
well,
Kenny,
you want to talk about it too.
Kenny will continue to trash Wemby, and I'll come back and praise Karl-Anthony Towns. So
What
a
kind
little
of
bit
day is
everything.
this?
It's Tilo and Casey. Yeah, right? On Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
What a nice, crisp lineup.
Perk, did they leave the do you see the line?
Yeah, that might be a makeup thing.
Oh, yeah, that's bad work.
Come on.
Unless he got his beard cut after he got his makeup put on. Perk got a weird beard line. This juice I made was terrible this morning, and I knew it. I absolutely knew it.
How often do you make one that you like, though?
Now every day. I was trying to get rid of some oranges that I had. They were awful. So I didn't put my apple in it, so it just tastes bad. Lazy, I would stay out of any Giannis conversation if I was the Knicks. Michael, that's funny. That's actually a good. I wonder who is singing the national anthem tonight. These are really good. These are dangerous. I need to chill out on this. These are good. Let me get this out of here. I'll be right back. Lazy, entertain everybody. This is absolutely a true story. Absolutely a true story.
I can't imagine picking up a roach.
It happened.
Like, that's never crossed my mind once. Like, oh, I got to get rid of this. Let me pick it up and throw it. That's disgusting.
Yep, that absolutely happened. Of course, that crowd in the park is always a little different. All things considered, these Knicks fans actually look really subdued. They're probably tired. Oh, I hope those people are inside. Okay, they are. Yeah, get out of the way. Let these people go to their seats. Jesus.
Tip off. Draymond.
Why are Shaq and Draymond damn near matching?
Nice ensembles. Well,
I don't
Draymond
think I
looks
like
nice.
Kenny's shoes,
I
but I
don't.
guess I get it. I
Very
feel like
nice
they
suit.
should be darker. I guess they match the stripes. Yeah, I don't think I like that.
Draymond looks nice.
Everybody has these like muted, darker colors on, and then there's Chuck like full spring. Chucks look good. Those peptides he takes are working for him. All right, we're back here. Kenny's been trashing Victor Wembanyama all morning, all afternoon. So
Not
I'll go ahead
true.
and let that continue. I do want to shift our attention, and I do want to give some love to Karl-Anthony Towns, and you know we'll touch on a few other things. We mentioned that Jake Fisher report when we talked to James Ham a little bit earlier regarding Domantas Sabonis. Again, it's not exactly news. There's nothing there where you need to, oh my gosh, what are D'Lo and Casey going to say? No, it's things that we've said 1,000 times. They're just still out there. And as we get closer and closer to the draft, like I wonder what these conversations sound like. But obviously, it's a huge day for the NBA. I never, people use lines like, "Oh, basketball is just better when the Knicks are good," and I've never subscribed to that. Like, I don't even think that that's true.
You don't even know what it looks like.
Yeah, well, no, I've seen good Knicks teams.
Good is different.
But like, I didn't think basketball was any different last year when the Knicks got to the Eastern Conference Finals. I actually thought it was an amazing story that the Indiana Pacers got to the finals. Like, I thought there was a unique. I thought what happened last year was really unique. Now, ratings wise. We have seen the impact, I think, of both of Victor Wembanyama and the New York Knicks. But we talked about this when we were, kind of wishing upon a star, right? Wishing for a series. Rick and Jalen were on Good Morning America today. The Knicks being in this, whether it makes basketball more fun, no. Maybe I've never understood. Better for basketball. Maybe I've never understood that. But it does open some doors for you. And I imagine the moment, like if the Knicks win this game tonight and you have an opportunity to win the NBA championship at Madison Square Garden, this was the scenario we presented a few weeks ago. Yeah. Ben Stiller, Spike Lee, Fat Joe, Jerry Seinfeld, Sex and the City people, like anyone who has some like tie to New York or New York television or New York entertainment or Madison Square Garden, they're going to be on Good Morning America. They're going to be on the Today Show. That's good for the NBA.
Yeah.
It's bringing eyes to your biggest moment. And it's introducing the world to this young man in front of us right here, Jalen Brunson, who is emerging, at least in my eyes. And I think a lot of people, he's got to be one of the biggest stars in the game. The way the way he's playing in the final minutes of these games is ridiculous. Game 1 was close. Even though they won by 10, that game was close.
Yeah.
They won by 10 because of Jalen. What they did, despite the fact they were the team that gave up the lead in game number 2, Jalen Brunson was a big reason that they wound up winning that game.
Now I think I went on this big diatribe last week about, big market, small market, all this other stuff. I think that's out of the window for New York, LA. And I'll throw Chicago in there because Jalen Brunson doing what he's doing for the New York Knicks is different than Jalen Brunson doing what he's doing for the Portland Trailblazers. They could be in the same place. Portland Trailblazers could be in the finals.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the same as Jalen Brunson doing what he's doing in New York for the New York Knicks.
Mm-hmm.
It's just completely different. And he is a star. We talked about it at the beginning of the playoffs, about how this is a top 10 player, certified top 10 player in the game right now. And his stock continues to rise. The lore of Jalen Brunson continues to grow. And he's going to be legendary. I think he already is legendary for where he has them. But if they get 2 more wins and he wins an NBA championship for the first time in 53 years in New York City, you can't tell. The ceiling is the roof for what he is.
Yeah.
In basketball lore, in maybe the biggest basketball city in America.
There is a player on his team who deserves as much recognition as him. But before we get there, I want to close out this conversation on Victor Wembanyama.
Okay. Oh, and real quick, just a side note. Patrick Ewing and Tracy Morgan were on the Today Show.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
Patrick Ewing gave tickets to these kids for games 3 and 4. But to your point, we wondered, like, if they had the games, it would be great. They said, we don't care. We're in New York. We're getting some Knicks on here. We're getting Tracy Morgan on here. Yeah, that's just what the NBA finals in New York does. So,
now I'm remembering the question. The question was, would you, if you were NBC, would you rather have the Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals or the Oklahoma City Wemby Spurs Western Conference Finals? And we determined it was the New York team for these reasons that are playing out on national television right now.
We don't care
even without the game.
Yeah, we don't care if we're showing Cubs Giants.
Yeah,
you're gonna get this New York Knicks stuff.
Yeah.
Wemby, you alluded to it a little bit earlier in the show about people having a problem with his emotion and saying he's too emotional, and it's something that they showed a lot of love for early, but now they lost a couple games in the finals, and now that may be a problem. I don't think his emotion or him showing emotion is necessarily a problem, but you talked about the high school high thing earlier.
Mm-hmm.
And that plays a little role into it.
The high school high thing is when players turn to they kind of turn to the leader.
Yeah.
How should we act? How should we respond to this?
There may be people listening for the first time. So
there might be. There might be.
In the movie
Wait till they get a hold of TC.
It's about an hour away. When in the movie High School High, Mekhi Phifer was just the outlaw of the class. And it was like a spoof movie too, but he was the outlaw.
Yeah.
New teacher comes in, says, get out your books, take out your pens. We're about to do our work. The entire class turns around, looks at Mekhi Phifer in the back of the room. And the very first time, he puts his headphones on and goes on about his business. The entire room says, we're not doing this. They start being reckless, like just crazy, a crazy classroom. The guy works with Mekhi Phifer, gets him on his side. Couple weeks later, say, hey, everybody take out your books. Get your pens out. We're about to read this chapter. Once again, the whole class turns around, looks at Mekhi Phifer. He gets his book out, listens. The entire class gets their book out, and they listen. And we talk about that in sports, and specifically in this situation with Victor Wembanyama. When he is out there playing with confidence, feeling confident, doing confident things, the rest of that team looks confident, plays with confidence. If he's out there either in a game or after a game looking distraught, looking like all hope is lost,
mm-hmm.
I feel like they take on that a little bit. And I don't know if that was exactly said by Charles Barkley and others, but I subscribe to that a little bit. Like Wemby, there's got to be when you're that much of the guy. It's your franchise. Jalen Brunson is actually a great example. there's a stoic nature that you have to yourself sometimes. You can get hype actually, but you can't get low. You know what I'm saying? Like you can turn up, but you can't look like all is lost. And I don't know if Vic necessarily looked that way in game 2, but I'll even go back to game 7. Vic looked like he had won the championship. He was crying, he was emotional, and I love all that. But he looks like that. They may look like we did it, as opposed to no, we still got work to do. And that was my concern when I saw that from Vic. I don't have a problem with the emotion per se, but it felt like you gave everything you had for that moment, and you still had a series to play. And maybe that's what Chuck was kind of talking about a little bit.
Chuck is in Charles Barkley.
Charles Barkley, yeah.
I think Charles was very complimentary of like the emotion that Wemby showed. He I think Chuck even said himself he got emotional like watching Wemby because he felt like the league was in good hands. And you know how some of these older players talk, and I don't even fault them in some regards, but it's like it feels like guys don't care sometimes, or maybe don't. They care. It's they're just okay with what happens. And I think guys like Charles Barkley, who has lost some of the most heartbreaking games in NBA history, he's just not okay with it. I think De'Aaron is one of those guys. De'Aaron is like Tony Romo. If this is the worst thing that happens to me, then like I've done pretty good. And Charles is like, man, I lost in the NBA Finals the year I was the MVP, the year we had a better team than Michael Jordan did. We lost. He lost with the Rockets in heartbreaking fashion. Like he has suffered some of the most difficult losses. And when he sees guys who lose and are, hugging and, see you in a couple weeks, like, yeah, that bothers him. And in his response to Wemby was like, oh man, it's literally the theory you just presented. If he cares, he could make everybody else care more. Not everybody, but he could make a lot more people care about winning again.
We saw that in the All-Star game.
Right. That's exactly it.
That he is the reason why things turned up in that All-Star game. And I saw that the year before in All-Star. It was like kind of a circus, that one in the Bay Area, with the format.
Yeah.
But he was hot. He doubled or did something.
That video circulated for weeks.
He was hot. And I love that about him. I think that is something that I don't ever want him to lose.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's just a fine line,
and
it also depends on the group that you have around
managing
you.
your emotions.
Yeah. If you got more of a veteran group around you, maybe it's not anything you have to worry about.
Sure.
These guys are a little younger, and they kind of look up to Vic to a certain degree, and you just got to manage that a little bit. You got to pick and choose when you show that, and that's something that all of these guys, that whole Spurs core, they'll deal with that throughout the years. But this year, it might have been something that just kind of they lost a little bit of focus, on the ultimate goal, and that happens time to time.
I held back every urge to interrupt you a second ago. Because I looked up and they were showing the OG foul review. And I noticed something very funny. At least it was funny to me.
What'd you say?
Mike did not call timeout. Mike ran onto the court, twirling his hand up in the air, saying, foul, foul. He's twirling his hand, and then he's making the motion, foul, foul, review, foul. He did not call timeout. I point that out because of you're supposed to call timeout and then call a review.
Yeah, what you talking
Mike
about?
did not do that. I don't think I had seen this clip before, or I don't think I had seen this view before, because it was isolated on Mike. He was walking every team has their replay guy. He was walking down the bench looking, and clearly the guy responded emphatically because Mike whipped around. The whole team jumped up and ran that way.
Yeah.
And Mike is just twirling his hands. I'm about foul, review, foul, review the foul. And I'm like, Mike didn't call timeout.
No, not at all. Nobody does.
By the rule, that play should not have been reviewed. And OG would have never gone to the foul line.
Oddly enough, did you know? Those for all everybody like, referee watch and foul watch and all this other stuff. But about 2.5 minutes to go in the fourth quarter, that was the first free throws for the Knicks in the second half. In a game that physical.
Yeah, well, I'm good with that though because they've been consistent,
and they almost didn't want to give it to them.
Yeah, they've been. Yeah, they didn't. They didn't, but they have been. They've been consistent.
Sorry.
So the story for Charles is Charles has long talked about wanting street meat from New York City, and apparently he got it today, and that was the bit that they just ran on TV. Shout out to those Knicks fans; they'll get in somewhere around the start of the third quarter.
Yeah. Hopefully they got good reception. They can watch their phone.
One thing I'll say about Knicks, the New York Knicks, is I think the fashion profile of the New York Knicks franchise is 10 out of 10. Like because it's New York, it's such a staple in the fashion industry.
Yeah.
They have like some unique pieces that are just fire.
Yeah.
Absolute fire.
Question for you real quick.
Yeah.
How many people, how do I put this? What's the number of recognizable people you'll see in the first two rows tonight? 25?
I don't think it's going to be that high.
I'm talking about celebrities, former Knicks.
Oh, yeah.
Like recognize, like, oh, I know that's.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know that all of the Knicks get. I don't know that they all get first two rows. Like, is Larry David there? You know what I mean? Like, Larry David is gonna have a better seat than Patrick Ewing. It's just what it is.
Traditionally,
which Knicks players then get the big baby seats then?
No one gets the big baby seats. They'll just get pushed back a little bit. Patrick will probably be
Patrick
up
will
front.
be there. John Starks will be there. I think Carmelo will be there.
Steve
Marbury?
Novak, like you're in section 230.
Steve
I'm sorry.
Novak is under the bridge. He got the obstructive view joint. I think.
Do they ever invite Jeff Van Gundy to these things?
I think so. Poor guy. Yeah. Amari will be there.
What Amari do? I got another question. What did Amari do?
Amari said the Knicks fans should absolutely have a certain reception today for somebody.
Oh, I don't think I saw that.
Yeah.
Is Jeremy Lin there?
He's there for work. I don't know where he's going to be sitting.
Okay.
And when I said that,
I know
I
was reading something. That's right. I was reading something that Carmelo is trying to bring. He's been trying to get him on the podcast. And Jeremy was like, I'll do the podcast, but you and I need to talk privately first. And once we do that, we could talk about it all on the podcast.
Right.
We need to talk first.
Yeah.
And I'll be curious if that happens. Because he's kind of put it out there. So if the podcast never happens, it means that Carmelo never extended that overture to him to have a conversation.
Fair enough. Seemed fair. I wouldn't know why Carmelo wouldn't do that.
I don't either. Yeah, I don't either.
I'm saying if the over under is 22.5, I'm going over of recognizable people.
You're going over, huh? I'm not going over. I'll take the less, but just barely. I'll take the less, just barely. Spike's jersey is signed by the Pope. I'm serious. This is not trying to be funny. Like, I'm sure they'll show it any second. Spike's jersey is signed by the Pope.
Come on, man. Spike got everything. Those are His custom threes. Those are Spike custom threes right there.
You know
Spike
what's
Lee.
amazing? Like I feel like when it comes to this basketball team, Spike is kind of like withered down to a character, like a mascot. But look at this version of Spike Lee.
Man.
Like I met Spike Lee one time in New Orleans, of all places. He is one of the most approachable, normal, just guys.
And that Law and Order. Oh, my bad. Law and Order guy was talking to Spike.
See, everybody wants to talk to Spike.
But he's just
a regular. He's a little dude, but he's just a regular dude who just like loves basketball.
Yeah.
And so when the NBA asks him to do something, like he does it.
Right.
And he was doing some things in New Orleans for Katrina during that All-Star thing, and he couldn't have been doper to be around.
He seems like a good cat.
But he's also one of the greatest filmmakers that has ever existed.
That's right.
Like when you talk about the absolute greatest at their profession, there probably aren't 4 names ahead of Spike Lee.
Right.
And if there are, there's no more.
Yeah. Yeah. And he and it gives off it might give off to some like a negative connotation to say mascot, but like he is that for the Knicks, and I say that in a loving way. Like, hell, I feel like the Garden wouldn't be the same if Spike wasn't.
Oh, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
The stage of the Garden, like, and he's at this point, he's been in our lives now for. They made it 27 years ago. Probably add another 10 years on it. Almost going on 40 years, almost probably. When he got those courtside seats, and he was one of those guys at all the Knicks games, and he's part of the story. He's part of what we watched growing up as basketball fans with those teams in the 90s. And Spike is he's a special guy in this league.
I think that's one of the things. Sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
I was say he's got mascot vibes, but like he's no different than like Jack Nicholson. Like it's just kind of like his.
Well, no,
like, it's just his. Like he's just like his version of being a fan, I guess. Like Jack Nicholson is just more chill and
Jack didn't dress up.
That's what I mean. Like the Lakers got their fan,
And I think that's always the thing that kind of like gets me with Spike. And Spike, he obviously loves it, so he leans into it. And I have to remind myself that Spike loves this. Like this is what he wants to do, because sometimes I look at him like, why are they doing that to Spike? Like, why does he look like that? Well, they're not. Like he's doing it.
Yeah,
like he loves that. And like far be it from me to be critical of that, because I'll never say a bad thing.
I'd rather have Spike Lee than Donnie Wahlberg, but hey.
Hey, don't do that to Donnie Wahlberg. I mean, he's not Spike Lee, but there's nothing wrong with Donnie Wahlberg.
You got Bia.
Who's that?
Rapper.
Well,
Boston's been there.
Well, welcome.
Who do we have?
Who?
Chuck Liddell.
Sacramento. Oh, no.
Brett Favre?
No, those guys are nice.
50 Cent.
We got Joey Fatone.
Joey Fatone. Yeah, Joey Fatone.
We got Damian Barley.
Tiana Taylor.
They did that celebrity row picture with Will Levis one time. That was kind of weird.
Oh, man.
Come on. That was a low point.
That was tough. That was tough.
Maybe that's our next thing. We got to pick like the celebrity fan for the Kings.
It's already Dame.
Ain't nobody catch me courtside. I'm on my business.
Yeah, it's not true.
You were doing the wave, walking down the court, like, oh,
What
hey.
is this guy talking
That was
about?
one
What's
time.
up, Steve?
That was.
What's up, Steve?
I see you.
All right,
It's a
man.
true story, though. It really happened.
It happened once, and little paparazzi John Bull was like off lurking behind a tree or something filming, and all I was trying to do was.
Sorry, guys, I can't sign autographs. Coach is about to talk right now. I got to get to the back.
The true funny part about that video is I was following Sarah Hodges because she told me to go do something. She's like, "Hey, can you come do this with me real quick?" I was like, "Yeah, sure, I got you."
Good times. Back when the Kings were
Guess the
good.
media doesn't tell that side of the story. I'd really like to give some praise to Karl-Anthony Towns.
Not on this show, you're not.
I guess not.
Come back,
I guess not. We'll talk a little bit of Kings basketball too, as Jake Fisher talked about Domantas Sabonis over the weekend. We'll dive a little bit into that. And I mentioned this with James, the way this New York team. Oh, look, there's Tina Fey. Oh, look, there's the cast of 30 Rock right there.
Bro, we're already at like 6.
Yeah, you guess a good point. That's a good point. It's D-Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I like black jewelry. I've been thinking about black. I was actually looking at something this morning, like that necklace he had on. I mean, probably not that necklace he had on.
No, you got it.
You know what I mean?
Don't worry, but yeah, you got that. Don't trip. That's a good point, Sean. We do have Dusty season tickets. Very, very random. Did anybody catch Game 3 of the Stanley Cup Finals?
That was incredible. That was absolutely incredible.
I was watching it live when I had my like the highlights, and I was following along on Twitter.
Oh man. Yeah, I went back the next day and went through the rapid recap or whatever, not knowing who won. I was like, what?
Can you spot everybody in that picture?
I saw that.
Oh, did you? Patrick Ewing, Coach Thompson, and Kid.
His kid doing that. I mean, they were some of the biggest stars in the world at that time.
It was 94.
Yeah.
Did you see that Tyrese show? Mario, Donnell Jones.
Are we on there?
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh.
No.
Good. Yeah, that's a good show. That is a good show. I saw that.
Yeah, I like that.
A couple weeks ago.
Best burgers in Las Vegas. What's that?
Boy, they ain't gonna be able to keep us off the stage, boy.
God, these Knicks fans. I'm looking at all these lines. They just keep popping up on my.
Them poor people.
My algorithm on Instagram consists of 3 things: dessert, Michael Jackson, and sports. And funny, it's mostly dessert, Michael Jackson, and the Knicks. Like I just keep getting served like videos of people who are at the Garden right now.
The Knicks have absolutely taken over my algorithm. I think the only reason why is because I like 2 of the last 4 days I checked your NYC's account to see all the stuff, and now Knicks stuff is just all over the place.
Oh, they got a watch party at Bryant Park. Oh, I know that is lit.
Jesus.
Holy crap, that's gonna be fire. Bryant Park is so dope. So dope.
Been.
It's so dope. It's just food, vendors, and shops, and it's just all vibes. It was a little cold the night we went, so I can't say we stayed there as long as I would have liked, but.
Yeah, I'm from New York.
This dude waving an American flag with Jalen Brunson and Karl-Anthony Towns on it.
Come on,
Jesus, man.
Come on.
I'm kind of disappointed. I want to go back to New York, but the girls didn't want to go. I really wanted to go back this.
It looks dirty.
No, they were afraid of how cold it was.
Oh, in the winter.
Yeah, because we're going in December.
Let East Coast bang. Let West Coast bang. You know what's also ironic, everybody? Is from 92 to 95, I hated the Knicks. Oh, I hated the Knicks. I hated Xavier McDaniel. I hated Charles Oakley. I hated John Starks. I hated Patrick Ewing. Anthony Mason, couldn't stand him. Rest in peace.
Bro, I've been trying so hard to help you out the last few days.
What? I'm keeping it a stack. I used to hate the Knicks.
No. I have willingly, through all of this, ignored your mid-90s, late or early 90s love for the Chicago Bulls and how that was a rivalry with the New York Knicks. And I was just like, nah, my man Kenny, he's loved the Knicks for a long time. But no, here he comes at the end of the last commercial break going, man, I used to hate the Knicks.
I did. I think I was honestly trying to figure out when I changed on the Knicks. And I think it was when they got Marbury, because I used to love Stephon Marbury. And he was going back to New York. I got the Knicks Marbury jersey. I think that's when everything changed with me and the Knicks. I was like, they're all right with me. I love New York City. So, I put it all to rest now. It's all good. But I used to hate the Knicks when I was growing up. I hate them. I was going to say real quick, before we get to Karl-Anthony Towns, can I tell you why I asked if the Bean Boys needed an apology?
Yes, please. That's still on my notes. Yes.
I heard, so there's different young players at these NBA finals.
Mm-hmm.
Derek Queen is there. Caleb Wilson went to, I think, game 1. I think they said Kingston Flemings is there. Obviously, they're not necessarily rookies, but prospects and rookies are at these games. And I learned that the NBA sends them there.
Okay.
So it was a long shot. It was a long shot. But I said, well, maybe they were at, I think it was the second round of the Oklahoma City game.
I think so, yeah.
Maybe the NBA sent Max Reno and Dylan Cardwell and Nick Clifford to the second round of the NBA playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
So if they did, I fall back. But then James said, no, I don't think they sent them. So then it's like, hey, guys, we don't need to hustle out there.
No having fun. You don't need to go to basketball games.
I mean, they can have fun. They ain't got to be there.
That's ridiculous.
They ain't got to be there, man. Come on, man.
It's not like they lost the round prior.
You know where else you can
They
have
hadn't
fun?
played
the
basketball.
gym. All right, yeah, in the gym, up in your game, developing. Not
What?
Max Reno's got popcorn, watching the Thunder play. Nah, get in the gym and have fun there.
Once again, I'll go back to one of Dame's 2 favorite players. Do you think Wemby would have been there?
Nope.
I don't think either one of them would have been there, to be honest with you.
The Bean Boys doing the little podcast during the off season.
But shout out to them. I do like the Bean Boys. I really do. All 3 of them.
There is no history that supports that statement whatsoever.
I love Dylan.
Oh, there's that. Yeah, no, for
Wow,
sure.
the guy does a Tommy Heinsohn impression. We're supposed to believe him.
Karl-Anthony Towns has rewritten the book on his career in these 2 games. That is stupid. I assure you, I'm aware that is an idiotic statement. But you're always judged on what you do on the biggest stage. And this is by far Karl-Anthony Towns. This is the biggest stage he's been on. This is the biggest stage any of those New York Knicks have been on. But Cat had a little extra scrutiny because he's often looked at as soft, and he was kind of the deciding factor in how Victor Wembanyama would be guarded, because you had Mitchell Robinson there who you knew you could lean on, but Mitchell Robinson had to be kind of like a hot tag and not necessarily a from jump type thing. And you said leading into this series, Mitchell Robinson will be a part of it. Don't think too much about OG Anunoby because they're going to go with Karl-Anthony Towns. I kept thinking, I know you're right. I just don't think it's going to last, because the moment he gets in foul trouble, you lose the dynamic profile he has on the offensive end, which immediately takes away from what Jalen Brunson can do for you on the offensive end. And you've got to come up with something different. It's why, we had looked at the numbers of OG Anunoby guarding Victor Wembanyama throughout the series over the last handful of years. And it made sense. It was like, okay, maybe you start out the game with Cat, as you noted many times, and then you work in the Mitchell Robinson thing. But by the time you get to the second half, that's probably when you're going to have to go with OG Anunoby. Karl-Anthony Towns has given Mike Brown and the New York Knicks no reason to turn away from him. Absolutely none. And on top of that, he has been incredibly effective on the offensive end. It's going to be hard, I think, if the Knicks wind up closing out this series, barring like a historic performance, a memorable performance from either one of those guys in the next few days. I think it's going to be really, really difficult for Jalen Brunson to not win the MVP if the Knicks wind up winning the NBA championship. But Karl-Anthony Towns, if he's not their most valuable player, he's been their most important player this series. And to me, any narrative that you have about Karl-Anthony Towns has to be over. Yeah. Like, whether it's what he can do on the defensive end, whether it's his assertiveness, whether he's soft, whether it's his ability to perform in the big moments. I don't know. That's really something that's been said about him. But anything that's ever been said about Cat, you could just check that off, because through 2 games, he has been everything that you needed him to be and more. He has performed way beyond my expectations so far in this series. And co-MVPs aren't a thing, but Cat has been, I don't want to say flawless, but man, he just could not have been better in my eyes.
And I'm really happy to see it for Cat. I always thought he was a really, really good ball player who got a bad rap. Is he
primarily because of Jimmy Butler?
Yeah, and I'm gonna have some heat for Jimmy if 2 more wins happen.
Oh, good.
Jimmy talking crazy. Only one of y'all done hoisted up a championship at this point. And you could have done a better job of being a leader instead of trying to publicly embarrass somebody. Because everywhere you go, you leave in a pile of dust.
Sounds like the heat's on now.
Well, we're here. We're here. Everywhere you leave, you leave it in a pile of dust. Once again, being a father has tried to I try to think about things about what would I teach my son to do. I would never teach my son to behave or be the leader or teammate that Jimmy Butler has shown himself to be when things go bad. And what he did to Cat on his way out of Minnesota was deplorable. Deplorable. And if Cat can get these 2, Jimmy, I don't ever want to hear from Jimmy Butler again. Because, Jimmy, you could have done what Jalen Brunson did. Jalen Brunson, a real leader. Jalen Brunson could have looked at somebody like Cat and said, he doesn't need to be like me. I just need to get the best I need to get the best Karl-Anthony Towns that I can get out of him. Anthony Edwards did the same thing. He doesn't need to be like me. I just need to get the best Karl-Anthony Towns that I can get and work with the rest. And I'm happy for Cat to be at this point.
You know who else I think deserves credit for that too is Mike Brown.
Absolutely.
This is as much a redemption story for Mike Brown as it is Karl-Anthony Towns or anyone else on that team. That's not your point. I want you to continue.
No,
but when you talk about getting the best out of someone, Mike Brown has struggled with that in past stops, as Matt Barnes will happily share with you.
Who said, "Hey, I salute to Mike Brown. I was wrong."
Yeah,
Mike Brown, Matt Barnes said that.
He's actually said that a couple of times. He said that once when he was the Sacramento Kings coach, and then again as he's the New York Knicks coach. But the conversation at the start of the season was Mike and Cat, and the conversation approaching the midway point of the season was about Mike and Cat. And credit to, by all accounts, credit to Karl-Anthony Towns, because Karl-Anthony Towns was the one that went to Mike and initiated a conversation. Credit to Mike Brown, because Mike hasn't always been completely receptive to these types of conversations, and it appears in this situation he was. We saw an immediate turn in this basketball team that has led us all the way to this point, where they were a really good team to end the regular season. They had that weird start against Atlanta, which was a 2-1 deficit, and they have not lost since then.
Yeah, and it's a perfect breakdown of what Mike Brown has been able to do with Karl-Anthony Towns and Mikal Bridges and everybody else, who was kind of slumping a little bit last year under Thibodeau, and even at the start of the season, in the middle of the season, and found a way to tap into what is going to get these guys to perform at their highest level. So salute to Mike Brown, but Karl-Anthony Towns, just really happy for him. Like, I always looked at him for who he was. Like, if you're looking at Karl-Anthony Towns to be the number one and lead you to a championship or consistent and repetitive conference finals, see, that's probably not who he is. But that doesn't mean he's a bum. That doesn't mean you can't win with him on the team. And I think that was the perception that he had a lot of the times. And I just thought, once again, I took him for who he was, and I thought the way that people would talk about Karl-Anthony Towns was just really unfair. I think you just have to place him in a better situation. I mean, the Timberwolves looked at him as a bit of the problem and moved on from him. How was he the problem? You guys got to the conference finals with him there. And Rudy Gobert couldn't guard Luka Doncic in game 2. That's why you couldn't win that game. But they saw it differently. They were closer to the situation. Money also played a factor as well. So
it could have been less, and I'm not trying to stall the Timberwolves out here too much for this. There's a couple of things that go into the expectations of Karl-Anthony Towns. One, and this is an absolute rarity. In fact, it's a 1 of 1 on this New York Knicks team. He was the number 1 overall pick. And with that comes heightened expectations. Not only was he a number 1 overall pick, like, he was a rookie of the year. He was really good by any measure. Like, Karl-Anthony Towns, his rookie season was really good. Then there's also we're not trading Anthony Edwards, what's our best route to getting better? And they might have thought that this is the only route we can take to get better. Whether right or wrong, they might have felt like we've exhausted this roster. Maybe we do the Bill Belichick thing where we get out a year too early rather than a year too late, but let's see what we can do here now. And it hasn't amounted to anything for them. Like, I have no pride. I'd love criticizing the Minnesota Timberwolves and their constantly high expectations and underperforming, even when they get to back-to-back conference finals. But yeah, to your point, it feels like even more than Mike, having a peer like Jalen Brunson kind of say, leave all of that behind. Like, Jalen is a very different leader. Like, you talked about how Anthony Edwards did things the right way with Karl-Anthony Towns. Anthony Edwards is a very, very different type of individual than Jalen Brunson is. Cat might need a Jalen type of person. Jalen seems like just a I don't know. I want to use the weirdest term. He just seems like a sweet guy who likes basketball. Like, you know what I mean? Like, he's just like, there's nothing Like Ant is a presence.
Mm-hmm.
Jimmy Butler is a presence. Jalen's not. He's not. Like, he's really good. He's great even. But he's not an overwhelming personality.
Right.
There's no point where I listen to Jalen Brunson talk, where I see Jalen Brunson on the floor. There's no point where I have ever consumed any sort of Jalen Brunson news or highlights and been like, Ant, you see the interaction with President Obama, and it's like, oh my God, man. And I know that, like, this is his thing, and the two have leaned into it, like, and that's fun. Jimmy is whatever. But Jalen is just like an unassuming guy who is fantastic at basketball. That might be the type of person Karl-Anthony Towns needs as a teammate. And there's a lot of evidence to show us that's exactly the type of person that Karl-Anthony Towns needs as a teammate, because he's been so good this series and so good this season.
And even Ant-Man. It was different. It's not the same as Jalen, but
Ant's a big presence, though.
But I think Ant is a big presence. But from what I've seen of Ant, if you're on his team, he got you.
Oh, no, for sure.
You know what I'm saying?
No, for sure.
It's always going to be, let's go, big dog. I got you. It's not going to be anything that's divisive, like a Jimmy Butler can be at times. And I think that's also what Cat needed. Somebody to say, come on, man. I got you. We're here. I talk a lot, but no, you with me. You're good to go. Let's get this going. Jalen don't talk a lot, but he's still, come on. Like this is what we do. Jalen is also
you can have someone well-intended who you still want to shut the hell up. And maybe maybe that could have been Cat with Ant.
It could have. I thought they were.
No, I think that, I think they got along great. I just think his personality, Karl-Anthony Towns' personality, as I point at the TV, like everybody can see me point at the TV. I just think Karl-Anthony Towns' personality and Jalen Brunson's personality works perfectly together.
Yeah, for sure, man. And they're two wins away from Ben Stiller. We're at 7, I think. 2 wins away from going down in history. I think
I have a personality like Jalen Brunson, and you have a personality like Anthony Edwards.
Yeah, maybe so. When the lights aren't on, I don't say much, though.
Yeah, I don't think either one of us do.
I don't say too much.
It's gotten so bad that Katie, my fiance from the Wake Up Call, goes, "Everything okay?" Yeah, that's fine. Just quiet. Yeah, man. Like, I talk for hours.
What is there to say?
Like, please God, don't ask me about the game tonight. That's all I ask.
Nothing to say. We talked about this a little bit earlier off the air. I think somebody getting beat down tonight, and I think I know who it is.
Yeah. So I said to Casey, I think Kyle was in here too. Kyle Madson, the jump.
7-9.
I think someone's getting beat up tonight. I just don't know who.
I think I know who.
And I'm leaning towards you. I don't know, but I'm leaning towards what you're about to say.
I'm not worried about Wemby. I think he'll have a good game. I don't even think I'm really worried about De'Aaron Fox. I think he'll have a good game. He had a nice little game too, like we thought he was going to have.
He did. Well, you did. I appreciate you lumping me into that. That was not a we situation. And look, the mic wasn't on, but I was pretty critical when bro had scored like 12 points. And Casey was like, "Hey, what's we're trying to manage concerts in the park."
Yeah.
I'm not going to say exactly what I said.
Word for word, bar for bar. Go ahead.
Like, your boy hasn't scored in about 25 minutes.
You know, oddly enough, in that game too, we saw him miss his like 3-footer to start the game. And he went he made us look like 6 shots.
I think the second we left, I saw a tweet from Jason Anderson on our way to the park
Uh-huh.
that said, "Oh, it looks like De'Aaron." I think the tweet was De'Aaron is taking the lid off the rim. Could be a big night for him. And I'm like, what game is JA watching? I just saw him brick a shot from 3 centimeters away. And then I get there and like I'm pulling. I was like, oh, okay. He really did get going when we got out of there.
Yeah. So I think he'll have at least a decent game. Like he'll be fine. 17 to 21 points. I'm worried about Dylan Harper. I'm worried about Castle.
Yeah.
And the others in the Garden.
So here's kind of the why, one, you're completely on point with that. The others, they haven't been great this series, period. Mm-hmm. And it's not like they've been awful. They absolutely haven't. Mm-hmm. It's just the Knicks have been much better. Mm-hmm. Like Landry Shamet has been fantastic.
Shamet!
They've gotten contributions from everyone that they've put on the floor.
Yeah.
And now you're there. So I looked at this as kind of and I think you brought this up Friday, or maybe Jesse did, or maybe it was just brought up in conversation. And I just want to make sure I give credit, is the pressure of playing in the, like, everyone has been talking about this moment. Mm-hmm. Everyone was talking about this moment before game 1. Mm-hmm. Before game 1, they were already watching prices for game 3. Everyone was talking about what it's going to be like when this was before tip-off of the series, what that first game of the NBA Finals was going to be like at Madison Square Garden. And while you might have played in the Eastern Conference Finals in this situation, you have not played in the NBA Finals. And, you know, as much of however I feel about it, you are playing in front of the President of the United States. Like, your day-to-day, and De'Aaron Fox noted this earlier, your not day-to-day, your game-to-game order of operations was not the same today. It cannot be the same today. Everything that you normally do the day of a game is just slightly different today. Obviously, that impacts both teams, but I think it's far more of habit when you're at home. Right. And that's why I feel like that blowout is coming, but it's why I can't firmly say it's the Knicks going up 3-0. But where I stop myself is, idiot. They have not lost in 46 days, and they haven't even played a game where you're like, oh my gosh, they've been incredible. They've hit on all cylinders. That game could just as easily be tonight.
Right. I think
I didn't think the Knicks were winning game 3 of the Cavs series. Yeah. I'm done. Here's what I'm done doing. I'm not making a prediction for tonight outside of the blowout. I'm done saying the Knicks are the best team in basketball while simultaneously not acknowledging they're going to win the next game that they play.
Yeah, and it's dangerous. Like, at the Spurs, they win one, you start to, all right, we're back on track or whatever. Not back on track, but we got a shot at doing this. Their whole objective is let's get this, first and foremost, let's get it back to San Antonio.
See, you can't, to me, you're right.
Let's get it back to San Antonio.
You're right, but to me, at 2-0 with 2 games in the Garden, the only thing you can think about is let's just win game 3. And I know that's probably not human nature. Shout out Mike. But like, when coaches say that, like, I get it. Because when you start thinking about winning the next 2 games, when you start thinking about winning both games at the Garden, that's where, like, you have to win tonight. Wednesday does not matter. Win game 3. We have nothing else to worry about except for game 3.
I agree with you. And
I know that that's not realistic.
I'll say this. Knicks win tonight. Oh, it's over in 4.
Larry David is there.
What's that, 7?
At least. It's at least 7.
People ain't even in their seats yet. Knicks,
you know what's just as fascinating is who's the guy sitting behind Larry David?
What are you doing?
Jimmy Johnson is there. I didn't have that.
That's Joe Budden's girlfriend.
Oh, so Joe Budden got
Joe Budden in the building.
There's DJ Cat. Oh my God,
Fat Joe.
Oh, this number is absurd.
Jimmy Johnson is crazy.
Jimmy Johnson is there. Oh, there's Robert Kraft. Oh, this is ridiculous. Oh, the numbers. Change the over under. Remember the game we played at the outdoor expo?
Yeah.
We're gonna have to change the number.
We're at 12 already.
Bro, we're gonna have to change the number. All these people in their seats already.
Oh man.
Joe Budden got a second row seat to the NBA Finals?
No, I think those are season tickets.
Oh, he's a season ticket guy.
I think those are
Okay.
season tickets.
Salute.
That reminds me of a question I'll ask you when we get back.
All right.
This will
Stilo
be a
and
fun
KC.
question.
I'm excited for game 3. We're excited for game 3. We'll talk a little bit about the Kings and some things Jake Fisher reported before this game gets underway at the bottom of the hour here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Jimmy Johnson, crazy.
What's the deal with live reads anymore? Like, we don't check them. They're just gone. Okay. All right. Yeah. Soren, this is the eternal question. Looks nice though. I like the color combo of his suit. Looks good. I hope Spike's not paying for his tickets. I hope not. Norm, no need to call back. Hang on. We'll get you right after the break, Norm. Don't go nowhere. We'll get you right after the break. Yeah, Steven, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. If we know Dolan, he probably does. I think he's talked about that before. He just shouldn't have to.
The drink options are a little crazy in the fridge right now.
Yeah, they tried to do the little restock, but
Careful, because some of them you can't take.
Yeah, I saw that.
You
I
can take
didn't
from the top
get
shelf,
any.
I believe.
Well, I didn't get it. I can, but it's 0 sugar, starry. And then the other one,
Zero sugar starry tastes exactly the same.
Stop. Why do you guys lie?
yeah,
Stop. I hate that. No, drink your zero
I'd tell
sugar.
the
It's fine.
truth.
Yeah.
I'd tell the truth.
There's nothing wrong with zero
No.
sugar, but it doesn't taste the same.
And then there was no way I was coming in this studio with the other option.
Why? That's the one I drank.
What was the other option? Was that a Gatorade Zero?
No, it's a grapefruit yellow soda. Well, it's a yellow can. It's a grapefruit soda.
No, what's the name, man? You're coming in here with what?
It's Squirt. He's coming in here with Squirt. Like, what y'all talking about? But you want to come in here and drink some Squirt? What's wrong, KC? Man.
Drink some Squirt.
I didn't know this show was so soft.
Yeah, mix it with some tequila and it's a good night.
Come on, man. What's the problem?
Oh my gosh.
Weirdos.
Drink some Squirt is crazy. Oh man. That was 0 sugar too. So I was like, no.
Wait, which one was?
Squirt.
No, that was regular.
It looked like it said 0 sugar.
No, I would never grab a zero sugar Squirt.
Jonathan, what happened?
Oh yeah, that reminded Zabo of what you texted us earlier, Dame. That new Tom Brady drink.
Oh yeah. Oh. Come on, man.
So who wants to say that one?
Oh, I don't know about that. Hey,
Damn, you kind of you sent it to the group, so you
Tom
want to take
Brady
the
got a
lead.
new.
You brought it to the party.
Tom Brady got a new organic coconut water drink called Good Nut.
Nope. What's your problem, Tom? Why?
Oh my gosh.
Someone sent me that, and I was like, "This is fake. There's no
Yeah,
way."
you figure.
Nah, it's real.
Oh man.
It is real.
Hey, what are you drinking right now?
That Good Nut.
That was crazy.
It's got electrolytes in it.
Oh, no.
Good Nut and Squirt. Like, what's the problem?
Jeez.
That's a Friday night. Oh man.
That's terrible. Patrick Ewing. Oh, we might have to switch channels, right? This is old.
They replaying tip off?
I'm not sure. It might have done something weird when the thing shut off. No.
Oh no,
they really are.
Adam Silver. What do you got to say, buddy?
All right. Was happy to take a couple of bottles of Baker Family Wines over to Tatum's house. Tatum is like our fifth daughter. She is Abby's best friend. Abby is my 17-year-old daughter, very new in my life, but she is just the most amazing kid, and her friends are the most amazing people. She's off to Boise State next year, so she had her grad party, and we brought over that dark rosé, so mom and dad could pop a bottle and celebrate when everything wind down. I learned those parties. This is going to be an interesting weekend. It's very different. I've never thrown a grad party before for obvious reasons. I never had kids prior to this, and it was very. It's going to be very interesting just to allow young boys to walk in my house and not acknowledge me.
Wow.
Because I watched them walk in and walk past Tatum's mom like, yo. And I'm sure they don't know, because this is also what I learned about grad parties. It's not like, hey, it's like my crew, it's my tight circle.
Yeah.
No. Everybody's invited.
Yeah.
So people are just going to walk into my house. And the difference between me and some of these other parents might be, I don't know none of you. I talked to this young man. He came and sat down next to me. Katie had gone, wife, fiance, wake up call. She had gone to get a
forever.
So yeah, very, very, very forever. She had gone to get some wine, and actually she went to get the dark rosé and pour it for us. And this young man, Jackson, sits down next to me, and it took me about 2.5 seconds to recognize he was very high. Because I knew he wasn't drinking, because you couldn't. Like there was like I was just knew drinking was out of the question. So I'm looking at him and I'm watching like his mannerisms, and I'm like, this dude is this child is high.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. This isn't my house. So y'all do what you need to do. But Jackson, I'm gonna remember you. And if you walk through my door this Saturday, in the state that you walked out that door, you can take your ass back to the car with whoever you came with.
It's gonna be an interesting weekend.
Oh, buddy.
Kids don't introduce themselves anymore.
Buddy,
these kids be getting active too, man.
See, and I know Abby's closest friends will, but I also told her, like, okay, I get what's happening. Don't introduce me to anybody who's not important, because I'm gonna forget and I'm not gonna care. Introduce me to the important people in your life, and we'll leave it at that.
But also say, I'm at your house, I'm gonna say, all right, how you doing?
Yeah, so that's the part
kind of
where
from
it's
that
like,
end.
as I just watched people walk past Kelly, I was like, oh. So this is what we're doing next week?
Now,
Oh, just wait till
To
some
be-
kid gets comfortable enough to look through your pantry.
to be fair,
Yeah.
they may not know.
You're
it's your
right.
house.
No,
They may- well, they may
you're
not
right.
know who
No,
you
no,
are
you're absolutely
in the
right. No,
house.
you're absolutely right. You're 100% right. And I recognize that in the moment too, that they may not know that the woman I was talking to was Tatum's mom, the owner of the house. Like I understood that.
Yeah.
I said and immediately thought, this is gonna be a hell of a Saturday morning.
Wear a shirt, wear a Louis Vuitton shirt. Says this is my house.
I don't know that Louis Vuitton makes those type of shirts.
They
I'd
make it
rather
for you.
I'd rather wear a Louis Vuitton shirt that says "Acknowledge me." That's what the shirt's gonna say.
Real quick before moving forward, excuse me. Can we get air horns for our guy Gio?
Well,
Shut up.
I was gonna finish the read.
Oh, my bad. No, I forgot all about the read. My bad. We talked about that.
Head over to BakerFamilyWines.com. Head over to the Nugget in Rockland, Granite Bay, Roseville, Elk Grove, select Rayleigh's and Bel Air locations. And shout out to our author.
Hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
And shout out.
My bad, Dusty. My bad, big dog. Shout out Gio.
Yeah, man.
Got engaged, our guy Gio. Come on, man. Shout out Gio.
Yeah, Gio works right outside our studio. I don't even know what Gio does. He kind of does everything. Man, they just ignored you. Does Gio have his headphones on?
I don't even think they can hear that.
They really can't.
Sylvia can.
Like they can't. Like we could be dying in here. We could be dying.
Shout out Gio. There you go.
There's our man Gio right there.
We
just showing you some love, man.
Yeah,
That's all, man. Congratulations, buddy. Met his now fiance before. Wonderful young woman.
Yeah, big ups to
As Gio is a fantastic young man.
Absolutely.
I
had a quick question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Jesse, this for you too. You can answer this too.
Oh, nice.
I'm gonna lay out a scenario here. Just work with me for conversation's sake. Let's just say everybody. Let's say your mom and one of your daughters are Kings fans.
Okay.
The Kings make the NBA Finals.
Wow, you really want me to use my imagination here?
The Kings make the NBA Finals. You've got 2 tickets.
Mm-hmm.
Are you taking your mom, who's a lifelong Kings fan?
Mm-hmm.
Taking your wife,
Mm-hmm.
or are you taking let's say Morgan,
Mm-hmm.
who is young,
Mm-hmm.
but she loves the Kings?
Mm-hmm.
Who you taking?
The answer is always my wife.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always taking Katie.
I feel like you take whoever means the most to. Like
So-
for me, like I could take my wife, but like if she's just chilling for 3 hours compared to like my dad or whoever's like, oh wow,
Yeah,
this is
like
the
if
greatest
Katie
moment of
didn't
all
care
time,
and
yeah.
didn't want to go,
They
then,
give the wife gets first dibs.
yeah, always.
The wife will then, like for instance, if me and my mom, like in Jazz, I got 2 tickets.
Jazz is your wife.
Jazz, my wife, yeah, forever. I got 2 tickets to the Kings going to the final, or in this case, let's say the Knicks, because my mom's a big Knicks fan. Jazz would say, I appreciate it, but I know what this would mean for you and your mom to go. I think you should take her.
Yeah, I think in this scenario, Katie would say the same thing about my mom. My mom likes basketball. She's not my mom, if I said, Mom, I have tickets to see the Kings in the NBA Finals, I also have tickets to see the Aces in the WNBA Finals. Which one would you want to go to? She'd pick Las Vegas in a second.
Yeah.
You could insert any team
Yeah.
in the WNBA Finals and she'd want to go.
Right.
Kenny, is this a problem that you've run into at your home? You got tickets to Game 4 or something?
No, I don't have no ticket. Definitely not to the finals here in Sacramento or in New
Kenny
York.
try to solve his problems through the show right now.
Yeah, that's fine. It happens.
I only
It
bring that up
happens.
because that was a question on the Joe Budden podcast,
Mm.
and we saw he took his lady.
Yeah, my wife, Katie, will always be the first person I take anywhere.
His dad is a lifelong Knicks fan too.
I did have one regret when I came back to right before I moved back. WrestleMania 30 was here, and I took my mom. It was in Santa Clara, and I took
31.
I'm sorry,
Yeah.
31. 30 was in
I
New
got that
Orleans.
one
31,
right.
yeah.
Knowledge.
31 was in New Orleans. 30 was in New Orleans. 31 was here. Very good.
Just remember the triple X.
I flew in and I was like, hey, they do this like I don't know what, I think it's called Access. I don't remember what it's called, but there's statues, there's all sorts of stuff. I think you'd really like it.
Mm-hmm.
And so myself, my mom, and my sister, I feel like it was in San Jose, but I can't really remember. We went to what was the WrestleMania 31 Access thing. And my mom had so much fun.
Mm.
Like, she had a blast because she loves like Hulk Hogan and Macho Man and the Ultimate Warrior, and they have all of these statues and memorabilia things. And she watched, I'll never forget this. She watched Paul Heyman cut a promo. Like, Paul Heyman was there.
Yeah.
And there was like a ring set up and fans are. She watched Paul Heyman and thought it was the most amazing thing. She's like, this guy is amazing. Like, Paul Heyman had her like hook, line, and sinker the second he started talking. And it wasn't until like, because I didn't take her to WrestleMania. I took my sister because my sister was like, oh, we'll just have fun together because that's my sister.
Yeah.
But I was worried WrestleMania at that point had started to get long. It's like, my mom's going to be exhausted. We don't really know if we're in the sun. Like, I don't know how much fun she's going to have. That show was so perfectly paced between the Sting Triple H thing with the Hogan appearance and then the Rock Ronda Rousey Triple H thing later. And then the excitement of the end. When we left, I was like, I really wish I had brought my mom. She would have had a blast because I was just so afraid the show was going to be too slow for her. I mean, my sister had a blast too. Like, she loved it. My mom would have loved it.
That was a long time too, though. Was it probably about 5 hours?
It wasn't that long. No, it was probably, it might have been teetering on 4. But again, the pacing of the show with I mean, you had that Randy Orton, Seth Rollins spot. With the RKO, with the stomp into the RKO.
Yeah.
And it was, again, just the way everything was laid out, all leading to that moment at the end where Levi Stadium erupted.
Yeah.
She would have had a blast seeing that live.
Damn. Good news is you could take her to the Saudi WrestleMania.
Yeah. Sure, pal. That's what I'm gonna do. Maybe Dwayne will be at that one. I know where Dwayne's not going to be.
For the title, that's where
I know where Dwayne's not going to be. Did you see he turned down an invitation to Freedom 250 or whatever that thing is called?
I didn't see he turned it down.
Yeah, apparently a lot of people are like, yeah, thanks, but no thanks, and they don't want to be at that show. Perhaps the first intelligent move The Rock has made in years.
I was about to say,
he turned
5
down,
to 7 years.
Yeah, he turned down an invitation to that show. Let's get to Norm here. Don't hear Norm on the phone very often.
Yeah.
916-909-1320. Norm, what's up, buddy?
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good, man. How you doing, Norm?
Living the dream.
Yes, sir.
Sometimes it's a nightmare, but not today.
There you go.
So I was thinking about like team building a little bit and seeing how these two teams in the finals have built their teams completely different. Whereas you have one team that's built theirs through the draft and all pretty much top draft picks and a few veterans here and there. And then you have a team like the Knicks who built their team like all their you got all the guys from Villanova.
Yeah.
And how it's pretty much taken Jalen to take a deal to put that team together. You think we're going to see any other teams, any other players taking deals that are more team friendly to try to put something together to make a run at the titles?
Man, Norm, that's such a great question because I think the answer is emphatically no. What I do wonder, and I'm talking about the deal part of what Norm said, what I do wonder, I mean, it's tough because it is, how do you argue against strategies when you have one versus the other right now?
Yeah.
The Knicks are a team that was pieced together through trades. I mean, primarily trades. Jalen was a free agent. Cat was a trade. OG was a trade. Mikal was a trade. You dumped draft picks for years and years and years. I mean, people forget like Jordan Clarkson is somewhere on this roster. I think like he was a guy that you were able to bring on for no dollars. You have Josh Hart here. None of these guys, with the exception of Karl-Anthony Towns, are top 5 picks. I think most of them are like mid-lottery levels or later. And the key to OG's re-signing was Jalen's deal. I just can't imagine that that's a regular thing.
Jalen's deal and the whole dynamic of him being a New York Knick it feels like a one of one. I think it's Leon Rose. I think he's the one that had a relationship with Rick back when Jalen was in high school.
Right.
He recruited, he tried to get, or maybe it's World Wide West because he's the one with the Calipari connection. They tried to get Jalen to Kentucky out of high school. Like, that's how far back this relationship goes. And
Leon Rose knew Rick because Leon was an agent.
True, right. But there was a Kentucky connect. They were trying to get Jalen to Kentucky. That's when, and I guess that was pretty illegal because they weren't.
There's nothing.
They
illegal.
weren't the coaches, so I don't know.
I think we learned earlier today. There's literally nothing illegal in the NCAA anymore.
Today's a Monday, so we got the weekend. Tomorrow we're gonna have to talk about that.
Yeah, we have not given that
goodness.
Brennan Sorsby story nearly the attention it deserves.
But I bring that up because we're probably going on 15 years that between Leon Rose, World Wide West, Rick Brunson, and Jalen Brunson, they've been connected, and I don't want to call them family necessarily, but they're locked in. Yeah. So if Leon Rose and World Wide West say, "Hey, Jalen, if you take a little less here, we can do this as a team, and we're gonna get you on the back end." There's a level of there's a level of trust that Jalen would have. Like, we got Rick a job, all this. Like, I believe you. Whereas, no shade, not to say that these people are shady, but there's just not that built-in trust and relationship that Scott Perry has with DeAndre Hunter.
Sure.
To say, hey, take
He's both
little
a
less
pillar
here.
and he can be traded.
Right. Yeah. And I think that, to your point, it's a very specific situation that allowed Jalen to do that and be trusting of doing something like that. And I don't think that's something that we're always going to see. Even if, I don't want to say should, because I'm not telling nobody to do with their money, but this is clearly like what you got to do sometimes if you want to win. And I'm not judging anybody who says, I want to get paid before I want to win. This is a business. I get it. But that's the blueprint to winning and keeping a team together.
There could be an interesting exercise in this coming up. It just kind of depends on whether you believe they're actually close or not. Donovan Mitchell is due a very healthy contract extension coming up in a couple of days. It's not a couple of days. It's like a month away. I'm sorry. It's like July 7th. It's when the new league year starts. It's 272. And we've talked about this. In all likelihood, he turns that down because of he'll hit his 10 years of service after this season. The 10 years of service will take that 272 to 350. And there aren't a lot of $350 million contracts in the NBA right now. Right. And I mean, I think Jalen has one, Brown. And boy, there are hot and heavy conversations about the Celtics and what do they have to do to continue to compete? And is it time to break the Jays up and all of these different things? Of course, those stories have been out there for years, but this could be like an exercise in that because the Cavs, I assume they want Donovan there. They have no money. They have nothing. This offseason, you have the James Harden situation. I don't call it a dilemma or what. But while he might not make $40-something million next year, he's going to make money.
Mm-hmm.
And he's probably going to make money for at least a couple of years. And I don't think anyone goes, nah, I want to win. I think a lot of people say they want to win. That's one of the things that makes Jalen so unique. Brunson is everyone says they want to win, but how many people act like they want to win?
Right.
And there are sacrifices sometimes that need to happen for you to be able to win. OKC is interesting. You've got Isaiah, Dort,
Caruso making a little money too.
but two of those guys have team options.
Oh, yeah.
Those two guys have team options.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, what do you do? You've managed your big money like as best as you can, but you still like one of the reasons that you're a contender year after year. It's not just SGA. It's what we're seeing with the two teams in the NBA Finals. It's your depth, and that's the savings in the Brunson deal. Yeah, sure, it works to sign OG Anunoby, but it works because it leaves you money to go to make sure that you have Landry Shamet, to make sure that you have Miles McBride, to make sure that you have those guys. And I just don't think most people are willing to do that. And the flip side to that is San Antonio. That's like a football team. Wemby's going to get an extension this offseason. I think the richest rookie extension we've ever seen.
Isn't it like 270 or like
it's the richest?
Crazy.
Yeah, it's like he's hit all of the markers. So it's the richest extension we've seen for a rookie up to this point. And then you have Dylan's, I'm sure, knocking on the door of all NBA honors. You have Steph Castle, who's probably knocking on the door potentially of like all defensive player honors at some point. Like you have it's almost like a rookie quarterback where you have to take advantage of lighter contracts before they get heavier. This extension, I think Wemby's going to sign. I don't think it'll kick in 1, 2, 3 next season. I think it kicks in the year after. That could be wrong. I think it's because this is his third year, right?
Yes.
So I think he'll play the fourth as rookie deal, and then the extension kicks in after that.
Yeah, it's expected to sign a 5-year, $251 million. Incentives could push the total value of the contract over $300 million.
He's going to reach those incentives. He's probably halfway there, for being honest.
Well, tell me if I'm reading it wrong. The incentives of the extension. So, like in that 5 years, like if he wins, and you're right, he'd probably reach them all. But if he wins the MVP or wins all that, like it's gonna get to 300.
Yeah, I don't want to speak. Yeah, for sure. I don't want to speak out of turn. I don't know if the All NBA honor things have to take place during the years of the extension
or just in general.
I just think they have to take place for a rookie. For a rookie extension, I think they just have to take place, period.
It's called the Derrick Rose rule incentives.
Right, because Derrick Rose won the MVP
was it the rookie deal?
Third, yeah, he was on his rookie deal. And that changed, like that created the All NBA incentive. That's like the contracts with the two numbers is because of Derrick Rose. It's like if you're a player that we really like, here's the number. If you do what Derrick Rose did, it's pretty crazy. Like Derrick Rose will last in this game forever because of that.
Yeah.
Like they changed a rule because of what he did so early in his career.
Yeah, man. Wemby about to get paid.
He is, but what does that do to San Antonio? San Antonio right now is riding the draft a little bit. I know. Don't even bother. I know what you're going to say.
It's easy.
I know. Stop. I mean, you're not wrong. I'm just saying, if you could find a way to offload $200 million, you'd probably be okay.
Oh, where can we find that?
Game 3 is about to get underway here at Madison Square Garden. We'll come back and I'm not even going to bother saying, hey, stick around for this, because in actuality, we're going to be watching this game. We're going to be having some fun, and maybe we'll talk
semifinal game all over again.
This is a fun series. Like this series is so much more fun than last year. And look, Oh, those old school. Oh, that brought back some memories.
Did I see they're doing the cups?
Yeah.
Ooh, that's gonna be
if
fire.
I'm
Jesse,
positive.
Jesse, you don't know nothing about that.
No, he
cup.
doesn't know. Yeah, you don't know nothing
that
about the
big
cups.
dog.
If I search hard enough, I'm positive. I am 1,000% positive I could find the original 92 Jordan McDonald's cup.
I kept getting
I
David
have it
Robinson.
somewhere. I got the good
Kept
ones.
giving me David Robinson and Patrick Ewing, bro. I want Jordan.
See, shout out to my mom. She made sure I got Jordan. Not only did my mom make sure I got Jordan, she made sure I got Magic. I had them both. Yeah,
classic.
Man, I used to eat McDonald's like it was nobody's business. Little fat ass 12-year-old walking around here talking about I want to be a basketball player. We'll come back. It's Dilo and KC on ESPN 1320. I watch these dancers rehearse and wonder, like, if I practice, could I do this?
Yeah, they always be talking about like they teach you. I just don't think I'm a good dancer. Like I don't think I can. As right now, my daughter Ryan. I'm not on the air, so you guys know who Ryan is. Obviously, we talked about infatuated with Michael Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Almost every night. Got to watch Thriller. I'm learning the moves. I'm learning the routine.
Mm-hmm.
I'd say I've got it probably 40% down, less than half. But I've got it down.
What do you guys? What the moves to what?
To the dance part on Thriller.
Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, it's not the most graceful. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if I can learn.
Yeah. No, I mean you just gotta. I don't know. It was kind of weird. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. I mean, you got it. You got it.
I can't dance, man. It's not my thing. I can shimmy. I can't dance. I hadn't watched it in I don't know how long, but just like just watching all the videos and stuff like that and the dance videos, Mike went crazy in Smooth Criminal.
Oh,
like,
I watched that yesterday. Yeah.
Dancing for so long, and it like he went insane in Smooth Criminal.
Smooth Criminal doesn't get enough love.
Man,
that I did a run on the Peloton. You know how you could just pull up YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
I was just watching Michael Jackson videos, and Smooth Criminal, the full Smooth Criminal came out. I was like, oh my god,
I can't imagine
that
the choreography
breakdown.
for that, man.
That breakdown after the quiet. Henny, are you okay?
Yeah,
Henny,
yeah.
are you okay? Oh my
Ooh.
gosh, nasty.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, look at Richard Jefferson. All right, boy. All right, Rich. I see you, young fella.
Mike Breen has to be so excited.
Oh man, did you see the clip of him talking after they went to the finals? And he was talking to, I think it was Monica McNutt, just like on the MSG or something like that. He's like, "You talking to somebody who's rooted for the Knicks since I was 7 years old," and he started tearing up a little bit. Like, man,
Cool. Yeah,
they win the championship and he gets to call it.
Oh man, they're talking
This
sprays.
is my play right here. This is my play. Oh, this is my play. I feel like Tom Brady. Watching this play got me feel like Tom Brady. What's it called?
Oh, Kenny, god damn.
Watching that play.
Oh man, Kenny about to. Oh no. Kenny need a couple minutes to himself. I can't believe that man named his drink that.
That's crazy. Keeps it G. What you talking about, man? You know the answer to that. Don't do that. Don't do that.
Look at that cat killing it.
That was a foul. My gosh. Pushed him in the back. Yeah,
I don't know why. It's dumb. Like it's dumb. I always laugh when I watch the referee stretch. Which is dumb because they got to run for 48 minutes.
One of the times I was covering the Kings game, it was actually the Knicks game when Mike Brown came back, and I wanted to be down there to like get video and stuff. And where I was at, Scott Foster was there running back and forth. And like as close as me to you, like I was like, look at Scott Foster.
Joey Crawford used to work up full sweats before the game started.
Man, they got to get going.
All right, knocking on the door at Game 3 here at Madison Square Garden. First game in New York City. First NBA Finals game in 27 years.
And they did the thing where they televise their run out from the tunnel. That looks special. They did a great job because Jalen Brunson was the last one, and the cameraman just kind of stayed on his back basically all the way through till he runs out onto the court. And that visual of seeing the entire Garden on its feet, looks like there's way too many people in there. Like it just
there's still
pretty cool.
Normally the courts are cleared 30 minutes before tip of non-essential personnel. It appears there's a lot of essential personnel there because the court is still very, very crowded.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
But that's the difference between covering an NBA Finals game and, I mean, even a playoff game. It's not like that.
We're up to, I think, 11 now. I saw John McEnroe, Chris Rock.
Oh, I didn't see. I saw John McEnroe. I didn't see Chris Rock.
What's my man's name? John Stewart.
Yeah,
John
the
Stewart.
Daily Show.
Yeah, John Stewart. I think that's it. So we're up to like 11.
Oh, I think we're way past 11.
Do we count Joe Budden's girlfriend as a celebrity?
No, but she's obviously there with Joe Budden. Joe Budden counts.
Well, I know her, so recognizable celebrity. I forgot her. What's her
Don't say
name?
she's an Instagram model.
No, she could be, but she's not.
No,
they've been together for a while, like 3-4 years.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I forgot her name, but yeah, count it.
All right, fine.
We're at 13.
You can have it and be 13, 14. It doesn't matter. Whatever the number is, it's going to be way, way past that.
Yeah.
It's going to be way
They
past.
had my man, he was not on the court. Poor guy. What's the actor who he's done some other stuff, but I remember him for He Got Game. He's Tech U's coach, and he says, this is the biggest decision of your life. Don't blow it. That's not gonna. He's done probably more famous roles. I think he's like a Spike Lee actor too, for sure.
Okay,
but he's like in the middle of the lower bowl.
No.
Poor guy.
Poor guy, my ass. It's probably an $18,000 ticket. Middle of the lower bowl. That's $18,000. Probably a $25,000 ticket. Goodness gracious. I do love how there's like circles. Like you see this a lot with like Adam Sandler.
John Turturro.
Oh, of course. Yeah, dude. He did. I don't remember. I guess I don't remember him being that coach.
Yeah. He was trying to get him a taste.
He does a lot of Spike Lee. He was in Do the Right Thing. He does a lot of Spike Lee movies. He does a lot of movies that aren't Spike Lee movies, but yeah, he does a lot of movies. Yeah, New York City is out for this game with the New York Knicks. There's a definite Hollywood feel to it, not in the sense of Hollywood, but in the sense of if you're something in New York, you need to be at this Knicks game tonight.
Yeah, man, and like you mentioned a little bit, them prices.
Shout out,
prices are crazy.
Josh Hart, who was like, yeah, that part kind of sucks. Like the fans, the people who are with us day in and day out, the people that were with us when things were bad, like they can't get in.
Yeah.
And that sucks.
Yeah.
But we're gonna go out there and do what we do, but that's tough.
I think they had said, and this, I think the Knicks are giving like 500 tickets to
Yes. Yeah.
like
schools,
stuff like that
programs.
I think games 3 and 4.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not 5,000, but still.
No, and that's fine. The fact that they're doing that because that's money they could be earning is great. I was very anxious to see who was singing the national anthem. I do not know who this brother is. He looks as nervous as all get out. Avery Wilson, he's won some Grammy. He's a Grammy-nominated recording artist. He looks scared to death.
Yeah, because he in New York. If it don't sound right, they'll get him.
Oh, man. But hey, shout out, brother. I know he's killing it right now. He's got a kind of an odd Knicks polo on, man. But salute. We said the Knicks. They are forward in fashion. And Jake Fisher is reporting on Domantas Sabonis.
Oh, man.
Well, there it is. God damn, the camera's just living there, huh?
I think they booed too.
They did it during the national anthem.
I mean, it got louder. I'd assume that wasn't everyone singing the anthem.
Absolutely not. Wow. That was a hell of a time to do that.
Hey, they kind of snuck that one in there.
They probably thought
they
wouldn't boo. Oh, that poor kid. That's not a kid. That's a man. That poor brother probably thought they were booing him.
Yeah. Damn. Yeah, I just looked up.
Yeah, he got booed.
There he was. Yeah.
This is very new for the NBA. This particular situation has not happened before.
For those on the radio who don't know, they doing the national
probably
anthem.
should have explained that. It's a good call.
They're doing the national anthem, and in the middle of it, the cameras went to President Trump saluting from his bulletproof skybox. And apparently, we didn't hear this part, but apparently the Madison Square Garden crowd let them have it. Now, I will say this.
They did.
You don't have to go back.
That was kind of slick by the TV crew to put it in there while the national anthem was going on, not thinking thered be a reaction, but sure enough, there was.
You don't have to go back now if you don't want to. I think they will, but you don't have to. To go back.
I will be curious when they, because it's going to take them a long time to get through Celebrity Row. I'll be curious if they do it again. I'll be very, very honest. I never thought we'd see him at an NBA game.
I didn't think so either. I did not think so. I thought he.
And when Dolan pulled this stunt, I didn't think he'd accept.
So I haven't necessarily. So Dolan, like,
invited
stories
him
out there that he said, hey,
he invited him publicly. Yeah, he very publicly invited him. Yeah. It did not at all think he would accept.
Read the room, Knicks owner.
Oh, that dude does not care what the room
don't care.
says.
No,
he does not care what the room says.
He absolutely
at all. As New York is going through their player introductions right now. We're 15 days away from the NBA draft, and obviously you've got some trade chatter going on right now. Jake Fisher reported that the Sacramento Kings will once again explode the market of trading Domantas Sabonis. This isn't news, and not a shout at our man Jake Fisher. This isn't new reporting. Like we've known this, but the fact that Jake Fisher has had it, he's mentioned it a couple of times now in the last few weeks. It could wind up being the market for him is a little bit more aggressive than we realized, because it could be just having like at least some semblance of an idea of how this stuff works. Not only is he aware of what Sacramento's intentions are, he might be aware of what other teams' intentions are.
Right.
And in the same report, it was either Fisher or Stein, one of them. He was talking about the Philadelphia 76ers looking to address some of the issues that they had in the postseason. One of their biggest issues is rebounding. I mean, Philadelphia isn't a team that we have talked to about being a link to Domantas Sabonis, but it sure makes a lot of sense.
Maxey.
Or nothing. That's right. Okay, you know what? Or VJ.
Yeah. We'll lower the price just a little bit.
Just for you.
Yeah.
Just for
I'm trying to think of the roster. I don't know outside of cap relief.
I think Elton Brand's finally unemployed, by the way.
Yeah.
They like signed the assistant to a deal. They have a general manager. They have the president. They have all these things. And I kept looking at this like, what's Elton Brand's job? And then minutes later, Sham tweeted, yeah, I think looks like Elton Brand's done.
Is the Sixers the team that signed Jameer Nelson as the front office exec?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Jameer, I didn't know this until this cycle. Jameer's like a little bit of a he's a guy to watch in that next cycle next year.
Mm-hmm.
You might hear his name referenced as a potential general manager candidate, or the top basketball decision maker, whether that's president of a team or general manager of a team.
Yeah, good for Jameer Nelson, man. St. Joe, stand up.
Yeah, he seems to be someone. One, Philadelphia really likes him, obviously, but he was a guy that got quite a bit of attention throughout the league. Did I just see that the New York Knicks won the NBA Finals on May 10th?
Yeah, I think that's what it said. I wasn't even really, but I remember seeing.
No, yeah, it said May 10th, 53 years ago. Like, gosh, the sports cycle is so different.
I gotta get we're talking about Domantas Sabonis.
Oh, it's fine. It's just more like there might be a bit more of a robust market than
which is surprising
we realized.
To me a little bit. Not that he's a bad player or not, but I think about the contract, the fit that you would need for Domantas Sabonis, and I didn't know there'd be a handful of teams that might be able to do that, and there might be 5 teams.
Yeah, there might be. It would be interesting if a team like Philadelphia got involved.
Yeah, that's an interesting fit for Philadelphia, and what would come back to Sacramento would be interesting.
Yeah, he would be next to Joel. But then when Joel didn't play, you know what I mean? Like if you're looking to address, and maybe the rebounding issues stem more from the fact that Joel doesn't play.
Right.
Maybe they start to try to position themselves. There's Jeter, there's Eli. What did we say? 22?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's over, pal.
We ain't even seen no Knicks yet.
We saw Patrick Ewing. That's it.
The Knicks are usually on the baseline.
I really like Jalen Brunson, man.
That's my dog.
I really, really like Jalen Brunson. I have a whole new respect for Karl-Anthony Towns, but I really like Jalen. This postseason has reset my NBA palette. It is like with Wemby, now emerging to the top spot of guys I really enjoy. Like Jalen Brunson is near the top of that list too.
Ready for the next generation? Like out of the LeBron, KD, Steph, I'll put Russ in there era and ready for the next generation.
Yeah, for sure. Like Russ is going to be on top of the list until he decides he doesn't want to play basketball anymore. And truth be told, like LeBron is near the top of the list too. Mm-hmm. I still sort of seek out LeBron James. Like if there's a Laker game on, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
Like if there's a Laker game on and LeBron James is playing in it, I'm going to watch it.
Right.
And that I think that's going to wind up being true for the New York Knicks moving forward too. When the Knicks are on, I want to watch Jalen Brunson play. Like he is just electric as he tries to get the Knicks on the board for the first time. Each team has missed a shot on their opening possession here. Karl-Anthony Towns again on Victor Wembanyama. He's been so terrific in that role. The Knicks defensively, shout out to Mike Brown. The Knicks defensively have been absolutely terrific.
For real. Absolutely. And they, when we talk about them being locked in, this team is locked in together. You know what I'm saying? Like they throw the ball out of bounds, but they play so cohesively as a group.
They do.
It's a joy to see. Somebody said on Twitter, after I posted that clip of the ball rotation and stuff in game 2, they're like, man, they ironically play a lot like those 72, 73 Knicks. If you hear those stories about how they, they had Walt Clyde Frazier, but they just played as one, and they throw it away again. They played as one and as a group, just, in a beautiful fashion. And this group kind of mirrors that a little bit.
De'Aaron and Wemby have done a terrific job this series, and it's the only 2 points that have been scored so far. De'Aaron being in the paint and just kind of throwing the ball up at the rim. Mm-hmm. No one is going to get it, no matter how great Karl-Anthony Towns or no matter how great Karl-Anthony Towns or Mitchell Robinson is playing on Victor Wembanyama. He's going to get that ball at the rim, and they just showed that again as they got a switch on Karl-Anthony Towns. Oh, ball through the legs of Wemby there, and it. Okay, the Knicks need to calm down. The Knicks need to
block 3-pointer in the corner. Boy,
the Knicks need to settle down just a little bit. They're looking a little like the bad news Bears out there. And we've got a 7-0 start here to this game. They've taken the New York Knicks crowd out of it.
You can hear a pin drop in Madison Square Garden.
Ben Stiller's just sitting there, as is Larry David and Tina Fey.
Tina Fey. What was she at the Knicks game?
And Josh. No, Tina Fey loves the Knicks.
She goes to a lot of
She's
Knicks
a New
games?
Yorker. Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
Tina Fey, a New
No
Yorker.
disrespect, Tina.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, put some respect on Tina Fey's name as Josh Hart gets the Knicks on the board here. Man, this is going to be a fun one to watch. This has been a really, really entertaining series. Both games really close. Obviously, the final 2 minutes of game one went all of the Knicks' way, and then the incredible comeback. We thought the game was over. I had just as we got to Concerts in the Park, I had gone to the Apple Sports app because I think they really have the best app for this. Is you can when you click on the game, there's a logo that you click, and so when you close your phone, the score stays up. The score and the counting clock stays up. And I put that on for that game. And so when the Knicks were up, I think we were taking pictures. We were doing something. I'm like, bro, they're up 15 with 3 minutes left. And it was kind of like, I didn't think this was going to happen. Wow. And it was kind of like, okay, we've got a job to do. We got about 6 minutes. Phone goes in the pocket, and I take it back out, and it's like, oh my God, they're down 2. It's like we might have to watch this. We open it back up, they tie it, and that's where I learned they had gone on a 14-0 run to tie that game, and then we watched the rest huddled around the phone.
And you were like, oh man, the Knicks are up 14 with 3 minutes left, and then it was like, oh, they're up 2 with 2 minutes and 45 seconds left.
That's kind of what happened.
It happened incredibly quick.
Yeah.
I said, what? I went back and watched it, and
so
it felt like you couldn't even call a timeout, nothing. Like they erased that lead so quick. That was
can't
crazy.
lie. We was sitting back there with a lot. There was so much going on at Concerts in the Park. And so like sitting there and talking with our close friends, talking with, coworkers, all this different stuff. Finally, say goodbye, get in the car, and I kept thinking, how did they come back so quickly? How did that happen?
That happened in a heartbeat. Wemby with another layup. 6 early from Wemby. 11-5 Spurs.
Oh,
the Garden is silent.
The Garden. Ben Stiller. Where's Patrick Ewing? Spike Lee just in his seat.
Oh, I saw John Starks, Latrell Sprewell, Larry Johnson, and Marcus Camby.
All in the front row?
Yeah, on the baseline. That's where those Knicks usually are, on the baseline.
Yeah. Right.
Marbury might be in that corner.
Man, so and who am I to talk, because we have our own here. Starks just goated like that, huh?
Oh yeah, they love Starks. They love John Starks. I learned about that. They love John Starks, boy.
Is he like our Bobby? Like, who is John?
That's a good one right there.
Because John Starks was good.
Yeah.
Is
there a level above Bobby? Are we talking? Because
Nah, he's not DeMarcus.
Starks?
Yeah.
He might
He
be.
wasn't as good as DeMarcus.
He wasn't as good, but as far as the love,
Oh, no. I was looking for a player.
Harry Giles.
Well, Harry Giles might just be on the top of everything.
The Bobby comp is pretty good.
Yeah, like I noticed, I mean, decades ago, like John Starks is always around. It's like, wow, he just really.
They put him in a commercial.
They did.
AT&T
That's
commercial.
right. They did.
Yeah, they love John Starks.
Shout out to ABC, ESPN, Disney. They have done a terrific job of making this finals feel like a huge deal.
They stepped their game up.
Like the day-long countdown shows, like you felt like you were watching something really special.
Yeah.
It's harder to do that when it's not a one-off. It's not an NCAA championship. It's not a college football championship. It's not, the national championship. It's not a Super Bowl. It's like a series.
Right.
It's really hard to replicate this over and over and over again when you don't know if it's going to be 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 or whatever. But this is the best presentation ESPN has had, I think, for any sporting event in a very, very long time.
Yeah, they did a great job with it, man. Great job. They had to step their game up because NBC showed up and showed out, man. So ABC, ESPN, Disney, all that, they did a great job with this, man. And they got my favorites, the multiple broadcasts.
Yeah, they just listed like 7 of them.
Yeah, I don't know why they have the Pat McAfee show. This isn't college football, but okay.
Well, that might appeal to a certain crowd.
The ones who didn't boo.
Well, head over to Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino. And that's not just the slogan when you walk in the door. That is the slogan for the Wilton Rancheria tribe. That is the slogan for that casino. Because when they say sky's the limit, they mean it. When they say that casino is expanding, they mean it. When they tell you that there are some special things on the way, they mean it.
Cannot wait.
But right now, it's pretty dope.
Yeah.
So get in there. Drop Kenny's name in the high roller room. They may let you in there. That's Kenny Caraway. Just mention him.
Never heard of him.
And they'll get you in there, and we will be very excited to talk about this game tomorrow, beginning at 7 a.m. with The Jump. Kyle Madson, Jesse Tapia, here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Knicks. Jay-Z in the building.
Oh, y'all hate Hove.
Jigga Jay-Z, baby.
Drakeys do not love Hove anymore.
Oh, no, I got love for Hove, man. I'm not a Drakey, though, either.
Is that right? Fox is 0 of 2, and the rest of the team is 8 of 8. Is that right?
That sounds about right.
Oh, that's terrible. Funny, but terrible. All right, pray for Mojo. This is not acceptable. Pray for Mojo. I mean, we've got to be careful. We've got to be.
Whoa.
Well,
whoa, brother. Whoa.
Just man likes the coconut water. What do you say?
Whoa.
All right, man. Y'all go enjoy the game. We appreciate you guys as always, and we will see you tomorrow.